Okay, every video essay of this game starts with that. We're here to break the mold. Among the people who have played it, Xenoblade Chronicles is perhaps one of the most special video games ever created. On average, you can ask anyone who's played this game what they thought of it, and they'll tell you endless positive anecdotes. They'll let you know how rich and consequential the story is, perhaps tell you about the sprawling worlds and how the atmosphere is top-notch, or they'll point to its masterful soundtrack. Maybe they'll let you know about the rich characters and their masterful voice acting. But despite all of these positives, I wouldn't say that Xenoblade Chronicles has entirely gone down as one of the best JRPGs ever made in the discourse of gaming history. What I mean by that is if you poll a group of gamers, you'll probably hear the same few answers regarding what the best JRPG is. Final Fantasy VII, Earthbound, Chrono Trigger, Persona 5. Sure, you will hear the occasional answer with the response of a Xenoblade game, but in a bubble, Xenoblade Chronicles remains sort of an underground title, not forgotten by any stretch of the imagination, but perhaps brushed aside a bit. Compared to its contemporaries, it hasn't sold all that many copies either, and while the game puts up a great fight in its sheer reputation, is there a reason that Xenoblade Chronicles never won over the world as a whole? Today, we're going to do an exhaustive deep dive on Xenoblade Chronicles. The goal of this project is to eventually review all 6 games: Xenoblade 1, Future Connected, Xenoblade 2, Torn of the Golden Country, Xenoblade 3, and Future Redeemed. We'll be covering everything there is to talk about with Xenoblade Chronicles in this video. This is an exhaustive analysis of not only its story and the characters, but the gameplay, the side content, and the merchandise. I mean, if it's Xenoblade 1 related, we're covering it. So sit back, grab some popcorn, and maybe quit your job if you want to actually watch this video, because it's a little long. And one thing before we begin, just due to the sheer length and scale of this project, this is going to be a bit different than my other videos. The editing is probably going to be a bit more relaxed, and I'm still going to appear on camera at points, but it won't be structured like a normal episode, just for the sake of this video ever releasing. Future episodes of the show, not in this retrospective, will be back to my normal style, but if this video is a bit more relaxed, I hope you understand. As we play this, I'm going to try to 100% the Xenoblade Chronicles games in these playthroughs. I'm using this Google Sheet here to mark my progress, and I'll be linking credit to the creator of it in the description of this video, since this sheet was an excellent way to gauge my progress in my over 120-hour playthrough. But with that, on to the main show. Booting up the game, we see 2 titans fighting. These are the Bionis and the Mechonis. To sum up these entities early on, you can tell what each of them houses based off of their prefixes. Bio is like biology. The Bionis houses everything natural, from grassy plains to snowy mountains to marshes, housing animals, human-like creatures named the Homs, and whatever the hell these things are. The Mechonis, on the other hand, is home to robot-like creatures, with the worlds being a bit more, well, mechanical. It still takes me a long time to even think about it, but all these civilizations do take place on Titans. They're just that big. Unfortunately, it's impossible that 2 drastically different beings can just simply coexist. They fight like hell, and the 2 Titans are in a continuous war. Our first scene to set the tone for this adventure takes place at the Battle of Sword Valley. The Homs are fighting for the Bionis, and the robots named the Mechon are fighting for the Mechonis. The first main character we're introduced to here is Dunban. You look at this guy for 2 seconds, and you just know he's supposed to be this Giga Chad alphabet-ass and unconquerable legend. We also see the glue that holds this entire game and story together, this sword known as the Monado. Now, little fun fact, this game was originally supposed to be called Monado Beginning of the World, but the director, Tetsuya Takahashi, was allowed to keep the Xeno prefix to honor his previous work, Xenogears and Xenosaga. Anyways, regarding the Monado, it's a big deal, alright? I mean, just know that. Now, as a film major, I promise I won't go too much into the things like, oh, this shot means the curtains being blue symbolizes the destruction of mankind. But I do think there are moments where that sort of analysis is going to be essential to discuss the narrative and what it's trying to tell us. I'm going to lay out some filmmaking essentials here, demonstrated in this first scene, that will generally apply to what the game is trying to convey with its cinematography. And if this bores you, at least you didn't have to spend 10 months of your life writing notes for the story like I did. It was hell. So anyways, this is a low angle. It's used to convey that a character is stronger because it looks more menacing and threatening. Here, this is used to imply that the Monado is simply more powerful than mankind. This is a high angle, it's used to indicate the inverse. The character is weak, let's beat him up and take his lunch money. Yes, the naming convention is BS and made me miss questions back in school. Shakiness of the camera is meant to imply there's chaos afoot, and extreme close-ups or half-shown faces can lead the viewer to a sense of curiosity or real suspense. Now that's incredibly simple, and I'll still point out some unique shots and framing devices as we go, but for now, just keep these things in mind so I don't have to repeat them throughout this game's long story. Anyways, we meet this sort of band of brothers here. We already met Dunban, but we meet his cohorts, Dixon and Mumkar. It's early, but the writers do a decent job of emphasizing the characters and generally their roles that lie ahead. It's easy to conclude early on that the badass Dunban has been injured by the Monado, and we see Dixon kind of written as, how do I say this, a complete snarky jerk, but at this point he still remains somewhat likable in a cheesy sense. And I mean, compared to Mumkar, he's a damn saint. It's very clear we're supposed to hate him, and it would be easy to assume, just from this early on, that he may end up being a main villain of the game. He outright sees Dunban as expendable, and even taunts the others for wanting to sacrifice their lives in a war. We have a little tutorial battle, and as foreshadowed a bit earlier, Dunban gets his crap kicked in by a Mechon. Mumkar, probably not a surprise to anyone paying attention, abandons his squad, and outright reveals he wants the Monado amongst all else. Perhaps everyone is glad to see this, but Mumkar looks like he's about to be taken out entirely by these Mechon. It's left ambiguous whether he is dead or alive after this encounter. But hey, this was all about a year ago, and my therapist says something about living in the present or whatever, and we meet our main protagonist, Shulk. Oh, that's the guy from Super Smash Bros. Do you want to see how good the writers are at using symbolism? Immediately, we see Shulk nerding out over a broken Mechon, demonstrating quite early he has an interest in machines, and for the inverse, he just ignores a dragonfly, a creature of nature, that flew right beside him. His best friend, Ryan, comes up to him, and early on, it's very easy to assume that he's going to be the chummy, haha, please laugh, a goofy-ass best friend character. And that's because early in the story, that is basically his role. It's clear early on by his confidence that he sort of sees himself as Shulk's protector. The game introduces us to battling here. I'd like to talk about fighting a bit more in depth once we have all of our party, since there's so much I can't talk about at this point. It would be like analyzing a pasta dish based off of that one noodle you taste to try to see if it's ready, that you then burn your mouth on and cry. So let's just hold off, take a breath, and take a pleasant goddamn stroll into town. I love Colony 9, so much so that I underlined and bolded it in my script. I mean, that's how serious we're talking here. This has to be one of my favorite starting towns in an RPG, or even just a video game, period. Not only is it bustling and lively, with plenty of lovely faces going about their lives, but it's just so homely and really comforting. What helps this feeling is the cup shape that surrounds the city. You can obviously still see the sky, but it almost feels like you're in some sort of arena here. In terms of where Colony 9 is situated on the Bionis, according to the wiki, we are somewhere on the Bionis' cave. Not my first guess, but maybe my third or fourth. There's so much to explore here, too. In other video games, right? If you jumped off the town location this early on, you may die, or the game would just instantly teleport you back to the land. But Xenoblade Chronicles shows early on that the world is quite literally your oyster. If you see a cave and some enemies in the distance, you can go there. And I mean, nowadays with games like Breath of the Wild, sure, it's not as mind-blowing, but in 2010, this was a real treat. Colony 9's music sets the perfect tone for this area too. This is the type of music you hear going to your mom's house and she makes some cookies and I'm not crying, you're crying because you're a baby. This introduction to the game in Colony 9, along with our new protagonist, is a sharp contrast to what we saw just 15 minutes ago. It's almost like we're playing a completely different game. And to be fair, that's not an uncommon plot-telling device either. Most RPGs usually start with a sort of somber and peaceful tone, like Pokemon Ruby, where you see a lovely town after being nearly suffocated in a truck, thanks mom. Early on, before we've even gotten into the meat of the game, there's a decent bit of interactivity with the citizens here. You can buy some armor from the shops, which, you know, you should. Don't be like me in my first playthrough, who went half of the game with my beginning of the game gear and was wondering why I kept dying everywhere. We even get introduced to the idea of quests here. Just talk to any NPC with an exclamation mark and they'll give you an objective, and in return you get money and EXP. I mean, I just described questing as it exists in basically every game ever, but you know what? Xenoblade is part of every game ever. Now we'll talk about these more later, as this is something that I think deserves its own section. We're all just doing introductions at this point anyway. It's like an awkward date where you have to meet your partner's dad and then you piss your pants. Moving on from that great healthy comparison, we arrive at the military district, where we see who everyone on the internet refers to Waluigi yelling at some poor sap. Is he dancing?
You're nothing but slackers!
Did he just punch his soldier? Well, I'm glad this game has a sense of humor, I guess, if you find that funny. I mean, it's arguably not, but he's so goofy that it's also hard to take this character seriously. Shulk arrives at the weapon lab, which reminds me of Professor Egad's bunker. Monado is really the quote-unquote main character of this scene. We learned the fundamental principle of the sword here, which is that not everyone can control it. Talking to you guys out in the audience, don't try it. It's hinted here that Dixon doesn't fully know what the Monado is, and Shulk, being the big brain genius that he is trying to help him understand it. A flashback is then shown, where honestly the game presents it as if the injuries Dunman sustained at Sword Valley may have killed him. Just kidding, he's fine. Stop being such a crybaby. Xenoblade Chronicles is a masterclass in storytelling for quite a large number of reasons, many of which we're not going to talk about later. But one aspect I'd like to talk about now is how Xenoblade Chronicles uses diversion. They love this storytelling aspect. And diversion is basically when they're trying to lead you to believe one thing while the complete opposite, or just something else, is actually happening later. They do this with everything in Xenoblade, from the way they present the story, to cinematography, to just traditional methods of breaking the bounds of storytelling. Does that make any sense? Dunman being alive is one of the first examples we can really point to, and while it's not a major one, I don't think anyone even remembers that this happened. It's just the first time that I can introduce the concept in this video. We then meet Fiora. Well, I mean, we met her in the flashback, but I had to do my own diversion by switching between cutscenes so drastically. I'm a writer too, if you count this, which arguably you shouldn't. Anyways, it's not immediately revealed, but I'll just state as the omniscient narrator that Fiora is Dunman's younger sister, taking care of him while he recovers from his gruesome arm injury. Despite being injured, all the guy wants to do is get back swinging and fighting against the Mechon again, which rightfully upsets Fiora.
Go and make your next delivery.
Huh?
Well, I'm sure you'd like Shulk to try some while it's still hot.
That's okay. Shulk has no sense of taste. He'll say it's delicious even if it's stone cold.
I find this line really interesting. I mean, you can tell from her face, specifically from this, blink at the end, that Fiora genuinely seems put off or annoyed with Shulk here. It gives me the impression that she's not just talking about the food per se, but rather generally just feels like Shulk doesn't appreciate her fully, or at least not to the extent she feels she deserves. Or the food is just dog shit, I don't know. Anyways, Dunman, being the ultra Chad he is, would rather just starve to death than let his little sister take care of him, because he's so manly and cool. And we play as Fiora for 2 seconds. What was the point of that? Dixon then runs into Fiora and tells her that Shulk is at Outlook Park. I'm sorry, what kind of name is Outlook Park? Was Sunset Park taken? Grassy Field? I mean, it's a goddamn joke. Okay, look how pretty this game is. I mean, seriously, what the hell? I already forgot about whatever I was just saying. I mean, what's in a name, right? As Fiora runs up, we see Shulk thinking about his nerd crap, where he drops a little lore about the fact that Bionis was once the wielder of the Monado before time began. Maybe with half of his pinky finger or something. The game then takes the time to recap what has happened so far, which isn't really needed, but it will not be the last time it does it. Anyways, this interaction between Shulk and Fiora is one of the game's most memorable moments, and we're only an hour into the game. Continuing with the themes we saw earlier, Fiora is again really focusing on whether Shulk enjoys the food she made for him, saying that today specifically, she put in extra herbs and spices. I see this as her testing Shulk. He particularly says today is better cooking than usual, so congrats Shulk, you passed the vibe check. But generally speaking, this is such a lovely scene. I mean, the music, the atmosphere, the view, and, well, Fiora can say it better than I can even come close to saying it anyways.
It's so peaceful. You know, Shulk, I hope every day can be like this, always.
Huh? The debris siren.
After this cutscene is our first introduction to heart-to-hearts. We'll talk about these more in depth later, but in terms of basics, you speak to a character and can choose either a positive or negative option to see different paths of a conversation. This heart-to-heart, Sunrise in the Park, takes us to Shulk and Fiora's childhood. Fiora and her stoic brother Dunban had a falling out, causing Fiora to scurry up to the hills and fall asleep with Shulk, which is kind of adorable. This positive interaction of this cutscene ends with the general theme I've been discussing. Fiora remembers here she told Shulk she wanted to get married, but Shulk, always being so focused with the trash on the ground or whatever, has no recollection of such. The duo goes down to the lab where we see Ryan trying to use the Monado, where he gets swung around like Egad with the Poltergeist 3000. We see that the Monado is effective at attacking metal, of course supposed to symbolize the efficiency against the Mechon, but when it hits Fiora, a Homs, it does absolutely nothing, which is good because, you don't want to see a main character die, basically, immediately into a video game. Shulk couldn't even be bothered though, possibly because he knows it can't hurt her, and this ends up really offending Fiora, and rightfully so. At least to her perspective, this doofus was more invested in whether the Monado was alright, instead of the girl who's clearly in love with him. It's kind of a hard scene to watch, since Fiora clearly just feels like she's not important here, and you really get the sense that she's trying to break through to earn his attention in some form. Also of note in the scene is the fact that the Monado gives Shulk his first vision here, which we can assume to be a view of the future, where we just see a lot of these clowns walking or whatever. It's too early to make any sense of what's happening, it's all just a mumbo-jumbo of bull at this point. Still, Shulk is perplexed, as he was the only one who saw the vision. But yeah, next up on our "the game developers are trying to give us tasks so we can actually play the video game" list, we have to go recover some ether crystals from the Tephra Cave. Now, ultimately, there's not a whole lot to say about Tephra Cave. The music is fine, but it's still a very early RPG area feeling at this point in the game, almost kind of like a Pokemon cave or something. And as said, the music is just sort of generic, which, to be fair, is rare for this game. What can be said of note is the cutscene that plays out once we arrive at the Magmel ruins. It's kind of hard to tell at a first glance, but Fiora basically hints that this is supposed to be the remains of some sort of vehicle, which looks like an aircraft. This is something I sort of talked about in my Pikmin retrospective, and that we'll see here or there throughout the Xenoblade franchise, but I love when an environment or area is subtly supposed to hint to a greater narrative or meaning, and the game will cutely and slyly give hints of that. Other than that, there's not a lot to say, at least not yet. We get to the top and get our ether crystals, which we learn we have to get from here because the fueling and recharging at the ground level is crap. I feel like these people should develop a better system than having to go through a cave with mutant spiders every single time, but I'm no Hom, so what do I know? Unfortunately, we get attacked by a group of ancient machines. Yeah, the naming team was kind of asleep at the wheel for these early chapters. Now, this isn't a normal response or defense just for this area. Unfortunately, you guessed it, Colony 9 is under attack. So there's only one option. Admire the crazily good looking view, and then jump off 500 feet into the damn abyss. This part of the game is stupidly gorgeous, and I now feel visceral guilt for enjoying the aesthetic here. I mean, I should feel bad, it's not a great situation. Waluigi yells at his soldiers before, ambiguously or not ambiguously dying. The weapons fail, there's a Mechon with a face apparently, it's not a good situation. Shulk, being Shulk, knows the Monado is a necessity if the Colony 9 Homs are gonna make it out of this one alive. Adding to the tension, Dunban suddenly can't be accounted for. We, as the omniscient viewer, know that he's probably gonna fight, perhaps to his detriment, due to a prior scene. Now, putting aside the story for a second, this whole section is incredible, and probably one of my favorite sequences in the entire game. This part of the game plays out basically in sort of a fragmented manner. You play for a few minutes, see a cutscene, and then rinse and repeat. It adds to the sheer tension and stress of the moment, especially with the game's fantastic soundtrack here. But going back to the story though, let's just get to it. When trying to grab the Monado, the group is blocked off from entering. Shulk conjures up the idea of grabbing the mobile artillery and shooting their way through it, with Ryan pointing out that the ether cylinders they just grabbed can power it up. They get cornered by a bunch of goons, and Fiora desperately wants to be included in the fray here, yet Ryan and Shulk just don't let her. A continuing theme from the weapon lab. It's obviously out of care. I don't think they're doing it specifically to be harsh, but you can kind of tell how much this breaks her. Dunban, to the surprise of no one actually paying attention, shows up to save the day. A Obligatory, Dunban is a badass Chad, blah 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 blah. Fiora then hears an explosion following their victory. There's a disheartening but brief expression she makes here where it seems like she realizes it's a genuine possibility that Shulk and Rein just died. This prompts her to want to jump into battle, which, you know what, you may as well. I mean, there's nothing else to lose at that point, right? Meanwhile, Dunban, who's wielding a Monado, finally gives up. I'm gonna blur this just to be respectful, but there's a 1-second shot here where you can just see blood spill on the floor. It's a quick but really powerful moment. Shulk decides to take the Monado, which is probably a cool moment in 2010, but not for anyone who has played Super Smash Bros. And while at first everyone is fearful it'll harm him, he cements himself as the true wielder of it in the battle here. Wielding the Monado and feeling pretty darn good, it's time to take down Metalface. Yeah, that's his actual name. Unfortunately, just like my witty roasts, our attacks are completely immune. Things aren't looking too great, but Fiora, who ended up grabbing the mobile artillery, is here to save the day.
Fiora!
Now, I want to take a moment and delve into some serious analysis of this scene. I feel like I have a very cynical view of what happened here, and I don't see many other reviewers who've shared the same idea. But there's something so heartbreaking to me when I watch this back. Of course, this being my second playthrough, I knew Fiora was going to die here.
So is she like dead?
I feel like Shulk, and to some extent Rein, but really Shulk, disregarding Fiora as he does, is what leads to her untimely demise. We see this play out at multiple points throughout the game's first act. She always feels like she has to put in extra work to get his affections. She feels genuinely unheard and is constantly undervalued, not being taken seriously, particularly in the combat, where she actually feels like she has something to contribute. Now let me just say, I don't think Shulk is doing this in a purposefully harmful way. He's very clearly just a nerd who's distracted, sort of aloof, and perhaps is just unaware about how much Fiora cares for him, but it doesn't change the fact that her feeling like she had to take command of the mobile artillery to show her worth to Shulk led to her being taken out. And just the raw amount of foreshadowing and diversion that goes into this is so hard to watch back on a second playthrough. I mean, there's the whole fact that Fiora's big brother Dunban is almost shown to be dying, or at least that's the impression, only for Fiora to meet that fate herself. There's this line in the weapon lab where she says, "Don't you care about me? I could have died," which is almost too on the nose. In fact, writing it down now, it almost feels cruel that the writers had to put that in the game. Ultimately, while I may be overanalyzing the tragedy of Fiora, I do think this foreshadowing and general focus on Shulk's aloofness are something that the writers of the story wanted to be a focus of this early saga. It conveys a general message, one that we will see a lot going forward, and that is to cherish and love the people you have in your life, because life is full of unpredictability. Chapter 1 to me is one of the best starts to a video game of all time. It just subverts expectation in such brilliant ways, and so that's definitely why I wanted to do some heavier, deeper analysis on this chapter that we might not do for literally every chapter. I just have to emphasize, it's so rare in a JRPG. You get a character, you get to play as him or her, or whoever, and then all of a sudden, they just kill you off like that. I'm not gonna say Xenoblade is the first game to do it, mostly just because I don't have the time to fact check every single JRPG ever released, but it's by far one of the best examples of it. But real briefly, before we continue the story, I do want to talk about the history of Xenoblade Chronicles and how it came to be. I usually do this before chapter 1 of my videos, y'all got lucky. The concept of Xenoblade Chronicles was devised by director Tetsuya Takahashi, envisioning a shot like the one we just saw, people living on giant titans. He even made some 3D models of it, which is f***ing metal. Now, this was just the original idea, and it didn't really have a plot. I'll say that this is extremely common in movies, television shows, and apparently games too. As stated earlier, this game was never intended to be in the Xeno lineup of miniseries, and really there aren't a huge number of connections, at least not yet, yet in the series history at this point, to Xenosaga or to Xenogears. We may cover those games one day to some degree, but neither is critically important to the enjoyment of Xenoblade Chronicles 1, so keep that in mind if you would like to play this game. It's not going to be a barrier here. Takahashi sort of envisioned early on that this game's world would resemble an MMORPG, which if you look at what we just played, checks out. As said, I want to talk about the quests a bit later, but as you can see here, the quests are a bit disconnected from the story, and even before reading any of this, I immediately felt that that was an inspiration for this game. In a way, I feel like it's something that makes Xenoblade stand out, though I'm not going to say it's the most innovative idea ever. I find the concept of grinding in an RPG to be extremely outdated, so having the choice to earn your EXP and coin by taking on quests from various villagers, while perhaps not original, is incredibly gratifying to me, despite some of the quests being really monotonous. Takahashi also decided against this game being a turn-based game, thinking that it would lend its ability to see the future in combat much better if it were real time, and that was a damn good call. Now, this was a pretty hellish development. 4 years isn't all that unrealistic for a game released during the Wii era, but looking at the world, the cutscenes, the voice acting, it's not a cheap game to make, and it's certainly not an easy game to make either. Xenoblade Chronicles was announced at E3 2009 and released in Japan in June 2010. Nintendo would later schedule a European version of the game, but a North American release was really nowhere in sight. Now, as you can imagine, fans were not happy and started a campaign called Operation Rainfall, which was an effort to not only bring this game over, but also The Last Story and Pandora's Tower. The campaign was basically just spam the hell out of Nintendo's headquarters, and maybe, just maybe, they'll get so annoyed that they give in to our demands. Now, I say that in sort of a joking manner, but I absolutely respect the fans for doing this. It's sort of hard to envision a world where Xenoblade just got one game and then died on a Nintendo Wii, but it was completely possible. Now, in the fans' defense, I don't know why the hell Nintendo ever stuttered on releasing this game in America if it already had a localization, so it really doesn't make any sense to not. Hey guys, let's just leave free money on the table and not release it. So I'm sure it wasn't a hard choice for them to bring it over eventually. And the rest is history. Well, The Last Story in Pandora's Tower died, but Xenoblade made it. Now I'm gonna start chapter 2 out by outright saying that the next few chapters of Xenoblade are the lowest point in the entire game. It's not bad or anything, but there's gonna be a lot of world building in the next few chapters, and lots of let's go here because we have to go here types of dialogue. I'll also say for the purposes of this video that I took extensive notes on the entire game's story. Far too many, and probably more than I'd take if I do review the sequels. So we probably won't go over literally everything here, but I do want to talk about the aspects that I find to be important. So, some time has passed, and we again see Shulk sitting where he was with Fiora the previous day. Now, I do find it interesting here how Ultra Alpha Chad Denban helps Shulk through his pain, but despite him losing his literal sister, he acts fine because he's just so macho. Okay, that joke's getting old, but I doubt it'll be the last time I make it either, so sorry. We don't really see his face though, probably because he is actually going through it. Dunban, in character, sort of just views this stoically. He doesn't see anything that can be done here. Extremely grim considering Fiora is his sister, but also not wrong entirely. But Shulk disagrees, and his new mission in life is avenging Fiora by killing as many Mechon as possible. Dunban says he'll catch up when he's all healed, while Dixon creepily overhears all of this. I wonder if there's something off-putting about this character. And that's chapter 2. Wasn't that a great chapter? Chapter 3 begins with a bit of a flashback, something that will be a consistent mechanism to start a new chapter throughout our adventure with. It's sort of tough to make anything of this scene with the information we have at this point, that basically we see a bunch of random clowns marching towards a door. Dixon opens the door and sees a spattering of dead bodies, the Monado, and Shulk. He takes Shulk with him, so there's clearly something important going on here, but we don't know it just yet. Well, I do know, and you'll know very soon, but we're not going to spoil it for the sake of storytelling. So, a fresh day anew, Ryan and Shulk plan to go to Colony 6, which houses the last remaining Homs colony. So to get there, we have to go through the exciting and spectacular Tephra Cave. Hey, we see new parts of it this time around, like this waterfall room. That's cool. At one point, Shulk and Ryan find some dead soldiers. Now, as aloof and self-absorbed Shulk was with his own interests in Chapter 1, I find it interesting when he finds these soldiers, he says they probably had families. children. It's possible Fiora's death at least impacted him a bit to the point where he's at least being more cognizant of the meaning of human life. Hom's life. I'm gonna mess that up a lot, sorry. So Shulk and Ryan take turns sleeping by a campfire despite this cave taking like 3 minutes to go through. Shulk expresses frustration with the fact that he has been seeing visions, yet couldn't do anything to save Fiora. The guilt he has to feel, I mean, even if it wasn't really his fault, has to be quite heavy, I imagine. But no shit, right? Ryan then explains the flashback we saw not too long ago. Basically, our buddy Shulk here survived an expedition to find the Monado 14 years ago, and they were right there. So close. Shulk's parents are inferred to have died here, but Dixon specifically saved Shulk. Shulk points out that he doesn't remember Jack because, you know, he was like 2. I mean, who would have remembered anything? However, this explains why we give this creepy old guy with a mustache the time of day. Shulk then gets a vision, one of which is very blurry and faint at this point. Ryan then gets brutally massacred by the spiders. Now, he kind of debates whether or not he should tell Ryan about his vision, which, you already lost your best friend and love of your life to a failed interpretation of a vision. Would you tell your remaining best friend I'm still alive about the possibility that he could also die? It's a tough call! Now, I'm joking a bit, but to be fair to Shulk, there's definitely some consideration a character may ponder by taking an action that could change the future and natural order of the world, which is usually the central idea of stories with characters who have these sorts of power, or stories around time travel. Ryan is taken by the spider clowns, and Shulk has to go solo for a bit to save him. This incident, at the very least, confirms to Shulk that he does have some sway and power to change the future, and lets him know just what his visions really mean. Concluding the chapter and tying back to what I said earlier, we see the view of the Bionis' knee and just how massive it is. I love shots like this because, again, I've always struggled with envisioning the Titans and how species can live on them, so as much as I enjoy the subtle nature of narratives, the visual reminder here is quite helpful. Chapter 3 is just okay. I mean, it's all the necessary story beats for this part of the game. We learn about Shulk's background, we see some of the first interpretations of the visions, we learn a lot about Dixon. This is all important and necessary, so I'm glad the developers put this in, but as I said earlier, it's really cut and dry at this point. Chapter 4 may not be much better, but at least we have this beautiful area to look at. The Bionis Leg. No, it's not called Gar Plains. It's a subsection of the damn area. Thank you, Smash Brothers, for ruining the discourse. Now, I feel like for most players who fell asleep during the Tephra Cave portion, this is a total jolt back to life. The music is superb and gets you excited to play the game. The visuals are beautiful, and it's just all great. In fact, I'm abandoning my entire life and setting up VR chat to live here. That's the nerdiest thing I've said. This is the true start to our adventure, until it's not, and we have to watch more cutscenes. Yay. We see some rejected Mario Kart buggy here. Shulk sees a vision of some random ass kid about to get chomped like pizza by dinosaurs. Not too much later, we see the same kid and save him from certain death. They are later invited to the camp where he is staying, and we meet our next main party member, Sharla. Immediately, she's shown to be sort of the motherly type here, you know, the do your homework and don't do drugs, but it's only because I care about you type of character. Now, I'll say this kid, whom we learn is named Juju, is very annoying, but I see a lot of people on the internet roasting this character as if he had committed an act of violence or something. Like, if this character was real, I swear that you people on the internet would kick his kneecaps in or something. That's not to say Juju is a good character, though. See, he wants to head back to where they are from, Colony 6, which we learn was taken over by the Mechon. Despite Charlotte telling him, hell no, and Ryan scolding him as well, he decides to go anyway. Okay, have fun. Now, of course, Shulk gets a vision of fires ravaging a deep valley, confirming that Juju probably is in danger because of that decision. I mean, he's a shrimp in the wilderness. I mean, I could have told you that without a vision. Charlotte is kind of in an interesting position here when discussing with Shulk whether or not he actually has visions and knows what's about to happen. They just met, I mean, for one, but like, what's she gonna do? Just ignore the fact that her little brother is practically about to die? It might be an outlandish concept, but she has no choice here. Now, the only other thing of note that's going to be important later on is the verbal introduction of Charlotte's partner, Gadot. Essentially, he would have been Charlotte's husband if it hadn't been for the tragedy that took place at Colony 6. She is unsure whether he's alive or not, but she has faith that he's still out there fighting. Optimist of the Year award, folks. I mean, right here. The game doesn't waste much time, though, implying Ryan may be some sort of replacement love interest for Charlotte. I mean, he scolds her baby brother right in front of her like he's some sort of dad. Ryan has some serious balls to do that. Now, speaking of their dynamic, dynamic, which will be something we discuss throughout this video, at a certain point, Ryan is a complete jerk to her, saying Charla wouldn't be able to help on their journey, and she's like, listen here, you little shit, I'm a medic. Every JRPG does indeed need a healer character, and Charla is a healer character. Eventually, the group catches up to Juju, who's in the grasp of a monster. Now, I should note that Shulk also got a vision of Charla dying earlier. He didn't tell her then, though, he just kind of grappled with it. It probably is sort of a difficult thing to tell someone, hey, you're going to die. I get too socially anxious even to use the damn restroom, so fine. Shulk is told he can save Charla and saves her from certain death, proving to Charla that Shulk isn't just some guy tripping out on something. They killed the humongous monster guy. Ryan is popping off in the chat, but Shulk doesn't think the battle is over because it wasn't the Mechon from his vision. We then have Mr. Evil Villain grating voice raining down with a bunch of other Mechon. While writing this scene, it occurred to me, this is all Juju's fault. Maybe he is a prick and I gave him too much credit earlier. I'm joining the hate train. He then gets taken by the Mechon, which, by the way, this was another great instance of the writers using diversion as a storytelling mechanism. And, well, we gotta chase him down. We soon see a flashback with Gadel and a character named Thoron who tells Charla she can't go with Shulk. It's pretty devastating, but tying it into real life a bit, this is a genuine consequence of war that can be quite devastating and traumatic for families. Now, I do feel kind of bad here because Charla is clearly a character the writers put some level of thought into, but at least from the start, I didn't find her very interesting. It's sort of unprofessional to say this in a video essay where I'm supposed to have all the answers, but I don't really know why. Her character and story will expand over time, so we can analyze her a bit more later, but at least to begin this, she does contribute a bit to this blah zone that I consider to be some of the earlier chapters of Xenoblade Chronicles 1. So I hope the video doesn't drag. I'm sure this isn't the most riveting content in the world, and the story will definitely continue to be a bit muddy for a while. But I don't necessarily know if I blame the developers for this. Most story-based games, or even mediums like books or movies, start slow, and hey, Xenoblade didn't necessarily start slow. So for now, I say why don't we take a break from the story a bit and look at the magnificent gameplay loop that sucked people in at this very moment. So we officially have 3 team members. We've already learned a bit about questing, but I feel like now would be an appropriate time to discuss the gameplay of Xenoblade Chronicles 1. Now for these sections, I'm only going to use gameplay of the area we have up until this point, so if you're worried about immense spoilers, don't. There's going to be multiple sections where I talk about the gameplay later on with different worlds and our different characters, just to see what has changed, as well to update you guys on my 100% progress, so we can talk everything a bit more freely later on. We're gonna be alright, fellas. Firstly, let's discuss the combat as we have it at this point in the game. There's nothing too out of the ordinary with the character archetypes within our first 3 main characters. To keep it extremely simple, Shulk is the primary attacker, Ryan is the chunky defense, and Charla, as established, is our healer. Now, I have a bit of a confession, and it's probably weird as someone who has made a very long video on a JRPG, but I am no means the type of gamer who, let's just say, excels at JRPGs and unique, diverse combat systems. I am a game reviewer, but I'm really not good at video games, so there's gonna be a little bit when it comes to combat that I skim over or don't fully explain. So if this section isn't the most padded out in the world with every intricacy, there are like 10 other videos that actually go into that, so just chill. So firstly, let's talk about the colors of the arts. Red means that it's a physical attack, with some of the arts giving you an extra damage bonus if you use them from a certain direction, giving you incentive to move around during the battle. Blue means healing or status restoration, purple is for ether attacks, and orange is for auras. The other colors are pink, green, and yellow, and I separate these specifically because doing them in sequence is basically your best method of attacking if you can help it. Pink breaks, green inflicts topple, which gives your characters more time to get their attacks in, and yellow inflicts the dazed condition, which reverses auras and stuns the enemies for even longer. This is probably the best way you're going to add damage onto the enemies, but I will say that the AI isn't always the most helpful for this game mechanic. For instance, if your current character doesn't have a break attack, you'll just have to be at the mercy of your AI teammates starting the sequence, and vice versa. Sometimes you might break and then endlessly wait around for your characters to do literally anything and they just don't. But hey, screw them all. This is about me, myself, and I, and us. Standing around lets you auto-attack, and to be fair, you do need to do these anyways to charge up your arts. On my first playthrough, I'll say it definitely took me some time to get used to the concept of doing nothing to attack. I used to just spam the buttons and get mad when I lose. And hey, if you're a Gen Z zoomer like me who needs some buttons to feel visual stimulation, the game will throw these action prompts at you, where you have to time your B button press. This will fill up your gauge, which you can use to revive your characters, which you'll be doing a lot if you're bad like me. You can also warn a party member about an incoming vision, which lets them use an attack you can choose, which you'll be doing a lot if you can't get your teammates to do whatever the hell you actually want them to. Or you can do a chain attack with this, where you can choose an attack from each of your 3 teammates in succession. During the chain attack, the colors of each art become more than just vanity. If you combo some of the same color arts together, you can continue your chain attack even further. Now, your talent arts, those are sick. You can just do those with anything. I will unfortunately have to segue this into more Charlotte trash talking, because early on, she doesn't have any red arts, so getting any sort of chain going with Charlotte is basically impossible. I will say this about the chain attack system too, you're never really guaranteed it's going to continue even if you do it correctly, so a lot of the time in this game, you'll be at the mercy of sheer RNG. Now, there are ways to improve your odds, but I do feel like that's a complete mistake in a game with such strategic combat. One aspect that Xenoblade Chronicles does really well is allowing you to play as any character you want, with some exceptions throughout the story. I guess it's fairly common in RPGs, sure, but what's nice in this game is that there are not a lot of moments where you just can't play as your preferred character. You can switch at any point outside of a battle, and this really does allow the player to experiment and find their footing in terms of what playstyles they enjoy. So I'll be honest, out of the 3 characters we have here, I never really enjoyed playing as Rein and Charlotte. Charlotte just never really feels like you're doing all that much. Again, she's a healer, which is a traditional role in almost every RPG. Also, her weapon just overheats, with her main talent art being designed to cool it down, which is probably the worst playstyle I've ever seen devised in an RPG. Now, I don't think this is an unpopular take. Basically, everyone I know and have watched agrees with me on this point, which means I'm objectively right. I will say Rein's role is a bit more unique. He's basically a giant tank meant to absorb the other enemy's attacks. He's sort of like bait. He also collects aggro, which stands for aggravation, basically an enemy's motivation for attacking. Meanwhile, Shulk can just camp in the corner and attack, which is good because Shulk's defense sucks. Seriously, when you're not getting hit as Shulk, life's good, the combat can be pleasant, but if Rein goes to take a piss or something and you take a few hits, you can be in for a rough time. I guess maybe I just have main character syndrome or something, because I always prefer being the attacker. In all honesty, at this point in the story, Shulk is all I played as. Now, there is one reason you'd specifically want to play as Shulk besides him just being cool as hell, and that's the fact that he has the Monado. In fact, due to that, I'd say the game is basically trying to tell you, hey dummy, use Shulk. As said, you can definitely play as Rein or Charlotte still. The game does not by any means gatekeep you from using your preferred player, but if you want to fight Mechon, you'll really want something like Shulk's Enchant. Now, Shulk will still do this as an NPC still, but since the AI is hit or miss, I hated relying on that, especially if I wanted to come up with party combinations that didn't have Shulk. Now, you don't always fight Mechon in this game, it's not the biggest deal in the world, but requiring a character to fight, I just found to be kind of annoying. His other Monado arts are quite useful too, but nothing I feel is mind-blowing outside of a few in late game that are basically required to defeat specific unique monsters. Now, the other purpose to Shulk's Monado arts, I'm not as cheery about. Basically, enemies and bosses will sometimes give you a vision of the future that Shulk can intercept using his shield or speed arts. Basically, this circumvents the massive attack and will keep you alive in the fight. Now, if you're Shulk, this is all hunky-dory, but if you're another team member, you're kind of just out of luck. You can still warn a party member and choose one of their attacks, which is nice, but honestly, it's nowhere near as effective as being able to block it. Also, having to watch the cutscene of the future attack every single time is just straight up freaking annoying at a certain point. I wish you could just like fast forward or outright skip it, because it's just like, let me play the game, but you stop every 10 seconds. Ugh. There's a bunch of other status ailments and variables in regards to the combat as well. For one, the characters will sometimes look like someone cut them off in Los Angeles traffic. This is called tension, which is exactly what I feel when someone cuts me off in Los Angeles traffic. They can also look so sad, which means you are losing beyond belief. Tension is one of the few variables that impacts how likely you are to get another round during a chain attack. To put it simply, if you're getting your kicked in, your tension will lower, but if you're doing all the Xenoblade combat-y things you need to do, it'll raise, and there are even some moves that will actually increase that. Now look, I know hardcore fans will probably point out that I'm not explaining the combat perfectly, and there's massive amounts of depth I'm leaving out today. Some of that will get covered when we have all of the characters, but the other reason is that the combat is just not one of the main reasons I fell in love with this game and series. It's certainly masterful, but I do find it to be a little bit clunky. Personally, I feel like all your arts being in a horizontal line is really obnoxious. You do have the option to move them how you see fit, which is great, but it doesn't change the fact that you need to go from point A to point B sometimes, which can be 5 button presses away, and you have to spend valuable time shifting over. I bring this up about the combat not to just piss off fans, which I'm sure I already did, but because I want to segue into saying the combat is not why I fell in love with Xenoblade Chronicles. It's not why we're here today. The reason I did, the atmosphere and the worlds of the Bionis and the Mechonis. Now, I'm just gonna go on a bit of a limb here. I gather that most of my core audience probably isn't gonna watch this video. I don't like to talk about views or stats in my content, but did you know 99%? I kind of went into this project thinking it will probably do very badly, but was hoping that maybe it could bring in some new people to the channel too. I bring this up in part because I want to sort of re-elaborate something I've talked about in like 5 videos prior, which is that I love world building and atmosphere in my video games. And if you've heard me talk about this before, thank you for your continued support. I love you. And I'm sure now you can see why I love Xenoblade. This to me was always a bigger draw than the combat, which again was still good if not great. For one, let's just talk about the areas we've seen so far in this game. Colony 9 is breathtaking. I mean, just incredible. We talked about it a lot, but the town has such a cozy and comfortable atmosphere to it. I was obviously sort of meh on Tephra Cave, but you can really just see what Xenoblade has in store for us when we reach the Bionis Leg. I mean, first of all, just the feeling, the idea of it is breathtaking, and I'll give the developers credit for something sort of odd here. The world feels ever so slightly uneasy, like the hills don't really make sense, the plains are never even. As said, it's always been hard to imagine I'm on a literal titan, but there's something about this that makes you feel like you're not just exploring a normal plains either. I feel like the Bionis Leg is probably one of the best things that Xenoblade ever did. I, again, love Colony 9 and feel like it was a great place to start this game. But Bionis' Leg, well, there's a reason it's imprinted on the box art. It was added to Smash, even though it sucks as a stage. When you think of Xenoblade, besides Shulk and the Monado, this is probably what your casual player thinks of. I know the hardcore fans think about the story beats or final chapter or whatever, but 90% of players usually just play a game for a few hours and never play it again. So this area really just is Xenoblade. It's just an immersive zone, and the creatures that you fight here are really essential towards making this feel as lively as it does. Now, of course, you run into some Mechon that go against this argument, so because I don't like what it goes against what I'm saying, we're moving on. No, what I'm thinking about here are the Turken, who have their own little campsite that you can invade and discover for a quest. I think about the Armu, who hang out together like little families, with some of the tougher ones being significantly stronger, so you have to approach these groups quite carefully. There are the Flamii, who honestly don't do anything to provoke being attacked anyways. They're just minding their own business, but then there's like a quest where it's like, take them down, and it's kind of sad. The enemies and how you approach the combat in Xenoblade, to me, not only aids in this immersion, but gives the game its own distinct identity. In most RPGs, like Pokemon or early Final Fantasy, you would engage in combat by going to a grass patch and facing randomized battles. This is fine, and something fans of said games sometimes like, or complain about anyways, despite being fans of said games and buying them all for $60 every year. But in Xenoblade, with the combat being real time and taking place anywhere, there's some real strategy and consideration with how you approach the foes. For one, each enemy has an indicator in how it will respond to Shulk and his party. If it has an eye, it will attack you if you enter its line of sight, and this little Wi-Fi symbol looking icon means that the enemy will be alerted to you depending on how much noise you make, which boils down to your running speed. So for instance, there are caves, little bat-like enemies flying around, but you have the option to just creep past them. Some enemies don't even want to attack you, period, and will try to just let you live peacefully until you have to slaughter them as part of a quest requirement, which is up. However, the system works really well and gives you some time to come up with your own distinct strategy for fighting enemies. It helps too that the developers are usually keen on adding alternative paths and ways to approach a given situation. Also, if you get strong enough, enemies will somehow know your level and stop attacking you, period, if you're 5 levels or more higher than theirs. The game also recommends to you that running away is a valid option. It's not like other RPGs such as Mario and Luigi, where you get coin shamed if you think about even running away from an enemy. Here, the developers fully expect that to be part of the calculus of your strategy. It may not be possible sometimes, but most of the times you should be able to do it. While traversing the lands of the Bionis, you may occasionally occasionally run into unique monsters. These can be quite addicting. Now, as you might expect, a unique monster is basically a more difficult standard enemy, or in the simplest of terms, a mini-boss. I feel like we're gonna have to spend some more time talking about these later on, or once we have a complete picture of Xenoblade's combat, but I will say, as it pertains to early game, these are so darn rewarding. Now, some of the unique monsters can be really annoying to track down, though. There's always quests that are like, please find this enemy on this platform during a thunderstorm, please, ooh, that no reasonable player would ever wait for. You basically just keep having to refresh the day and night to wait for the right weather pattern. Day and night time requirements in games don't always bother me, especially because in Xenoblade you have the full ability to change the time on a dime, something I've specifically praised in other videos. The best part about the unique monsters is the song You Will Know Our Names though. Even if you're not a Xenoblade fan, I bet you know about this song. This is the Xenoblade song, and one of the best well-composed songs in Nintendo's history. Lastly, there are the much debated quests. Now, we'll have to keep talking about these throughout the video. There's obviously going to be criticisms of these that aren't really relevant until we play the whole game. Functionality-wise, as alluded to earlier, these are basically just MMORPG quests. Most of the time, they boil down to talking to another NPC or doing fetch quests, collecting items, or defeating enemies. What I really like about these quests, though, are just how mindless they are. I'll be honest, as much as I love Xenoblade, it is sort of nice to turn my brain off once in a while and mindlessly grind enemies or just look for shiny orbs. It's not for everyone, but I do like these sorts of activities in gaming. There's a reason Hyrule Warriors Deluxe is one of my favorite games on the Switch, as random as it is to start talking about that. So the quest deserves some criticism for the repetition, and there are a few that kind of break the mold or are vaguely interesting, but again, we'll revisit this later. And I do apologize for revisiting so much later. I'm sure that's getting annoying, but like, look how long this video is. Wait your damn turn. Or click the chapter titles or whatever. Speaking of stuff we'll talk about later, showing I learned nothing from your criticism that I made up in my head, there are lots of ways to upgrade your characters. These are going to depend heavily on having all of our party members to talk about fully, but I do recommend it for some cursed reason you're actually playing along with this video, doing what you can. Upgrade your armor, move where your affinity coins will increase these bars to. It's good to go in now and be familiar with these functions even if you don't take full advantage of them yet. I didn't do any of this in my first playthrough, and I wondered why I was so freaking bad at it. Finally, there are the collectibles, which, as I mentioned, are going to be mostly important in quests, but there are other benefits, like trading items between party members to raise affinity, selling items, and perhaps most importantly, filling up the Collectopedia, which, believe it or not, is one of my favorite parts of Xenoblade. Basically, these little blue orbs that you find on the ground, each unique one can be donated to this book that you have. If you fill up a line, then you get an item, and if you fill an entire page up, you get an item. This is a great way to encourage the player to actually be cognizant of the items they're picking up, and I find the system to be so rewarding. It makes my brain go burr. So in conclusion of early Xenoblade gameplay, yeah, it's not the most innovative in the world, but there are some great ideas here that at least make the game feel distinct enough from its counterparts. I'll say that every RPG has its own unique ideas and variations, to be fair. It's not like all of them are Pokemon or Final Fantasy. Those are just the ones that I generically reference because it's RPG, okay? But Xenoblade's ideas are at least a little more cutesy in my eyes than the mechanics for an average RPG. But with that, there's not a lot more I could say at this point without getting into the weeds, so we'll talk about basically everything more in depth later. For now, let's just get back to the story. But before we do that, I do want to alert your attention to the amalgamation of quests that opens up in what the game calls a refugee camp, where we met Sharla. There are a bunch of them, and it'll take you 2 or 3 hours to really knock out, but they do eventually get locked out later in the story, so if you care about questing and 100%ing, I recommend you do them as soon as possible. Like most of the game around this chapter and the next few chapters and even late in the game, there's lots of "where do we go? Let's go there" dialogue. The group basically at this point is trying to find the way to Colony 6, which ends up being through the ether mines. Eventually we bump into Athoron, who we can parse together through him knowing Sharla that he is some sort of leader for Colony 6. Athoron gives the shocking, but probably not that shocking given her situation, revelation that Geralt has disappeared after a failed surprise attack. Now, I will say, despite me not being a huge Sharla fan and not feeling like her story adds much to the game at this point, I really do appreciate that they give her a motive to keep moving forward with us. Most fans probably aren't super attached to the Gadelt storyline, but it is a reason and motive for her character, and it is slightly different to Shulk's. So there's that. Thoron recognizes Shulk's Monado here, pointing out how it was previously owned by Dunban, and then bam, Shulk has a vision about this old man possibly dying in a puddle of toxic waste, specifically saying, Juju, Gadelt, this is for you. Now it doesn't mean he's going to die, maybe he's just killing someone in vain and falling, you know, copium and all that. We don't know, Shulk doesn't know, Pepperidge Farm doesn't know. Now, I do sort of take issue with the fact that Shulk doesn't really share these visions with people, and I guess it's Ryan time because he expresses the same exact sentiment. It's not a bad trait to be introspective and quiet, but like, this is in regards to someone's life, dude, and it's the third time it's happened in this story. Ryan and Charlotte scold him, and then he immediately thinks to himself after the cutscene anyways. I kinda get it, it's a big responsibility to see these visions and not know what to do with them, and maybe that's what would make Shulk more responsible with this power than the average Joe. But I guess as an audience member, it's hard not to find it frustrating. We climb through the grimy ether mines here, which in all honesty is another throwaway area. There's a reason for this we'll talk about shortly, but I'd put this on the same tier of Tephra Cave. I promise guys, this game is great. I just think this early game is weak, okay? I'm sure I've already lost hyper fans from these opinions, but at least that means no one can get mad at me for the rest of this video. Anyways, the game jukes us out here for a moment, showing blood all over the place, leading the player to infer Juju and maybe even Gadelt have died. This is before Xord, Zord, Sword, or whatever the comes down holding Juju, which I appreciate not having, you know, a literal kid die this early on in the game. Biora's death was too much emotional trauma for one playthrough. Zord, again sporting a face, is impossible to attack with the Monado. The only other way to attack here is via chain attacks, which is sort of an awkward way to teach the player this mechanic. The game does give you enemies to grind before you fight to build up your meter at least, so it's sort of their way of forcing the player to get good at the game and its mechanics to progress. I don't think it's the worst idea, but I'll say on my first playthrough, I had no idea what I was doing and found this fight really frustrating. I'm willing to chalk this up to being bad at RPGs, so I'll say this fight does serve as an important purpose in the game, combat-wise, despite being in the boring part of Xenoblade that I'm like, I'm done, dude. Can we please get out of this? Thoron then gets behind Zord, while Shulk begs him not to join, since he already knew his fate. Maybe he should have told him, you know, 30 in-game hours ago. Shulk realizes now he can change the future, and eyes this mechanical MacGuffin machine as Zord and Thoron duke it out. Something that stands out to me is how Thoron is fighting in his own mechanical MacGuffin machine of his own, which to me feels like a parallel to whatever the hell Fiora was fighting in. It's sort of a coming full circle moment, since Shulk had a vision of Fiora dying but couldn't stop her, so now he's going to prevent Thoron from dying and putting Charla through a similar pain. Charla then rescues Juju, and the machines fall into the puddle abyss, with Shulk and his mechanical Dr. Eggman machine changing the future by grabbing Thoron. Unfortunately, the plan almost fails by virtue of Shulk's machine losing steam. Thoron, though, the old bitter man he is hell-bent on seeking vengeance for Colony 6, and shoots Zord from this hellish position. Ryan does end up saving Thoron from the radioactive piss puddle, so crisis averted ultimately, and the future was indeed altered. Thoron apologizes for putting everyone's lives in danger for literally no reason, and then gives Charla Gadelt's weapon, which is again an important moment for her character for obvious reasons. The status of Gadelt will continue to remain a mystery. Yeah, I don't know why I said it like that, sorry. In a moment of diversion though, Zord attacks the group as they ride up the elevator, revealing that he actually survived. I don't really know why the writers did this, though it's a great plot twist that jukes the player out, as you would have assumed as a player that he was completely dead, a la story beats of other games, and you're on the, elevator where you're taking a breath and chilling and putting the controller down and going pee, and then all of a sudden you're being killed. It would be a sort of useless diversion, but Zord does drop this little story nugget about the true power of the Monado before flying away, hinting towards its greater purpose, going into the tunnel, and R.I.P. Zord, the best Xenoblade character. I mean, fans just simply love this guy. Can the section of the game please be over? Oh, and now you can't access most of the ether mines for the rest of the game. And now you know why that area was designed to be sort of meaningless. There's no collectibles you can miss there, since a few paths of the ether mines still remain open, and there's no quests that require you to be in there, but it is the first lockout point of the game. And yes, this game does have lockout points that prevent you from completing some quests, getting some collectibles, landmarks, locations. The 100% sheet in the description does have all the times and moments in the game where these sorts of things occur, so I highly recommend, if you actually care about 100%ing this game for some reason, that you please look at that, because spoiler alert, there's a time where I got screwed. The group escapes and things are looking up for Colony 6, in the sense that it, exists. I mean, Juju survived. A bunch of faced Mechon rise up from the depths of hell, indicating that Zord wasn't some unique specimen. Amongst them, we see Middleface, and I have to say, it could have been a coincidence depending on weather RNG, but this rain really does add a lot to the tension and atmosphere here. Middleface mocks how Fiora died, which reminds the player why the hell we even still care about the game at this point, because the last 2 hours weren't it. We look pretty cornered here, but hey, we have the Chads from the Battle of Sword Valley here to save us. Dixon and Dunban making their grand return. Hey, so Dunban wasn't lying. Yeah, but Dixon's gun doesn't do diddly squat, and Dunban doesn't make a dent either. At this point, a green light comes down. We see a new creature here that takes down the Mechon, and that's certainly convenient. Before Chapter 5 closes out, Shulk gets a vision again of the true heir to the Monado, where we end up seeing Maleface dying in this vision. Whatever the hell is taking a hold of Shulk here seems to keep reaffirming to him that he needs Maleface to die, which does hold some ambiguity for the player. Just why do Shulk's visions require that to happen? I mean, we know he wants to avenge Fiora, but do his visions base into his subconscious wishes? Like, is this some deep psychologist shit, or is it something deeper, a greater plan? Does he need to do this, or does he need to not do this? Is he being convinced to change the future? You might think, am I thinking too much about this? But no, actually, I'm not for a change. Then we see this Final Fantasy-esque looking guy who is revealed to have sent down this creature. We don't know squat here, but he will be important later. I love having to be vague with everything. It's so much fun as a video essayist, and that's the end of Chapter 5. Chapter 6 begins with a bit of a reunion. Dixon and Athoron recognize each other, which seems logical, and Charlotte recognizes Dunban and Dixon as the legendary heroes. Dixon explains the giant dragon beast we just saw is the Telethia, which protects the Bionis, but he has no idea what the heck it was just doing here. Shulk, actually listening to his damn friend for a change, talks about the vision he just saw, and Dixon knows immediately that Shulk is referring to Prison Island, built by the high-end Dia race, which Shulk thought was just a load of BS prior. Dixon here really ingrains himself in the plot and shows to us that he's going to be integral to this journey, as he sure as hell knows more than we do at this point. And yeah, Dunban joins the party. Who would have ever guessed? Wow. Now it should be noted that Juju as a character wants to rebuild the colony, as Charlotte continues her journey with our group. As you can see, this place is a damn dump. I knew this colony got attacked, but I didn't know it would be this much of a barren wasteland. That would still cost $10,000 a month to live in if it were Los Angeles. Here's where we can start doing quests to rebuild the colony, but this is a game-long sort of journey with dozens of objectives, so while I will be doing these as we can throughout the game, I'll talk about it fully near the end. Soon we enter the Satorl Marsh. As most fans agree, this area basically offers us nothing in terms of story besides some lore regarding the High Entia. These lamps were made by them. Riveting. There are some story beats that are reintroduced here, just in case you weren't paying attention, and I sure wasn't. We see the infamous Fiora death. We see a line asking if Shulk wishes to change it, ? And Dixon reminding Shulk he saved his life and says he's part of a higher plan. Dixon emphasizes where Prison Island is, and Athoron leaves, and oh my god, as I'm writing this, I can even feel how boring this is. I'm sorry. You know what? Let's just talk about Satorl Marsh. I assume y'all care about that a lot more, because I sure do. During the day, this looks and sounds like it would be a complete waste of an area. I'll say for the record that Mirelands in video games are very hard to do well. They're usually an even more drab and more muted version of a desert. So again, during the day, this location would probably make even the most diehard Xenoblade fan feel nothing. But of course, once you get to the night, oh my god. I mean, there is nothing I can say in words that can't be described by the sheer beauty of what you just saw. Thankfully, since you can always change the time to night, you can at least just hang out perpetually in the dark during your time here, which is what I always did, and probably what most fans do. One of the best moments of Xenoblade Chronicles, despite this area being so useless for the plot. Like, I love this area so much, but you can cut this entirely out of the story and the game would not change a beat. You start to see more unique scenery and areas here too, whether it's running into Zazdadan the Nopon in a cave in his little hideaway, who has a great quest line that will last you quite a bit of time with fruitful rewards, or running alongside the hill that houses the Exile Fortress, which is really one of the best examples so far of ways to approach the combat in Xenoblade. Oh man, this is so cool, because like one thing I forgot to talk about during the gameplay section is the element of luring enemies. Otherwise, you'll get swamped upon by walking in here. This is probably the first instance of the game I found this super helpful, because there's a hall with like 30 lizard-looking asses waiting for you. This fortress is just a neat point in the game that starts adding mystique to our journey. There were some moments like this in Bionis Leg, like this tower-looking thing, I guess, or the Tephra Cave, or the runes meant to bully arachnophobes. Don't get me wrong, Colony 9 and Bionis Leg both had places to go to, but the ones in Satorl Marsh start to just feel a little more consequential. Now, would I be praising all this as much if I had to play it during the daytime? No, I would have just cut this section out of the video. Okay, there is one thing we need to talk about before going back into the story. Dixon, right after the cutscene we just left off on, immediately says, "I can't say I feel good about deceiving those kids." This immediately is going to be one of my biggest criticisms of Xenoblade's story. So I'll just say right here, Dixon, at one point during this adventure, will not be on our side. I won't say where and I won't say how, and the only reason I'm letting you know this early is because I don't want to treat you as stupid as the game clearly thinks we are. It's not just this line, I mean, it's the sneaky bullshit we saw at Colony 9 too. It's very apparent early on that Dixon is at the very least manipulative or has an alternative motive, and the story reveals its cards way too early. But anyways, to progress, we need to do a high-end coming-of-age ceremony, which suspiciously resembles a JRPG fetch quest. What kind of coming-of-age ceremony requires you to collect 3 orbs scattered throughout a land? It's a charming way to explore the area though, like this cool river and the Altar of Fate, which sounds more awesome than it actually is. We then fight as a Satorl Guardian, which means that the high end tier require their people coming of age to defeat a giant freaking bird to become an adult, and then we have to climb up this admittedly awesome wall. We then enter the Bionis, which is fucking awesome, if not a bit weirdly placed in the game. It feels a bit too early to almost see a location this gruesome and different, but again, Xenoblade is clearly a game that wants to not be predictable, so I can accept it here. It's important, if only for this moment where Shulk ponders in thought and realizes that the Bionis might not be truly dead. It's a satisfying conclusion to this chapter, at least of what we see of the group, because Xenoblade actually does something with its story here for the first time in a while. We pivot to this weirdly foreboding scene. It begins with a fleet of phased Mechon flying to somewhere. We see some sort of Mechon being built with a human body inside of it, with some sort of MacGuffin being placed on her chest. It's hard to parse what any of this means with the information we currently have, but at a very minimum, if we're to take away anything, the implication is that the Hom's bodies are likely what encapsulates a phased Mechon. We see someone sort of overseeing this process and talking to herself for some reason.
You and only you can bring about a new age on Mechonis. No, the entire world. My mistress, Lady Meyneth.
And with that, we have finally made it to the end of Chapter 6. Now, I want to take a moment to talk about how I structured this video. If you want to skip this, it will only offend me very deeply. Now, as we established early on, every few chapters I wanted to do a bit of an intermission of sorts, because I wanted all the comments on this video to call me a Quinton Reviews clone. That was the general goal with this video, because with Xenoblade, there's a lot we need to talk about, and it just kind of helps bridge the boring parts of the story together. But really looking at the last few chapters, not much has changed. It's all world building, slow stuff. Fair enough. And while writing this video, I realized there was nothing I could really talk about that doesn't spoil the future of the story. Like, I want to talk about the merchandise, but we don't have all the characters and story beats, and some things might get spoiled. I want to talk about the heart-to-hearts, but like, that's not really necessary unless we're doing deep character analysis, which isn't for another 6 hours. So it might be a bit of a slog, but I think it's in our best interest for now to just marathon a portion of the story. It'll be a bit more interesting from here on out, so I hope it's a little less boring, and maybe I won't make as many dumb quips or jokes out of nervousness that this video has become a complete shit show. Chapter 7 begins with a reintroduction to the mysterious creature who saved us at the end of the Ether Mines, named the Telethia. We are introduced to Lady Melia here, and instantly we learn about her character, as she refuses to leave behind the people fighting for her in order to protect herself. They try in vain to convince her otherwise, but she remains very firm in her decision. The soldiers soon dissipate as she bestows their light, and it remains unclear what becomes of her. We will find out in 15 seconds from now. Anyways, our group is in the Makna Forest now. Nothing too crazy to begin with in this area, but we see the true heir to the Monado vision for the 30th time, and Dunban explains who the Nopon are, which I forgot to do. Oops. Soon we run into Melia, I told you, who Shulk recognizes from a prior vision. She has an ether deficiency, so Shulk runs down to the waterfall to get her ether crystals. Down here, we run into who we learn is named Alvis. Now, maybe it's just again the fact that he looks like a mythical Final Fantasy loon, but you look at this character for 2 seconds, and you just know he is going to be a massive, important part of the story. The only question begging to be answered is really how and not if. It's everything from the hair that's just blue and the suit that's just blue, babadita bada. Alvis establishes his importance here by revealing he already knows Shulk's name and that he himself is a Monado holder. He also drops the information that the Mechon are scared shitless of us, which hey, given by how they almost killed us back in Colony 6 with taunts and bullying, I'll gladly take it. The whole cutscene basically just emphasizes the importance of Alvis. He's clearly in the know here. For instance, the Telethia are drawn to the Monado's ether, and he doesn't seem like he cares one bit. As the Telethia attack, Shulk gets visions of them, but realizes shortly he's getting outplayed left and right here. Alvis reveals that the Telethia are mind readers, which hey, telepathic Telethia, this is a 3rd grade type revelation, but give me something to add to the discourse with. I haven't said anything witty in like 20 minutes. Alvis then teaches Shulk the art Purge, and there's a fight that takes place with Alvis taking part as a guest party member, which is pretty rare for a game like this. It only happens, I think, 2 or 3 times. Shulk asks again, hey dude, how do you know how to use this damn thing? And is ignored. Gaslighting. Live it, love it, learn it. We learn that this creature isn't a normal Telethia, as we hear from Alvis, which I believe was also in a vision earlier, saying that the Telethia is hurt and lies in rest, wounded by a girl. Ryan catches up and Shulk tells him about Alvis, but he's nowhere to be seen. Gaslighting. Live it, love it, learn it. Shulk returns with these crystals. Alvis overlooks him, which is a cool shot. That's it, it's just cool. Upon waking up, Melia physically assaults Shulk. Fair enough though, if I woke up and there was someone overlooking my head like that, I would scream as well. Immediately we can infer that she's not your standard Homs, saying phrases like, forgive my indiscretion. I mean, that's like a level 3 SAT word. She's pretty closed off to the group though. They want to help her, and she calls us just a bunch of common passerbys. Well, screw you too. No, she's not just toxic though. This is just one of those open secrets the game tries to act like will be a big plot twist later. Look, I'll just do it again, right? Melia is royalty, and she is not a Homs. I respect my audience too much to try to do the, this Nopon calls her the Bird Lady, and she is called Lady Melia. She refers to us as Homs, as if she isn't one. Oh goody, she must just be another Homs until we get to an area where we learn that she is not. We'll get into the details very quickly, but it's extremely clear from the gates that she's gonna be another special character. And so she becomes our 5th party member, though at this point, she seems kind of ambiguous in her role with our group. Anyways, Melia offers to accompany us to the Nopon village, from where we will be able to make it to the Eryth Sea, where we will be able to access Prison Island, where we've seen from Shulk's vision, where we've seen from the fact that I've said where we've seen like 30 times, and I think that is like the worst sentence I've written in this script. Upon making it to the Nopon village, we're introduced to Chief Dunga. Really? His name is Dunga, but you know, they couldn't come up with any other name in the world that didn't have the word dung in it. Chief Dunga and Melia know each other. He calls back to the establishing scene of Melia, asking what happened to her men. It's pretty clear now that without Melia, I don't know we would have been able to ever progress through this game, because going to the Eryth Sea isn't going to be some easy breezy task, and it's not clear how easily we would have been able to talk to Chief Dunga without her. Wouldn't that be a great conclusion if the game just ended right here? After this, Shulk sees Melia alone, saying she's more than welcome to travel with the group. He asks if she was alone in the forest, but without answering answering the question, she says that thing must be stopped by my hand. Shulk gets a flashback just in case the player forgot this line about the Telethia is hurt and lies in rest, wounded by a girl, indicating that Melia is the one who will be crucial in fighting Telethia. She asks about what we're on this journey for, and the game spares us the pain of having to see the entire game story repeated for a 5th time. Thank you. Essentially what we gather here is Melia is tasked with killing Telethia for the sake of her people. What's up with all these go out and kill the beast to prove your strength shenanigans? Anyways, good guy Shulk offers to help Melia take the Telethia down, and it makes me a bit sad to see Melia so reluctant to accept the help, as she believes it's not a serious offer. She asks what Shulk can gain from aiding her, showing she feels someone would only offer something if they could gain something out of the deal. Now, to be completely fair, they did just meet. Shulk, maybe out of wanting to show he can be trusted, lets Melia know about a vision fighting a Telethia. Yeah, but when someone else is about to die, you... Never mind. It's fine. It's fine. He's progress. Shulk's making progress. Melia calls it rubbish, I would too. Everyone then convinces her to join, and Dunban specifically says she shouldn't fight alone, pissing her off because she says she's able to defend herself. Chief Dung comes over to encourage Melia to accept this deal. Okay, great, we can continue, except we can't because we're already getting thrown a sick fucking party member. Meet Ricky the Nopon. Now, I will say his introduction scene is probably the funniest moment in the game so far. It's probably the first moment of levity since Waluigi in early game. Chief Dunga says Ricky is this year's hero pawn. So does this village just do this every year then? A lottery giveaway to go join a random band of misfits and creeps? Anyways, Dunman stresses the importance of Melia here, and for the first time, we see her actually let her guard down, thanking the group. No, Melia, thank you. Dunban is unsure where the Telethia are, and Ricky says they reheal where there are ether crystals. It's funny because Ryan just a few minutes ago was saying that there'd be no way that Ricky would be able to help because he wouldn't know where the Telethia are, so take that, Ryan. And that's basically the most important thing Ricky actually contributes to the story. Okay, that's a little unfair. I mean, he does have his moments as the game progresses, and it's way too early to do actual character analysis, but I will say 95% of his character comes down to, I like food, I like sleep, I'm Ricky, and I'm the best. Like, we do have some motive for his character here. Basically, he's just in debt and has to pay it off. And he also does have a family, meaning he's the only Xenoblade character so far that's canonically had sex. And with that, we have 2 more characters in tow, and it's time to find the Ether Telethia beast thing. Yeah, not really. There's a bunch of quests that pop up from here. As much as I want to just push through the story, I do think we're due for a long-awaited gameplay update. Firstly, we do have 3 new characters now. Out of the 3, Melia's playstyle is by far my favorite, and I'll admit I never really played as Dunman or Ricky, but both are extremely strong and useful characters. Ricky is sort of your jack-of-all-trades guy in your party. He has healing moves, status ailments, a few red arts, and some gimmicky moves like stealing items from enemies or boosting your party's gauge. He's actually a very good party member to have in your lineup, maybe not as strong to use outright, but I always found his AI to be pretty smart. His HP is as beefy as a Chauncey too, so it's unlikely you'll see him die unless you suck at the game like me. Dunban, as maybe you can infer from some of his cutscenes, is very nimble and able to avoid enemy attacks pretty damn well at the cost of his defense being complete trash. I always found him to be a less good version of Ryan though. The problem is Dunban draws a decent amount of aggro, but again, his defense at HP is not good, meaning that whenever I used him, I found him to die really quickly. Add the trait of him having a very good attack stat. I feel like he's good for beefy teams as long as Ryan is in the party, and his strong attack power can really come into use for some unique monsters. But on average, I tend to hate playing as him. I know that's a hot take, but again, I'll emphasize I'm not your typical JRPG fan, so what I'm basically saying is, I'm bad at this game. I'll give him some props for his talent art, Blossom Dance, which I found to be one of the strongest attacks in the game up until this point. Melia has a very unique playstyle. First off, if you don't have someone to take attacks or absorb aggro, she's not your gal, as like with Dunban, her HP is really bad. I'll describe her playstyle very simply because it's super complex. She has a bunch of arts that are basically status modifiers. There's the electric-based Summon Bolt, meaning your ether gets raised, and Summon Flare boosts your team's strength. She even has Summon Aqua, which is basically a horrible healing move, which I only use when absolutely desperate, and even then, I don't even really want to waste the time scrolling over to it. So basically, if I'm writing this correctly, and I hope I am, she yields these powers which boosts up your whole team's and not just hers, and then her talent art, Elemental Discharge, unleashes said attacks on enemies. I feel like this is actually a quite tactical balance between the usual healer playstyle and someone who actually inflicts damage, and later in the game too, she gets Spear Break and Starlight Kick, which is a break and topple all in one character, which I find to be incredibly useful because I hate my teammates. I won't claim to be a master at her playstyle, but to me, she was the most rewarding to practice and get good at, especially when she got Summon Copy, which basically shortens the amount of time before you can quickly resummon an elemental attack. I'm speaking a lot about the arts here, so it's important that we talk about some of the menus a little more in depth. I could have talked about it in our first gameplay section, but hey, I didn't. Anyways, you're going to want to level up all your arts where possible. You do this by getting AP, or affinity points, so don't worry if you didn't pass your AP classes back in school. To get AP, it's as simple as fighting enemies, with boosts based off of if you attacked with a chain attack or have other gems. You can only raise your arts so much though before the game forces you to hunt down books from merchants that let you gain another level. To me, I kind of hated this, as it always felt like another step for no reason. Like, I get the idea of encouraging the player to want to actually engage with the shop system, but the problem is, it's always a damn toss-up for which store is actually selling arts that benefit your life at that moment. And yes, I know we haven't talked about the gems. There's a big reason for that. I have no idea how the deep mechanics of this work, and I'm not afraid to admit it. Okay, I am a little bit. I'll put a video on screen and we'll link it in the description if you're interested in crafting gems, which can be done by grabbing ether crystals that you find throughout the map with a machine at Colony 9 to do such, which eventually becomes portable. And I thought about just watching it and writing some stuff, but it just felt really disingenuous for me to try to explain any of it to you, because not only have I never understood it, I've never used it in a playthrough, and I hate this mechanic so much. If you're a square like me though, and don't want to take a class to learn a game mechanic, you're more likely to find plenty of suitable and good gems throughout your playthrough, whether that's by doing questing, or sometimes gems will be given out by filling your Collectopedia. These gems to me felt pretty suitable, but there is going to come a time where if you want to get really good at Xenoblade's combat to beat a few of the last unique monsters, you are going to be required to grind gems, so being a scrub can only take you so far in this world. Just like real life. There's plenty of gems with tons of modifiers. It won't really be a benefit to the video if I go over them all, but there are basically gems for everything you can think of in terms of stats, as well as useless crap like auto heal up, which increases how quickly you heal on the field. So useful. So yeah, there are gems that are not only beneficial to combat, but how you explore the world. For instance, the fall defense gem allows you to have more of a chance to survive a fall without breaking your knees, and there's even gems that allow you to go through a waft of radioactive waste or move quicker. And there are even gems that boost your AP and EXP yields as well. Throughout the game, you'll run across various shops in each location. It can get a bit monotonous once in a while, and most of them lack any personality, but you'll want to check out each one because, as said, there's going to be art books and also armor. Here you can also sell what you have, which can come handy later in the game when your crystals to make gems gets filled up to the max, since these are capped at 500 in your inventory. Now, why can that even happen? It actually becomes super frustrating, right? Because you'll literally be able to pick up some treasure chests due to that. Now, maybe it's some hardware restriction, but it felt super freaking annoying. And as someone who didn't get into the gem building in this game, it stressed me out because I didn't know which gems to keep except for the ones of high selling value. In addition to purchasing things like a normal ass robot consumer, you can also trade with the local citizens. So if you're looking for an item specifically and have the time to talk to every single character to figure out who, then go nuts. Personally, I didn't do too much trading except near the end of the game for a few collectibles, but this is one of those features I'm going to say a lot of the hardcore fans feel is a big deal, but a more casual player will probably not do once throughout the entire playthrough. And while we're here, Xenoblade Chronicles does have a pretty robust armor system. I don't think I need to explain to you how armor works in a damn video game. You choose clothes with stats you like and you think will improve your character. But one aspect of this that was added to the Definitive Edition specifically is that you can at least change your clothes if you think something looks stupid. Now, I try to diversify everyone's clothing throughout the playthrough, at least a bit, just for some visual charm and to make my video look different than the other 15 other video essays of this game, so hopefully you appreciate the visual variety. You know, I try for you guys, okay? I talked about this a little bit earlier with one single sentence, but there are also skill trees. As said then, you just select which stats and bonuses appeal to you and try to fill up the branches to unlock said abilities, which come along as you play the game and fight. And this is a really awesome way to diversify your characters. These aren't fully reliant on your own character's prowess though. With the skill link function, you can purchase another character's stat with affinity coins, which you get from unique monsters in other ways. Assuming the shapes match up, that is. Welcome back to kindergarten. Screw it. Let's just go over what the rest of the menus do. I'm feeling so frisky today. There are area maps, which show you a slew of waypoints obtained by visiting a unique landmark. It'll also show you where you can mine more gems with these little pickaxes. Though I don't see anyone using a damn pickaxe when you actually go there. You just press a button. Then you can change the time, which, as said in our last gameplay sections, is one of the best features to ever grace a video game, and you have a quest log to keep track of your hundreds of painful side hobbies. A massive improvement to the Definitive Edition with quests is that you can select an active quest, and it'll usually show you little blue lines on the minimap telling you where to go, or exclamation marks. Now, while I'm working on this video, people close to me asked why I chose to record with the Definitive Edition, and that's most of the reason why. Look, I am not attempting to 100% this game without that. I'm just not. You also have the affinity chart. This is how you can see how much your characters like or hate each other, which can be improved by battling alongside another soldier, combat in arms, all that stuff, or giving them presents. Each character has their own presents they will give more affinity for, and you have to look these up or you'll only figure it out by painful amounts of guessing. You can also see an entire city's affinity, which is kind of more of a cool visual than it being actually useful. You do need good affinity with a city as a whole though to unlock its deeper quests, so it's more just an indicator of what you're able to do, but it can also be used as an encyclopedia of the characters. It says what hours they're active and a bunch of other bits and bobs like tidbits about their personality. It does have its uses, but most people just open this once, say that's cool, and then never open it again. Development time well spent. Side tangent time. Yes, we're doing a side tangent from our side tangent. Going back to the concept of raising affinity between players, I actually see a lot of people knock the gift giving method on the internet. Maybe it's just because I collect buttloads of collectibles when I play Xenoblade, so I always had a ton to spare, but I personally found gift giving to be a very quick way to increase affinity between characters if I was right next to a heart-to-heart. And these are probably the main reason you'll want to grow affinity besides just being better in combat as a team, as you'll need to get super close with your damn friends if you want to see most of these, especially as the game progresses. The main reason I'm discussing affinity so early is because you're gonna want to be constantly switching your teams and trying to build it between your party members if you care about 100%ing this game. Because if you do that, you need to start doing this so early if you want an optimal perfect affinity between everyone. My main advice if you care about this moving forward is to talk to citizens giving quests with unique different teams and lineups of your 6 characters, as accepting and completing quests together is the fastest way to do that besides just grinding battles alongside each other. If you really want this to be completely optimal too, there are characters that if you are specifically playing as during a quest, it will yield a unique comment. It doesn't give you affinity, it's just something I thought I'd bring up if you want to get every single drop of Xenoblade goodness out of this game. I could have worded that better. I probably prefer the quest accepting method the most just because it gives you the most flexibility to not have to play as certain team formations, as you can talk and then switch, despite that being really annoying. The game does encourage switching it up constantly by proxy of this in just the way everything is laid out, but honestly not every team formation is good or works in Xenoblade 1, so if you're gonna battle with some random gross pairing of Charla, Melia, and Dunban or whatever, make sure you're fighting lower level enemies or just accept that you want a challenge. As for the areas, I love Makna Forest. In my playthrough, I considered it my comfort area, and that's in part due to how many quests we end up getting while we're here. The waterfall section, while empty and meaningless, has to be one of the most breathtaking parts in Xenoblade, and I equally love this current that's constantly fighting you with small platforms nearby. Makna Forest probably has the most interesting locales to discover at this point in our adventure, and if you're doing quests, again, you'll be spending a good amount of your time here. Frontier Village is equally a highlight and becomes one of the most active hubs in the entire game, providing dozens of quests on its literal 10 floors. The developers did such a good job here with the verticality and scope of this area, and the music that plays here is it's just so happy. The Nopon Village is where I realized how in-depth the NPCs in Xenoblade were as well. I love how at different times of the day and night you may see unique characters. Now, Colony 9 introduced this concept too, but Frontier Village is really the first time I noticed it seriously. There's so much depth here. This must have been hell to program. I mean, look, there's like this underground little cave thing with like 5 Nopon hanging out. This has to be one of the most memorable moments of the game to explore. So back to the story, we finally make it to the end of the Makna Forest. I say finally as if it really takes that long, but it's actually a relatively short distance that feels a lot longer due to how much damn stuff there is to do here. Again, I spent like 10 hours here. The Telethia appears, and Melia uses her super duper cool powers here as a vengeance for her fallen brethren. Dunban and Sharla realize she may be stronger than a normal Homs. You don't f***ing say. We fight the Telethia, and then we don't fight the Telethia because the game says so. Melia is ready to give up, saying it's beyond her and the team, but Shulk's hunger for vengeance persists. Which, you know, is something at this point that does tie Shulk and Melia together quite well. Melia uses a hyper beam, finally killing off the Telethia because it absorbed too much energy. Sure, whatever gets us out of here. She then takes a breath in solace that she succeeded in honoring her fallen brethren, and everyone heads back to the frontier village. The Nopon think Ricky is responsible for defeating the Dino Beast, which, sure, he was probably the 6th most helpful person in that fight. But hey, Sharla thinks he should get his moment, which feels undeserved for a character we've known for all of an hour. Dunga says the debts are repaid, but Ricky is prophesized to continue fighting onwards with the group, so now we're stuck with this guy. See, I wasn't kidding that this f***er had a wife and kids. With that, peace is brought back to this region, and Melia asks Chief Dunga for the path to Eryth Sea, and she says she's going to continue to escort us. Now, I will say that her and Ricky continuing on with us are just story beats for the sake of being story beats. Obviously, you look at these two characters, and you can tell they're in this for the long haul, so all this part of the story is just a bunch of bull. Shulk points out his final destination is just some dark tower he saw in a vision, and Melia recognizes this as Prison Island, which was referred to earlier, to be fair. Dunban unsurprisingly knows about this as well, and both of them say that it's currently sealed off, and they'll have to ask the High Entia for help. Melia says Dunban is knowledgeable for a Homs, trying to trick the viewer for the 1,000th fucking time in the story that you wouldn't know she's royalty. That hat is really working overtime. So if you had any confusion about how Bionis works, and I have had plenty, this next moment is still the one that confuses me to this very damn day. There's basically just a lake at the top of Frontier Village, and the group just jumps into a ball. It's cool as hell, don't get me wrong, but Eryth Sea is just above where we were. You know what? It's sick. Who cares? And we are now at peak, literally. I've said this about each location we've gotten to besides Tephra Cave, but Eryth Sea is probably one of my favorite locations in the entire game. Firstly, the music is just, gosh, it's just so darn good. I'm literally listening to it while writing this script. Words fail me to describe the glory of this place. And that's partially because I'm exhausted of using the phrases beautiful and gorgeous for the 100th time. I think the right word, and maybe this is a bit of a pun, is ethereal. Even if you think this game is a steaming pile of crap for some reason, please go listen to the song if you haven't. Anyways, while we start our new journey, Melia asks Shulk if he's okay, but Shulk dodges the question this time, wondering why she isn't confused about their venture to Prison Island. Melia responds by basically saying she doesn't pry into anyone's business, which, you know, I kind of like about her character. Ryan punches in with wit, saying he thinks it's bugging her, and she calls him a clown. And that's when her character won me over completely, because I do that constantly in these videos. Shulk says to Melia that they're close now, and she can tell him anything. Practice what you preach, because you've been one shady fool, Shulk. And look, are we really that close? I mean, I get that it's a video game with a condensed timeline, but we've known her for like 3 in-game hours. Also, we missed apparently Melia and Ricky being close enough where they cuddled or some crap, so I don't know. Thankfully, the recap of the story gets condensed here, and Melia is grateful for how lucky her and her people are. Anyway, we see Prison Island. So hardcore. If I had to choose any frame from this game to show how beautiful it is, it would probably be this one. But for now, our heads turn to Alcamoth, a floating city housing the High Entia, with Melia having no idea how it works.
Incredible. What technology makes this possible?
I do not know, and I have never had the need to.
You don't know? It doesn't freak you out?
You could eat bread without knowing how to bake it. Makes sense to me.
He's not wrong. So with a little taste of the land, noticing they have an anti-Mechon defense systems, which would explain how they've remained unscathed from any threats, and realizing these f***ers invented teleportation, we're in the capital. It's here we see a High Entia referring to her as Lady Melia. Gee, who would have ever guessed? We then get tossed to some weird quarters by Imperial guards. Aggressively. Melia talks to herself, which is what the game developers have a character do when no one else is around, so there's something for us to listen to. She says she has to report the Telethia's defeat to request entry to Prison Island, and her motivation is how Shulk is depending on her, which is it's kind of sweet. So we walk as her for 10 steps, and then we're introduced to a whole slew of characters. Firstly is Yumea, who's pissed off Melia survived in Makna Forest, immediately placing her as some generic Disney villain in the story. Tyrea, another new character, apologizes and vows to find another way to kill her. What a nice, loving, and wholesome family reunion. Basically, Tyrea messed up by not doing so in Makna Forest, as it's unlikely Melia could be attacked reasonably in the capital, since, and I quote, loathsome goons will prevent her from being attacked. Someone with 3 question marks to their name says they will have a chance when she stakes her claim to the throne, harkening back to a vision that Shulk saw. We then learn Melia's full name, Melia Antiqua, which is probably the most royal-ass sounding name I've ever heard. She is currently the first princess, which is better than being a second princess. We then meet another new character, King Saurian, which you never believe is the king. Him and the other soldiers give her the credit for taking down the Telethia, which is debatable at best because Shulk helped her quite substantially. Melia expresses regret to Saurian, who is her dad, that the 4 men she went with died, and she does blame herself pretty harshly. He doesn't give a crap though, saying it was their duty and honor to fight beside her. Great king, who cares about anyone besides your own children anyway? Your own people, screw them. I think this moment though, all jokes aside, does sort of show the difference between Melia and how someone in this sort of traditional role would act. She seems to have a more profound showing of empathy and care for others, seeing them as actual human beings. It's a subtle but neat way to emphasize her special personality. Saurian tells her to simply remember the brethren as she moves forward, and she has enough integrity to say at this point that it wasn't just her who fought the Telethia. Callian walks in, another new character, letting her know that her friends have been imprisoned. For what? They existed. No, it's due to concerns that the sword Shulk possesses is the Monado. You could probably boil down everything that happens in this game to due to the Monado. Also, Callian's Melia's brother, I don't think I made that clear. Melia confirms it is the Monado, causing Saurian/Callian to take action. He does explain why he sees it as a threat. Basically, in the High Entia lore Bible, the Monado was given to a chosen one at the hand of the Bionis, but if the wielder has a black of heart, the High Entia will cease to exist. Yeah, Shulk, you know, the most nice, submissive protagonist to ever exist. He's so evil. They rationalize this because the High Entia and Nopon both have bad apples, so the Homs might have a chance of being a jerk too. Guess you just gotta lock up everyone then. Soria reminds Melia to be calm, and there seems to be a bit of a drift between the two here because Melia is focusing more on Shulk's kindness he's shown to her instead of their ancient procedures. It's at this moment he reveals to Melia that she's the successor, because there's no better time to reveal that than the present. And really, it's almost a faux pas that Melia is the future successor. It's said because she's fought the Telethia, but she didn't really do it alone, and she's even admitted such. Mrs. Question Marks comes in, now named Lorithia, who is another Disney-ass villain. She confirms that the Ministries of Research and Records, whatever the hell sort of weird branch of government that is, supports that she's the next in line. She then says how Shulk could be a useful tool, due to him wielding the Monado, saying she wants the Divine Seer to interfere here to free them. We then cut to the group, and there's probably the most brilliant pun in the game by Ryan here.
Idiot bird brains.
That is comedy gold. And just like me when I quote-unquote forgot to pay for the last 20 years of taxes, the interrogation begins with none other than Alvis. See, Ryan, he exists. Alvis says they can go free and he will take responsibility for their actions. Alright, Shulk, go punch an old lady then. Because we haven't had gameplay for the better part of an hour now, not a joke, some guard comes in saying a small squadron lost contact near a transporter, so we have to go fight. Thank God I need the stimulation. After that, Alvis goes to King Saurian discussing the crazy situation, with Saurian believing that the Telethia's power is the resurrection of the Bionis. Alvis lacks the ability to see into the future in this regard, but he remains not positive that the Monado will lead to their destruction. Alvis does say at least he saw a sliver of light that represents Shulk and Melia, and Soria then says, screw it, we're moving up the ceremony ASAP. Because it's being so rushed though, she does have to earn the blessing of the people. Hey, I fought a giant freaking ether scary beast, you hack. Yumea suggests the trial of the tomb, which as we know is a likely trap so they can take her out. Callian points out that multiple potential successors died doing such, implying these creeps might have some sort of a system for this. Yumea then uses the, oh, but Melia beat the Telethia, to say that she can handle it. We cut back to our group, who easily won our mandatory gameplay requirement set in stone by Nintendo CEOs. Shulk sees everyone, a bunch of paper crusty PNGs moving up and down, gathered at Alcamoth. Soren comes out and says he is announcing the successor, and surprise, surprise, Melia is the heir. What pisses me off in this scene is Dunban is like, "Oh, what took you so long to admit that? You were like half of the problem, dude." Shulk then gets a vision continuing from earlier that confirms Melia will likely perish in the tomb. So you might be asking at this point, if you've never played this game before, why do Yumea, Tyrea, Lorithia have so much against Melia? Why are they working so hard to make sure that she's never going to become the Empress? The answer is just racism. I'm not even like joking, that's actually the answer. They're just a bunch of damn racists. Basically, Yumea spills the beans here, saying Melia has contaminated blood, and it's inferred that Melia is half or even a higher percentage Homs, which explains why her wings are less pronounced than the other high Entia. Yumea is like uncomfortably racist here, and not that there is any racism that's, comfortable, going off on really hurtful tangents to say that she doesn't think Melia could ever be redeemed. Callian overhears the scheming as it's revealed that basically their goal is to try to take out anyone who has any Homs DNA in the royal line.
You might be right, but there are things at play here we can't understand.
Yeah, that was really insightful commentary. Shulk realizes Melia is in danger. Writing-wise, it's a bit abrupt, but hey, something had to alert the guy. A bunch of guards come in the room, and Dunban, as much as I've been roasting him, has a really good line here.
Excuse me, we ordered room service an hour ago.
We then have to fight a bunch of wizard Entia. Now, thankfully, I was overleveled on this playthrough, so I didn't struggle too much, but this fight is at least a little infamous in the discourse for being pretty darn difficult. On my first playthrough, I almost cried. Apparently, you're just supposed to know that Shulk isn't optimal in this fight. This fight, I would say, represents an issue I have with the boss fights in Xenoblade Chronicles, which is, once in a while, the game loves to just pit you against 10 damn enemies at once, which really minimizes your ability to strategize. These fights aren't often and aren't impossible to win, but they're a real downer when they happen. Alvis comes in after we win, saying, "The matter appears to be resolved." That's one way to put it. Callian suggests something a bit more foul is at play here, with Alvis saying these are a group of assassins dedicated to the Imperial family, with him saying he thought they had died out, but they live amongst the shadows still. Meanwhile, in Royalty Land, Lorithia walks Melia to the ritual, all Disney princess villain-like with the, "Oh, we wish you the best return" trash, with Melia emphasizing she's ready to sacrifice her life, despite knowing people who die here spend eternity as fallen spirits. But no pressure, right? Shulk, not really in the mood for a bunch of extra lore, says Melia will be killed if they can't get to her soon, citing his vision. Callian says it's a sacred ritual with her death supposed to be left up to fate. Okay, so you're just like, stupid. Dunban points out a technicality here, saying that the rules only impact the high Entia and not Homs or Nopon. I'm not gonna lie, I think this is sort of sloppy writing that the only reason Melia can be saved is like a niche technicality, but as a Melia fan, whatever stops her from dying, I suppose. Alvis, a fan of the technicalities, then takes the group to the tomb. Now this was alluded to in our first meeting with him, but it's an important reminder that Alvis can also see the future. This chapter of the game even lets us learn a bit more about him here, which is good, because honestly, who the hell even is this guy? Basically, Alvis is from a long line of seers who are meant to protect the Imperial family, and he's not very useful at doing such because he can't even see a vision where Melia was in danger, but Shulk could. More realistically though, it alludes to the fact that he has a more broad view of future events of the world. Doesn't stop Ryan from being toxic and bullying him live in 4K. Oh, sorry, like 540p upscaled. Shulk then points out that he saw Alvis use the Monado before, and Alvis points out that the Monado has been passed down amongst the generations of the Imperial line. He says that it is compelled to do its master's bidding, and it can control ether, which controls the world. We then get to play solo as Melia as she embarks on her journey. Wow, we're doing something. Thankfully, the combat doesn't become broken playing as one character, as they adjust the enemies to be more palatable to her in solo play, and so I really appreciate this solemn and kind of immersive moment. Xenoblade does have quite a few of these, but they aren't overdone either, so each time you play as one character, it feels special. Unless it's for 2 seconds to walk down a flight of stairs, who cares? This eye analyzes genetic data apparently with a giant green ring and tells Melia there have been 2,512 cycles since the last visitor. Do you know what this means? Because I sure as hell don't, it's just jargon. What the hell is a cycle? The group makes it in due to Dunban's lawyer technicalities, and Dunban somehow knows that there are remnants of ancient spirits clearance here, with no elaboration on how he has that knowledge. Ryan presses the button like Peter Griffin, and we all fall down a trapdoor. Although, hold on just a damn second. What kind of trapdoor is this? Let's just stop and think about this for one moment. This eventually helps our group catch up with Melia, and basically gives us unfiltered access to the tomb. It lands into a puddle of water, so it's not even like anyone falling down will die. It's just a different route through the tomb. Whoever designed this suspiciously made this more like a video game design route to get inside rather than a place that serves any use to the High Entia, which is a wild coincidence because it's exactly that. I will say though, between some of the quips in the prison and some really funny one-liners here, Ryan has been hysterical at this point in the game, and I started to actually like him as a character a bit. The game cuts back and forth between us and Melia for a while, so focusing back on Melia, she approaches the ceremony hall, a checkpoint of the trial. The all-seeing eye here drops sort of a bombshell, stating that Melia's Hom's gene integration is 80%, which is probably way more than the 50-50 you may have thought was being alluded to earlier, meaning that the racists have not been very good at their journey. Y'all suck. The eye here also says that their purpose as decided by the Bionis is linked to our genetic sequence, and they want to free themselves of the curse. Of what? It then shoots Melia and says that Melia may be the last ruler of the High Entia, and then Tyrea struts on in and belittles Melia for being impure, which is not toxic one bit. A bit later, the Telethia comes down to attack Melia, and it's supposed to be sort of an intense action-filled scene, but I just can't help but feel really bad for her. I mean, she already sees the best in everyone while being kind of closed off and shy, and she was basically led to her death by her family for something that she has really no control over. With the group in tow though, the Telethia explodes, with Shulk saying that Monado told him to come here. Oh really? I thought it was that weird Ricky biter weapon on the back of his backpack. Oh, it's my bad. What follows is a scene where Melia is actually quite proud of herself, at least to some degree. She's at first like, oh, it's only because of Shulk or whatever, but eventually agrees to give herself some credit with this being a horribly screwed up situation. Saurian also becomes kind of a star of this chapter and ends up being a likable character, or maybe it's just that everyone surrounding him is freaking horrible. Saurian calls the group forward, and now that we spend 2 hours focusing on another character and her entire life and species lore implication, it's time to go to Prison Island, right? No, sit down and let Melia's story conclude, you damn prudes. Saurian thanks Shulk for protecting Melia and references the entire point of the game, with Shulk bringing up the traumatic Mechon attack. Saurian reminds Shulk about the Bionis and Mechonis fight, which was apparently taught to them as children. It's been referred to a few times in the story, but I'm still always surprised for some reason these guys have like school. I just see them as like loose cannon warriors who have infinite free time, because like, don't you guys have jobs? Saurian tells us how the Bionis will come alive again, and that the Telethia are disrupting the flow of ether. The camera pans to an inscription written by the High Entia forefathers, essentially stating when the ether flow is disrupted, the Bionis wakes up and looks for the sword's return, which is their warning to take matters seriously and try to trap the power of the Monado to ensure the race doesn't perish. Basically what's happening here is all life circulating on Bionis can affect the ether, which we learn is basically the Mechon's motivation, to wake up this damn 100 million foot titan, so all life on the Bionis will die. Shulk then inquires again about being given access to Prison Island, because who cares about anything this old fart just says anyway. Saurian explains that there is something sealed away there, but they don't know what it is, in response to Shulk saying that he is going to fight something. Shulk starts to ponder if it could be connected to the Bionis waking up, and Saurian asks for some time to think it over. So I guess he was just doing nothing in this room for the past 5 hours while Melia almost died. Thanks for your help, buddy. Shulk says he would understand if he's not allowed to go through before stepping back. I guess at this point in the story, it is a reminder to us that revenge isn't a mandatory motivation. Well, there's nothing stopping them from just going back to Colony 9. In fact, let's just end the game here. Melia was a great protagonist in her own right. Credits, please. No, that attempt to save me hundreds of hours of work didn't succeed. Y'all didn't buy it. Damn. Before leaving, Saurian asks one last favor of Shulk, which is to not just be Melia's protector, but to be her friend, accompanied alongside some shots of Melia in her home looking dejected. This is one of the sweetest moments in the entire game. I love this sort of somber request. Despite everything that Saurian, a literal king, and Melia, an heir to the throne, just went through, he asked something as basic and simple as just being a friend. It's also just a bit of character development for Saurian here, as he's finally considering something Melia has always sought after, which is friendship. But hey, f all of that. We then cut to sort of a recurring shot we've seen in Xenoblade up to this point, clearly meant to inflict some distress upon the audience. This serves as a reminder that Shulk is still being carefully watched, and whatever he's doing seems like enough of a threat to the Mechonis, bolstered by Alvis telling us that the Mechon does indeed seriously fear us, because we're awesome. Chapter 9 begins with Alvis blessing Saurian with some sort of vision. We see some creepy Hulk-like creature being confronted by a group of people, and there's a shot where it seems like Saurian is almost in danger. Saurian remains though in denial, and focuses mostly on Melia and not himself. He seems to at least be aware that the Monado is involved here, and that this location is Prison Island. It's inferred pretty heavily that he's going to die here. Alvis says he has the choice to change the future by simply, not arriving to this location, but it's something he has to think about, because that's all this guy does is think. We cut back to our group celebrating here, with Melia accepting her new role. Dunban has an interesting line here of that fragile girl in the forest is a distant memory. It sort of is a reminder to me that we have not focused on Shulk at all really in the past few hours of the game, and that the original mission has sort of faded for what feels almost like a side story. I find it to be an extremely fascinating plot device, because as I'll talk about as the video goes on, Melia's role after these chapters is really nowhere near as prominent, but it's certainly not something I would expect out of any RPG to spend this much time on something like that. Dunban then asks a critical question: which girl is the real Melia? Shulk responds by saying he thinks they're the same girl, which I find to be kind of a charming moment to me, and he understands her more than anyone, and the most heartwarming part of this chapter in my eyes is that Melia has finally found someone who understands her and is there for her, something she's never had her whole life. The Disney princess villain confronts Alvis at this point, asking him what he sees, and Alvis reiterates he's only focusing on Shulk, and that he did not interfere with any of her official duties. It kind of prompts a question about just what Alvis's mission is at this point. Is he here to hurt or help us? Because he is being one shady motherfucker. His main contribution to the dialogue is that a Telethia can't stop the group, and that nothing can stop Shulk right now from going to Prison Island. So basically he's doing anything he can to ensure that happens, even if that means almost letting Melia die and encouraging Saurian to meet his fate as well. What a creep. Ryan complains about not being let into Prison Island immediately, which to be fair would also be my complaint if I was sitting in this damn enclosure for 30 hours. The group decides to go see Melia, and my goodness, I love where Melia lives. Not so much as an actual environment, but really more as a storytelling device that lets us into her character. It's almost like a somber, utopian-like location that is both so beautiful and yet fake. It's an ideal place to live in an onset, but for Melia, it's painful to live somewhere so simple, without many friends or simple joys in life. We even get a drop of lore here that Melia's late mother adored the place, which is a nice detail. She elaborates here that the first consort is not her birth mother, and that the members of the imperial family have 2 wives, one Hams, one Hyentia. You know what, I don't judge. Our group, of course, accepts Melia for who she is entirely, which is based, and Dunman says this is how racism starts. It's fucked up but true, and this is why Melia chooses to wear a mask in public, which is some sad symbolism. So everyone's all joyful and chumming it up, but Shulk has to ruin it with his, hinting that her dad might freaking die. Jerk. What I find fascinating about this scene is that this brings us to a moment of Shulk not just keeping his visions inside. It's painful for sure, and unfortunate that it's during a moment where this group was finally just chillaxing, but it had to be said. I have to wonder if his newfound friendship with Melia and encouragement from King Saurian to be there for her was what finally had him speak up. And well, the peace wouldn't have lasted long anyways because a bunch of Mechon fly in. Oh well. We cut to Saurian, who says it's Melia's time to shine and that he will not waver from his destiny. Our clearest view yet on the tormenting decision he has to make. And there's a really brutal sequence of back-to-back shots here. Saurian confirms he'll go to the place where he dies in a front-facing shot, which cuts to Melia in the exact same pose asking what will happen to Saurian. I love that. I don't love that it's happening, but the composition is peak. Melia, upon being caught up to speed, wants to see her father, which is an extremely normal response to the question the game continues to subliminally ask, being, how would you respond to knowing about a pivotal event happening in the future? Melia is simply aghast, knowing Saurian is marching to his death, and then notices that the Imperial staff is gone. It's sort of known amongst everyone that Saurian is marching to sacrifice his life for the sake of the Empire. I find it heartbreaking that Saurian didn't say goodbye to Melia first, but I guess he knew he would cross paths with her one last time anyways. So efficient. Albus emphasizes to everyone that we have a duty to respect his decision. There's then another debate on whether or not the group should bypass Ientia customs to save Saurian. Dunban again argues that they don't need rules to save people they care about, and Galleon again sticks with his position. Now, sheer repetition aside, I feel like there's some genuine symbolism here. Melia could either take the Hom stance or take the Ientia route, and she leans a little bit more towards the Hom take on the situation, which is go, go, go. So we do some more mandatory gameplay to make sure the player's Joy-Cons don't fall asleep, and after fighting an ancient boss called the Skyray, we get a shot of King Saurian overlooking his forces getting pwned as he asks for his wisdom from the forefathers. He appears before this hulking creature that we still don't know much about in this part of the story. He's pretty pissed, asking who did this to him, with Saurian saying this is the first time they've crossed paths. The Hulk says he's not referring to Saurian specifically, but whoever did this to him. But either way, he knows why Saurian has come. It must be so challenging as Saurian, just willingly walking to what you know, and this thing knows, and your daughter and all your friends know, is your demise. The group continues their climb as shit goes down elsewhere. Again, Ryan has been doing a lot of the wisecracking comedic quips, which has been carrying the dialogue during this entire section of the game in my opinion. While on Prison Island, Ricky sees a Dino Beast statue freaking them out, and we get some lore from Melia here saying that she believes this is what her forefathers looked like. Given how evolution works and how all the way down the line, Melia is just a Homs with small wings, that would check out, and so it's a neat little world-building plot device. Melia also iterates that she doesn't know if her ancestors built this island, and the stories told are so old that she wouldn't have knowledge of it anyway, and her forefathers sealed it up, which does appear to be correct. Melia is the only one who opens the door, as it only opens for the true successor. Well, that's darn tootin' convenient. The green bubble comes over us just like at the tomb, and boom, the door opens. We're given a decent number of plot bombshells here, the first being that this creature is named Zanza, who forged the Monado to fight against the Monadas, and it was molded to him so he's aware of every holder of it. Is he like Santa Claus then? He just has like a damn list sitting by his bedside? Well, he's got gray hair. Shulk asks just why Zanza is all shackled up, and Zanza goes on a whole tangent about the Monado and how it controls the ether and exists for the wielder to basically have unlimited power. Zanza alludes to the idea that the Monado itself is an illusion, and that its form is basically factored into the wielder's will. It comes from within, or whatever my California-based yoga instructor told me. This power, perhaps rightfully, was feared, and when the Ientia found out, they locked up Zanza. We then get this lore dump that the reason Phased Mechon exists, and have been harassing us all this time, is because the Monado couldn't destroy anything with a face, so they made the Phased Mechon in response to it. That is such a gimmicky plot point, but it did need to be explained. Zanza, though, offers to remove the restrictions of the Monado if he is freed, which would aid Shulk in his goal to avenge Fiora. Melia instantly begs Shulk not to do it, saying that her forefathers probably had it in good faith to seal him away. With the way Zanza just is and speaks, and how ominous he is, and how weird Prison Island is, I can't help but agree. The cinematography, the tone, the ominous nature makes this feel a bit like a deal with the devil sort of scenario. Shulk is a bit upset here. Melia is just looking out for him, but Shulk basically guilt trips her, saying, "I thought you of all people would understand." But it's hard not to resonate here with Shulk either. There has been an entire journey to avenge Fiora, and this is the only way that he would be able to move forward. So understandably, and without thinking of any potential consequences, he chooses to walk forward and free Zanza. And then he's killed, whoops. Metalface flies in, saying if Zanza is dead, he's unable to power the Monado. Another Phased Mechon flies in and speaks to Zanza. Shulk wants to kill her, but she means no harm. But her timing couldn't be worse, as she attempts to interrupt a pivotal conversation. Shulk then gets hit, and the Monado flies out of his hands, which emphasizes a loss of power with his beloved sword. Everyone then attempts to kill Metalface, and fortunately they're crap out of luck, which they should have known. Metalface has a very curious obsession with taunting Dunban specifically, probably because he's a wise-ass shit talker like me. We then see an electric blast from Saurian's Imperial Staff, which is probably the reason he needed to be here, since we sure as hell can't do something that cool. There's a really sad hug that takes place here before his impending fate. Unexpectedly, and yet no less not heartbreaking, Saurian is killed as he pushes Melia away from him. I find it very noteworthy how Shulk screams for the Emperor the same way he did for Fiora. I mean, like it or not, these two characters will forever be linked now by a devastating loss caused by the exact same forces. As opposed to the fight he had in him after Fiora's passing, Shulk looks almost dejected and hopeless before Zanza is revealed to still be alive as a shell. Sure, whatever can actually advance the plot forward, I guess. Shulk gets a new kanji on the Monado, and it's fighting time.
You will know the pain and suffering you caused the Emperor and Fiora!
Desist!
What? Look at him! The Monado was changed!
Good. Now you feel it. Swing the blade to your heart's content.
Wait. Is this what you truly desire, Zanza?
I see now. It is as I suspected. You exist outside the pre-established harmony.
Is that... a hunt? No way! Fiora! Fiora! You're still alive!
I will also say that it's really crazy to me just how long ago the Emperor's death was foreshadowed. To me, this is one of the most genius parts about Xenoblade Chronicles' narrative. This is something that almost no player could comprehend or realize on a first playthrough, and it ends up being peak fiction during replays. I don't want to call any other YouTubers out, that's not my style, but I actually watched a video essay recently that held this as serious criticism for the game, saying that the flashbacks make what's going to happen incredibly obvious. As someone who didn't understand what the hell was happening on a first playthrough, I found these moments incredibly charming and brilliant, so I have to disagree. And I believe this is a highlight of this game's story, just as long as we're not referring to the obvious plot twists the developers try to pull on you. Fiora, though, doesn't seem sentient. She has a very minimal amount of awareness, and is at least drawn to Shulk for a brief moment, but she's almost nonchalantly sad. So now we actually have a reason to play this game more, and to be fair, this is the moment in Xenoblade that everyone got permanently hooked at. It was a brutal past few hours at points, but it was all worth it, I think. Shulk is upset that the Emperor died, without giving himself credit that he at least kept Melia alive. It is almost like at this point, despite being able to change the future, he's still a victim to fate. And like, if they did stop the Emperor's death, they would all be dead. But it's hard, and you would blame yourself too. Saurian is then revealed to be alive enough for some final words, instructing Melia not to cry. Okay, that's easier said than done when you're standing over your dying father. I actually think him saying that would make that even harder. This cutscene is honestly hard to watch, and is more devastating than if he had just outright perished earlier, but it's good for Melia's closure when she gets to have that one last conversation. He gives her one last pep talk about why she's fit to rule, and that he believes in her simply because he loves her. But hey, this at least gives Melia the same motivation Shulk had at the beginning of the game, and the adventure therefore continues forward. Alva says it was necessary for the world, and Zanza dissipates with green ashes into the wind. Was he locked up for a reason? Probably. I'll say it outright, and it won't be the last time I say it in this video. Melia Antiqua is my favorite character in Xenoblade Chronicles, and I appreciate that we had these past 2 chapters. As I've said, it's almost a bit bizarre the twist that the story took. They basically completely put our journey on pause to introduce a completely new character, a completely fresh group of side characters, and really a mini universe. This feels like it could have just been a DLC chapter in the game or something, with multiple points where we just play as Melia. Again, it's obvious from when we meet her that there's going to be more to this character than just some random girl we found in the woods. In RPGs, sometimes a character just stands out in that way. All in all, her storyline is an incredible diversion, and I'll be honest, it comes at a time in the story where I think it's seriously needed, because everything from the loss of Fiora to right before Eryth Sea was incredibly boring and may have lost most players. Even Alcamoth, Eryth Sea, and the High Entia Tomb feel like a complete 180 visually from everything we've explored up to this point. I talked about how much I loved it from an aesthetic perspective earlier, but Eryth Sea has to be one of my favorite worlds from a Xenoblade game because the way you traverse it is just so different from basically every other area we've seen up to this point. The gimmick of this area is that there are just floating islands everywhere that, as established, we move across using transporters. It might sound restrictive, but there's so much more depth to it than you would think, because this being all above a sea adds a charming level of verticality to the environment. There are many islands here that have camps of enemies. There's a little small cave at the end of one island which has a bunch of collectibles, even though it takes 5 minutes to swim to, and who the hell would have found that casually? Not only are there so many goodies and unique locations here, the scenery, as discussed, is just peak. The nighttime music is one of my favorite songs in any video game, and not to mention, there's a unique weather scenario that can occur here, being the shooting stars. It is terrible for the unique monster that requires it to be in effect, which took me half an hour to reset weather patterns for, but when you actually get it, it still doesn't feel worth it, but it's still cool to look at. And I love Alcamoth nearly equally. I've actually seen a decent amount of criticism levied against this place. People say it's too big, and maybe there's some validity to that. Unlike Eryth Sea, there's not a lot unique going on here. It's a parallel structure, so if you explored one half of the building, you've explored it all. But the grandiose nature of this town makes me love it all the more, and partially, I was invested in the city because of the many citizens to meet and quests you can do here. And trust me, there are a lot. And because I was so invested in Melia's character, I really cared about helping this land out and being there for her people. And again, the music. It has not only a royal feeling to it, but there's moments clashing between a chorus of voices and instruments you hear in an imperial palace. And like almost everything in Xenoblade, at night, this place is divine. Look, in the short time span of this mini story, Xenoblade successfully pulled a 180. This is the first chapter in the game since Fiora's death that made me realize that the developers know what they're doing. I have to imagine that the chapters between Fiora's death and Makna Forest did lose a lot of people. While there was world building and crucial moments, it felt sluggish and like the game was losing the plot, so to speak. The Alcamoth Era in this game sort of hits a reset button, and to me, sort of paints Melia as an equivalent to Shulk, in the sense that we meet her, get to see her city, and suffer a similar loss. Even though she's not the main character, we get to see her go through her own arc in a mini story too. She goes from this shy, closed-off girl who scoffs at the idea of having close friendships to someone who is genuinely our friend and gains the confidence to become a leader of her people. These chapters, to me, while very cutscene heavy, are the perfect antidote to get people to perk up their ears again and really lock in for the rest of the game. And when people say this game gets good halfway in, this, or at least King Saurian's passing, is what they're referring to. I think now that we're really accustomed a bit to the game, this would be a great time to talk about the version differences of Xenoblade Chronicles. Of course, as you've probably seen by now, I am playing the definitive edition release of this game on the Nintendo Switch, which in my opinion is for damn good reason. I know this is sort of a hot take, but I always thought the Wii version looked bad. At least I would say parts of it did. If you look at the world and the scale of it, along with the backgrounds and views, it was abso-damn-lutely impressive when you consider it's a Wii game. And as we all know, the Wii is a GameCube that's been given a Monster Energy drink. The main issue I really have with it, though, is that I feel like the character models are borderline ugly. For me, when there's a story-based game driven based around characters and banking on our attachment to them, I would just prefer to be able to take them more seriously. Like, what the hell did you guys do to Melia here? And don't tell me that this is some graphical imitation of the Wii. If you look at Xenosaga on the PlayStation 2, these character models and aesthetics are just so much better than what we actually got in Xenoblade 1. Personally, I would rather play this game in higher quality. I would not say that Definitive Edition is one of the better looking Switch games. It can be a bit blurry at times for sure, especially compared to its contemporaries, but to me, it's an improvement, and seeing coherent character models helps me a bit to take the game more seriously. I am by no means calling the Wii version bad. It is absolutely still a classic game and a great way to experience Xenoblade Chronicles, but I don't know why you would prefer it. Now, there is technically a different soundtrack in Definitive Edition, but it should be noted if you prefer the original's music, you can still choose to listen to that from the options. I know this is a cop-out answer, but I've listened to both soundtracks quite a bit, and I'd say it really comes down to preference. I mean, there are tracks I like in the original, tracks I like in the Definitive Edition more, but personally, I lean towards the latter's compositions a bit more, which we can talk about in the music section. I will say that you can make an argument that the characters looking the way they do is also subjective. They're more grounded in realism in the Wii game than Definitive Edition, which seem to have mirrored that game from the future's more anime-based art style that doesn't exist at the time we're making this video. We'll get to it when we get to it. So if you like the Wii version's graphics, that's fine. We just disagree and we can't be friends, and I'm also going to block you and delete all your comments and remove your likes from this video and sue you for damages. The one thing I would give the Wii version over the Definitive Edition is that I do think some of the menus have a neater and more charming aesthetic to them, with oodles more personality, and the same goes for the UI. It's not enough to make me want to play the Wii version, but it is a point I can give it. Now, I will say that my issues with the Wii version go beyond aesthetics. A major issue with the gameplay is that when you accept a quest, there's no way to see where you have to go, as talked about earlier. Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive Edition, on the other hand, adds a waypoint system, which can directly take you to collectibles or to enemies. And as said earlier, the waypoint system and being able to tell where you're supposed to go on a quest is so massive to my enjoyment of Definitive Edition. Now, if you like hunting for things without guidance, I can see this being more of a preference for some players looking for a challenge or authentic experience, but again, you can just turn this off in Definitive Edition, so I can't say that's really a positive for the Wii version either. Like, I'm trying, guys. I don't have that much I can say that's good about it. There's even quality of life improvements that we've been talking about through this video, like changing the clothes of your character without changing your armor. One other major, and I use that term very loosely, addition to Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive Edition is a time attack mode, which pits you and your party members in specific fighting scenarios. This is entirely separate from the main mode and the canon as a whole, which is why you can access them by walking into random portals on the overworld. With these, you can either do free mode, which is a combination of party members you want to play as, or a restricted mode, where you're given a set team to work with. You then get points, which can be traded in the separate universe's Nopon store, which you can actually end up using in the base game. And this is a nice little bonus. I wouldn't say this alone makes Definitive Edition worth it, and quite honestly, I spent one afternoon with it and was done. But more content is more content, and if you're a fan of the battle system, this is a great place to sink your teeth into. There's also now an event theater, which lets you rewatch basically every cutscene in the game with different modifications, which I am sure I will be using at some point in this video due to my capture card being ass throughout my playthrough. Also, if you have that mysterious unreleased game from the future, Xenoblade Chronicles 2, I don't know that symbol, you get a bonus of 100,000 gold in your Xenoblade 1 save file. Is this joke funny? I don't think it is. Okay, let's play a game of spot the differences between the live action scene you just saw and now. So, first of all, that. Second of all, this. So first of all, I want to apologize for the audio being bad. This is just a pickup I'm doing on the fly, so I'm not really doing my usual setup stuff for it. But more importantly, why are we doing this pickup, right? Is it just so I can complain about how long this video is taking me to edit? Yeah, I want to talk about the fact that the Switch 2 has come out, and you could technically play Xenoblade on it. So this isn't really another version of the game, and there's upgrades to it that are dubious and honestly kind of hard to prove as of right now. So I'll say the Switch 2 came out literally 2 days ago at the time I'm doing this pickup. With Xenoblade, me and my friend JeffCompass, he came up with some things that he thinks are better. He played it for a little longer on the Switch 2 than I have. And actually, I've been doing some gameplay pickups with the Switch 2. I don't think anyone's noticed. I will say, just off my own feelings, it is very, very slightly better. To the point where I was like, is this placebo? But most Switch games, even if they don't get free, official upgrades, they are getting improved by backwards compatibility. So, Ninja says, first of all, he thinks the load times could be faster. I have not had time to prove that, but it wouldn't surprise me. So anyway, I got this cool looking notebook from my Nintendo. Definitive Edition is supposed to run on the Switch at 720. It's always supposed to reach 720/30, but it goes in between like 540 to 720 because it's the Switch 1, and the resolution, it can flicker up and down. With the Switch 2, Ninja claims that it runs 720p 30 FPS consistently, and from what I've played on this version, I can verify that a little bit. It does actually seem like it's running pretty consistently. Was this pickup for me really necessary? Not really, no, but technically, there's another version of this game. You can play it on the Switch 2 with backwards compatibility. Oh, and one more thing, too. It's very likely, Nintendo's been doing this free game upgrade for the Switch 2. It's very possible that the Xenoblade games get one, and if Xenoblade 1 does get one, it's going to be probably after this video is released. So this video is already going to be outdated. I don't know what dance I'm doing. But yep, this video is probably outdated if that happens. So those updates usually just do better frame rates, better textures, all those sorts of things. So I'm just going to assume that's what the update is. And hopefully there's no new content in that update. Right? Of course, before Definitive Edition released, I do want to note that there was already a remake, remaster, port of Xenoblade Chronicles released for the new 3DS in April 2015. Yes, you heard me right, folks. This is one of 4 new 3DS exclusives, at least out of games released physically. It makes sense because as much as I love the 3DS, I can't imagine it running this game. It can't even run Super Nintendo games, allegedly. Anyways, I can still barely imagine Xenoblade Chronicles 3D working, but somehow it does. It looks like crap, but you know what? It exists. Considering that Xenoblade Chronicles on the Wii had become a very rare game by this point, and an expensive one no less due to its GameStop toxic exclusivity deal, this release gives people a more viable way to play it. Now, was it cheaper? No, a new 3DS was $199, and it was one of 4 exclusives for it, so you were spending $250 just buy the Wii version. Interestingly, this port of the game was made by Monster Games. I'll be honest, besides Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze, their output is... well, if you're not a racing fan, this company might not be for you, but hey, Pilot Wings 3D, a classic. So this was actually really interesting when I was doing research. Apparently the reason that the new 3DS got this and not the Wii U was that the length was deemed to be intimidating, so playing it portably could help with shorter play sessions. I'm sure it's that, and not the fact that the Wii U was a sinking dumpster fire ship. Sorry, I had to get my Wii U roasting here at some point. It's a Nintendo YouTuber quota. Now I'll be honest, I haven't played this version of the game at all, as I've never owned a new 3DS. So my friend Ninja Star Compass has sent me some footage from his. I will say that the dual screen information is quite nice, and it does help a bit with making the top half feel a bit less cluttered. Besides that, the 3DS version doesn't really add that much to the game. I mean, it has a collection mode where you can view the game's 3D models in a model viewer in a jukebox. So basically, the developers had no idea for something cool to add to this game, so they took the cheapest option possible that games like Pac-Man World 3 and 2 had in the 2000s. Cool, got it. I mean, I'm still salty it's not in Definitive Edition, but still. Now finally, there is a Wii port of the Wii game, which, there's nothing really to say. It's just a straight up, the Wii version on Nintendo's Wii U Wii Virtual Console. Say that 5 times fast. Now, I actually remember buying and playing this in 2018 or maybe 2019, and to be fair, this was a bargain, being only $20. My only complaint with this version is that it's really dark. Now, this is an issue with a lot of the Wii U Virtual Console games I've played, to be fair, so it's nothing to do with this game, so I don't even know why I'm talking about it, because I just don't have things to say. Now, believe it or not, there is one benefit with the Wii U port of the game, at least if it were the year 2019 or earlier. The Wii U would let you play Wii games on the straight up gamepad if the Wii game you were playing had Pro Controller support, obviously with the Pro Controller buttons being mapped to the gamepad. So you could play Xenoblade Chronicles 1 in sort of a handheld mode if you're within 10 feet of your console and you didn't own a 3DS. So I'll just tell you straight up, just buy a Definitive Edition. Look, if you want an authentic experience or don't like a more cartoony take on this world, just get the Wii version then. I mean, it's come down in price significantly. I got mine for $20. There is definitely next to no reason to get the 3DS version nowadays unless you're curious about the novelty, but the main version I will recommend to you, again, is Definitive Edition for the complete package. I can't even talk about all that makes it good because we are saving the DLC chapter for another video, but there is Future Connected, which is a 10-ish hour side story, on top of all the quality of life improvements and features. Chapter 10 begins with us back at Alcamoth, with Eryth discussing a strategy regarding the Mechon for an incoming fight. Dunban has been locked away, maybe crying since seeing Fiora, with Charla asking him if it's because of the girl operating the Mechon. I'm sorry, but do you guys ever talk to each other? You want me to believe that Melia and Ricky cuddled but no one told Charla who the hell Fiora is? Wait a minute, is that a typo in my Xenoblade game? This is just unacceptable, really. Melia makes the decision to look towards the future here, and she's really shaped up to her new role. Shulk says she's stronger than him, which is probably true given his reaction following Fiora. Shulk confirms to Melia that the girl they saw was Fiora, and explains to her that he's sad Fiora did not recognize him. Shulk leaves to go find Dunban. There's a really sad moment here, actually, where Melia asks if Fiora is important to Shulk, and upon learning that's why we're here, her head stays down, because the writers just want to give her one tragedy after another, I guess. I don't know, frick me, right? I mean, this is a major plot point that we'll talk about throughout the video, but basically, this sets up a C-plot where Melia has a crush on Shulk. There's even some exclusive dialogue that's really easy to miss, where Melia almost asks about Shulk and Fiora to him. I'm only showing this off because I found it and I felt cool. There's exclusive dialogue in this game. Sometimes if you're playing as like one character, you get little tidbits, little lines. Shulk finds Dunban overlooking the Alcamoth railing. Dunban doesn't even appear sad, but as we know, he's one to hide his feelings, so don't lie to me, you are definitely sad. Dunban remains glad that Fiora is alive, though. We learn some backstory of him, and I guess Fiora too, with Dunban saying Fiora was born many years after him. And he talks about how they lost their father to a Mechon. Very tragic and almost ironic considering Fiora's demise. Dunban, in turn, had no choice but to raise her like a father. Dunban then says he wants Shulk to be with Fiora, as I guess everyone in this world and the fandom does. Shulk is somehow taken aback by this, despite it being hinted at all the damn time. Dunban then trash talks Ryan and says he's a nice guy, and reminds him of himself at that age, but that's why he knows that they'll never work. Dunban says a lost life can't be returned, but she's alive still, so they may as well try. We then reconvene with Callian, who says he was so inspired by our bizarre band of misfits that he feels that an army has to be formed. Okay, so you are really that scared of a meathead, a girl who has not paid attention to the entire Xenoblade story up to this point, and a ball of fur that has contributed like 5 lines of dialogue to the entire damn game. Shulk responds with the fact that he needs more time to make a decision on joining this allied force. Melia backs him up on this, and everyone just acts like this is so rare that Shulk is being kind of introverted here, but really, he's been like this the entire game. Charlotte then says, hey, you can talk to me, which is hysterical because no, I wouldn't have known that with the absolutely nothing you've contributed to the plot. Melia comes into the room then and recommends that Shulk look for Fiora, citing that she did not know her father loved her until he died. Now, I feel like this really speaks positively to Melia's character. She not only turns down something that can benefit her kingdom and homeland, but also convinces Shulk to find the girl he's supposed to be with, and she realizes how important Fiora is to him, even if she will not be the one who ends up with Shulk, which is pure and good. When deciding who will be the ambassador for this army, there's a little bit of arguing beneath the members, with Melia ultimately saying, listen here you little craps, this is my responsibility, and Shulk realizes that she will probably just stay behind here. Now, as alluded to, they probably could have ended Melia's story here. She doesn't have that much of a reason to really keep going. As the group moves on, Charlotte sits behind to talk to Melia. She basically says like, hey, if you're wanting to get Shulk back with this plan, it's risky and isn't going to work. Melia can barely even make eye contact with Charlotte here, and struggles to find the words to deny that she even likes Shulk. Shulk formally declines the offer to Callian, who's a complete douche about it, and Melia retorts with saying she's staying because she has to. Except we have another Melia. Man, that's weird. It's like one of those Avril Lavigne conspiracy theories. Callian then asks Melia to formally accompany our group. Charlotte says she wishes Ryan had the sensitivity of Callian, but the jury is out on that one. Are there juries in the Xenoblade universe? Callian cites that the Mechon had fled to Galahad Fortress, and they'll need to go through Valak Mountain to get there. Look, I love Xenoblade, but I'm not going to be blind enough to say that this story is perfect. This is clearly an awkwardly written way to keep Melia with our party. In reality, Melia's story doesn't end here, but it dwindles. The greater arc of her character, if it's a parabola, it's kind of just on that like slope at the bottom. I'm not a math person, okay? We soon get another omniscient view of what the evil goons are cooking up. I should stop saying that. We see the Mechon that holds Fiora being worked on, who points out that Zanza is not truly dead, concerned a tragedy is going to befall them once more. We see someone refer to this character as a Lady Meynith or whatever, which is confusing at this point in the game, but you will have heard it at least 100 times by the end. Lady Meynith doesn't understand why Zanza would dare free the Monado, calling it a double-edged sword. Badum-poom. Sorry, this is a serious scene or whatever. I'm the wrong person to cover this story, I'll tell you that. We do get some confirmation Fiora may be alive deep in this vessel, with Meyneth saying that she's experiencing feelings for the boy. This other Makna is referred to as Vanea, which I'm only pointing out early so I don't have to keep pretending to not know who this character is. I know everything and you guys don't. Meyneth keeps saying she wants to see Shulk again, and Vanea asks if another unspecified character to us, Eggle, is aware of her reawakening. In the coming moments, there's actually a very interesting tidbit here. Metalface recognizes Lady Meyneth as Dunban's little sister, so the game is clearly trying to hint that this has to be someone close to Dunban between this and the previous taunts. I'd make a joke that this is kind of obvious who this is, but I didn't know who this would be in my first playthrough still, so I'm keeping that under wraps for now. Wait your turn. Anyways, back to our group. We are now in Valak Mountain. Now there are a number of cutscenes here just to set up some gameplay, but there is a flashback here which is quite important. It was first shown to us what feels like 20 years ago back in Tephra Cave. Like earlier, we see the Monado with a small child sleeping near it as someone in a parka approaches. Very briefly, we see a face that, yep, no two ways about it, is Shulk. It cuts from here, but it's a good reminder that Shulk has some sort of connection to this place, just in case the player forgot by now, because I did. Now, something that annoys me with the writing here is that Shulk becomes a bit introverted here yet again, with Melia asking Shulk if he's alright as they both face the wall. But apparently, he's just tired. But before we get any further, let's talk about Valak Mountain. I don't know what the consensus among fans of this game is regarding this world, but personally for me, it's one of my favorites, which again, I've said for the past 5 worlds, but the night music is so good. Now, I would say the gameplay here is annoying, and it's more so the atmosphere and scope that fascinates me, as well as the little crevices to find. I love the lava cave. I mean, that could have been named better, but whatever. The naming team from Chapter 1 needed a job, and here we do have to go to for the story so we can obtain the magma rock, also not a good name, to burn down a wall of snow. I mean, it's not that interesting, I guess, but we don't see many lava environments in really the entire Xenoblade franchise, so it's kind of a cute moment that stands out to me, even if the caves with these windy turns sort of annoy me. There's also this giant slide in Valak Mountain, which pisses me off because you can get stuck while riding it, lose control, and take copious amounts of fall damage, mitigating your ability to jump or sometimes even killing your character. But honestly, you still have to move on this slide a lot in this area to traverse to specific parts of Valak Mountain. There are almost no waypoints here, which, considering how many areas, sub-areas, and secrets this place has, can be extremely frustrating. So I understand the complaints fans have with this world, but the music, It's weird because the night version of this song almost doesn't feel like it belongs in Xenoblade, which sounds strange because it's so damn good, and Xenoblade is known for having good music, but the sort of winter feeling it has, it's so humble, if that makes any sense. It really adds to the atmosphere here of just this snowy, barren wasteland, and I literally listen to this song while working for hours at a time. Again, I'll admit, the atmosphere really carries Valak Mountain for me, but I think most players would be lying if they said they didn't get at least some enjoyment of exploring the secrets that it contains. Eventually, we reach Ose Tower. What you need to know is that this place was built by the High Entia with the intention of keeping the Monado safe, and where eventually the Homs on the expedition found the Monado. Good job, you kept it so safe. Shulk then walks up to the sword holder, saying to himself that this is where Shulk's dad took it from. Shulk then asks Alvis, who's here with us, I forgot to mention that he's here. Hi Alvis, how you doing, buddy? If he's always been able to see the future, but Alvis says he only once came in contact with the Monado. I love how the holder serves as like the anchor point for this entire room for all of this dialogue. It's sort of a rudimentary filmmaking technique, but damn is it effective. Alvis says those that are seers basically had to have touched the Monado at one point anyways, but the power within it remains reserved for only a few. Alvis then flips the question on Shulk. How come you can see the future? Which is a darn good question that no one has asked up until this point really. Alvis then explains how these visions work. Essentially, visions are the flow of ether. Ether, of course, is important, and a word that's said thousands of times in the script. The E key on my keyboard is gone. Basically because ether controls visions, the future of living beings such as us can also be predicted. Sure, that sounds like enough jargon to sound complicated enough for people barely paying attention to the story. It works. Shulk asks if the Monado is the one thing that makes this visualization process possible, with Alva saying that the Monado can disrupt the ether, giving Shulk various powers.
Are you saying I should stop?
You are a fluctuation. As a fluctuation, you exist outside the results of your predictions. The more you accept this existence, the more malleable the world becomes.
Albus tells Shulk that he doesn't really have a choice but to accept it, and that's extremely ironic because one of the motifs of the game revolves directly around decisions and fate. After a long night of rest, the journey continues. At one point, we see Fiora/Lady Meyneth's Mechon flying above, coincidentally with Shulk, Ryan, and Dunban, the three closest people to her, at the front. Now, we know clearly because of the cutscenes we've watched that this is Lady Meyneth or whoever took over as the host here, but she tries to communicate with Shulk by saying lines like, "young heir to the Monado." There's a pretty damn heartbreaking moment here where Shulk calls out for Fiora, with Lady Meyneth asking if that's her name. In a way, she came here to learn more, so it wasn't all for nothing if she got that glorious nugget of information. There's even a shot here which says to me that Lady Meyneth almost has a new appreciation or realization of what she's taken over. She wants to speak to Shulk, but then gets attacked by Metalface, who brutally requests the Monado. Shulk brazenly offers to give it up, and look, clearly he's going to do anything for Fiora, even something so drastic. What happens next is one of the biggest twists in the game so far. Metalface, the slayer of Fiora and one of the primary antagonists we've seen since Chapter 1, is indeed Mumkar, Dunban's brother-in-arms at the Battle of Sword Valley. Now, perhaps this is not that crazy if you've been paying attention to the little details, such as his fixation with Dunban specifically, or maybe the voice, but all in all, it's a pretty wild twist. I mean, this is a character we quite literally have not seen since the first fucking 10 minutes of the game that was implied to be dead, and we've heard nothing about Mumkar from Dunban's mouth. And with the voice, right? Like, it's one of those things too where you can listen to the two characters' voices back to back and you're like, you know what? How the hell did I ever miss this? Am I stupid? But in the heat of your playthrough, it's just so easy to miss. I love this twist personally. Man, I hate seeing anyone besides Shulk holding the Monado. It's like peanut butter on a piece of cheese. Dunban, of course, is focusing on the sheer betrayal, which sure, that's a lot to process. Take your time, buddy.
You piece of...
You want to finish that sentence? You know, as Metalface attacks the vessel of Fiora, sometimes I wonder what Mumkar's sole motivation is. Like, is he just trying to piss off Dunban? Like, what the hell did he ever do to you, man? Melia then does an ether attack, Shulk grabs the Monado, and Mumkar is cornered. There's some really well choreographed sparring here between Dunban and Mumkar, with some really well delivered lines, apexing in synergy with a symbolic strike by Dunban on Mumkar's arm. That to me was some sort of symbolism, because Dunban is such an alpha Chad gentleman that he wouldn't dare do something to someone that hasn't been done to him. Mumkar seems like he's just as rotten as ever, but he alludes to outright wanting to be a god, asking Dunban to get on his knees and worship him. I mean, or he's just into some kinky shit. I don't know. But hey, Lady Meyneth is getting boring. Time to bring in the bigger guns. We see a new, unique-faced Mechon controlled by Egil, who we now learn is the leader of Mechonis, an agent of Meyneth, whatever that means. Egil says he fights to free the world from the Bionis' reign. Now, while he's evil as hell, at this point, it's a reminder that every side has their reasoning, justified or not. I say that because from Egil's perspective, his mission may seem entirely valid, but from our perspective, we know it's cruel and stupid. Shulk asks him why they trap Homs in machines, great question, and Egil doesn't care, simply grabbing Fiora, showing Egil as a clear disdain for the life on Bionis. And I have to say, just during this cutscene, this area, while beautiful and having great music, is largely filler. But I really appreciate that the game developers added a major plot point here. Like, this plus Ose Tower has given this area a justification to exist in the world. Whereas I really can't say the same thing about Satorl Marsh. Which, yeah, remember that world, guys? I sure don't. And then another brilliant scream from Adam Howden, the voice actor of Shulk here. Contrasted by a defeated, sad delivery at the beginning of Chapter 11.
Fiora.
Shulk.
She's...
While feeling defeated, Ryan convinces Shulk to continue the fight, still believing it's Fiora in there. I find it fascinating he says this, given that there was really no indication she was alive in the last scene. So we have a new recipient for Optimist of the Year, folks. Charlotte, you can't even win that competition. Clawing our way through, we then make it to Sword Valley, which is a sword. Yeah, I know, the writers are going really hard here. But I mean, it's really neat to envision yourself on it, and for the first time in a while, is somewhere you can actually point to on the Bionis or Mechonis and say, yep, I'm there. Hi, Mom. After the game's 100th dialogue about ether and ether and ether and ether, we end up at sort of a mini base with Dixon setting a MacGuffin up. He's there as the representative of the Homs from the Allied force that Callian set up, as he heard about it forming a few days back. There's a genius pun here. A little birdie told him about the group's arrival. Okay, it's not genius, but I still liked it. Xenoblade Chronicles 1 may not be like the most funny game ever written, but the developers love their bird puns, and I respect it. Dixon is then told about everything that just happened, and then he has a sus line. After learning Mumkar is after the Monado, he says, Mumkar as well. I wonder if Dixon is going to be evil. We then see a slow shot of a Goldface creeping up on the group here. A vision or flashback of someone overlooking a sword is shown, before we see the 100th flashback of the battle of the Bionis and Mechonis. I'm tired of saying that. Goldface is mad Zanza released the Monado. Fair enough. I would be too as a face wielder. A perhaps overtly explanatory flashback begins with Shulk looking onwards to Fiora, and what he takes away from it is not love or any Homs crap like that. He's simply just angry that a face escaped his control, which hints that he is involved with the Homs being trapped in Mechon bodies, also alluding to Fiora being alive in some form. Ether, 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 then Mumkar enters, followed by some more S-tier cinematography. Mumkar, horribly so, taunts the group by saying there could be more Homs trapped beyond the Mechon. Then he takes the piss by saying maybe that special someone, who we all know who he's referring to. He treats these characters like expendable waste and like he's the host of some awful twisted game show. Charlotte then steps forward, hinting maybe she's thinking about the fate of Gadult now. I don't know if that's true, honestly, but dude, we have not thought about this plotline in forever, so honestly, I will just bring it up myself. Shulk then warns the group to watch out for the green claws and spears. Now, that's interesting, because when Zanza dissipated into a green pixie dust that flew into the air, it's alluded to that something like this would take place as a result. It has to be that sort of reference, and at this point, I'm realizing that green is a specific motif of this adventure. I'm a firm believer in there being no coincidences in fiction, and this is a solid example of such. Mumkar then confirms the weapons he has are different, made specifically to take down Homs, which is the complete opposite of what the Monado does. Mumkar says he's going to take Dunban down right here, reminding us that, hey, this is where the game started, with how much has happened in 60 hours of playtime. Whoosh! I totally forgot. Tying back to the color motif, as Dunban approaches Mumkar, we see a contrast of a purplish hue with a shake that intensifies, which, hey, purple and green can be opposite facing on a color wheel. As Dunban is about to deliver the final blow, Shulk stops Dunban. Now, this is almost a moment where I was mad at Shulk. Why the hell would you prevent this? It's something that maybe as an audience is beyond our comprehension, signifying Shulk's role in the game as some sort of omniscient, wise being at this point.
It's Mumkar!
Yes, that's exactly why he should be attacked, you fool. I know Shulk is the main protagonist here, and maybe the developers want us to side with him, but this scene just makes me mad every time I play it and see it. And to me, almost everyone reasonable would side with Dunban here, at least in the heat of the moment. Maybe that's just because Mumkar as a character gives us basically nothing to work with. I mean, he's just conniving, wisecracking, purely after the Monado, and desiring to be a god. There's not even a line or a moment that would allude to us that this character deserves any grace. To me, Shulk preventing his demise just feels unearned. Now, Shulk justifies this by saying their main goal right now is vengeance for Fiora and the Emperor, but why do you get your vengeance, Shulk, and Dunban doesn't? It just feels selfish. Honestly, this scene is just hard for me to analyze because I am in total disagreement with Shulk's view of the situation, and Mumkar being saved continues to feel unearned. I like the message and the idea of the storytelling device, I get it, but this is Dunban's big moment, and oh well, he died anyway. Well, that works out. This is going to be sort of an awkward pivot, but I really want to talk about a mission from Grand Theft Auto 4 for a moment. This mission, That Special Someone, has a very similar idea here in regard to the decision Shulk pushes Dunban to make. I'll be censoring or not showing anything too graphic or violent, so if GTA makes you queasy, don't worry too much, I just want to talk about the message of the game here. Now for a bit of context, the protagonist, Niko Bellic, was born in Yugoslavia, growing up in a time of war for his country, where he ended up both committing and witnessing various war crimes, which is why he's so comfortable with the idea of nefarious activities to advance his career when moving to Liberty City. While growing up, Niko served alongside a group of 15 friends he was close with, but one day, the opposing side killed most of the group. The survivors of this group were Niko himself and two individuals named Florian and Darko. Niko suspects one of those two is responsible for selling the group's location out, and from there, one of his remaining purposes in life is to take down whoever sold him and his friends out. Niko makes it to Liberty City, at first in pursuit of a new life that Roman oversold to him. Look, this apartment sucks, but in 2025, this for $2,000 a month would be a steal. This is like the third rent joke I made in this video. Recession indicator question mark. Now obviously there's a lot that takes place in GTA 4. We're not going to be talking about the whole game, but eventually Niko works his way up the crime ladder enough where the people he works for help him locate Florian, who ends up not being the culprit after all, and later Darko, who is the person who actually sold the group out for money. The developers make it so when you track down Darko, you as the player can make two decisions for Niko. The first is to take down Darko, and the second is to let him live. They do this in a way that makes you seriously contemplate what would be a more humane decision. Darko is painted to be a serious addict, with the implied reason he sold out the group being for the money to fuel his addiction. So the choice is entirely up to the player, and I don't believe there's a canon ending. The implied better ending is letting him live, with the message being that this was never going to provide Niko with the closure he needed. My first time playing this game was one of the most harrowing moments, and I guess feelings in general I've ever had in a video game, and it's clearly something I still think about to this day. I think it was pure genius fiction. Now I bring this up for two reasons with Xenoblade. For one, it's important that we get a perspective of why killing Mumkar perhaps isn't the ideal outcome for Dunban. It's very possible that enacting this level of revenge simply isn't going to make him happy, and Shulk is able to tell that. The second reason I bring this up though is because I feel like Darko is ultimately written a lot more complex than Mumkar is, which has us able to emphasize and understand just why sparing Darko would be a humane and reasonable decision. We see clearly why Darko did what he did, and while it's a an unforgivable reason, it's one that from a human perspective, we are at least able to grasp, as addiction is a serious problem millions of people face. With Mumkar though, he's just written to be so evil with zero redeeming qualities outside of a heart-to-heart we get way later in the game where he's described as noble or whatever. As such, this ending feels undeserved. I'm not saying from the gameplay perspective that the developers should have given the players the choice here. I just feel like this could have been written better. They could have made it so instead of us just feeling like preventing Mumkar from dying was undeserved, we could understand why someone would choose to spare him. Instead, with his motivations being purely rooted in greed, and with the developers giving us zero to work with in terms of understanding his character, this just fails. So I get what they were going for, but sparing him was an unsatisfactory conclusion, despite him meeting his demise regardless. I'm sure no one will disagree with me on this whole paragraph. Back at Alcamoth, we see Alvis and Lorithia discussing the current state of affairs in the war. Lorithia alludes to a spear in ether that has the possibility of taking out life on the Bionis, which is created from the ether drawn from the blood of the Bionis. So that explains what I thought was just radioactive goop. Lorithia is then pissed off that Dixon got involved, period, but says that Dixon has known us more than we have, indicating again that Alvis may not entirely be on our side, but it's still so ambiguous at this point that we're just gonna keep on guessing. Back to our group, Shulk then gets a vision of Fiora and him falling off of a cliff, which considering how many people he's envisioned dying or prevented dying at this point, is extremely frightening to see. There's no security to be had here really, just because he knows what's gonna happen, especially since Fiora died once already. I do want to talk about Sword Valley and Galahad Fortress a bit here before continuing the story. I'd say this is really the first chapter in the game where I feel like the gameplay truly settles into itself. I guess the best way I could describe it is that it's one of the first times that I feel like the game stops holding your hand entirely. There is an exception if you're just doing the quests and whatnot, but in terms of the main story, it feels like one of the longest stretches so far without a major cutscene. And it pairs well with the sheer amount of gameplay objectives here. For one, I feel like it's nice to finally explore the location where Dunban fought at the beginning of the game, and seeing the glowing ether flow nearby is just a great contrast. Sword Valley, good. After some very engaging gameplay, we finally make it to a room of Mechon with spears all containing ether tubes. They try for the third time for Lady Meyneth to recognize Shulk or any of them, which I understand, but give it a damn rest already. Jeez, dude. They all begin to charge towards her as Shulk stands in defeat for a moment before finally joining them. Silverface flies behind and tries to attack them as they stand on a floor that's crumbling like a cookie. Shulk stabs his Monado in the wall to slow his halt and holds Melly a hand to save her. His Monado gets loose at one point, and he is subsequently flung off the wall. A familiar voice rings in with, "I pity you." The voice credits this group's journey to the Monado. Everything is because of the Monado. Goldface, Eggle, Yaldabaoth, whatever, he utters the word Apocrypha, which activates a purple rain to deactivate the Monado. This word, which I looked up because I am not smart, means a biblical or related writings not forming part of the accepted canon of scripture. Credit to whatever dictionary site I just ripped that out from. So I guess the symbolism is I don't think there is any. It's just a cool word and maybe a band name. Anyways, Dunban walks forward after Shulk is hit from behind, pleading with quote-unquote Fiora to remember them. And a possible sign of weakness, mayhaps, her sword wobbles. We see a point-of-view shot of Shulk and Dunban, which made me think during my playthrough that she is trying to remember them here. Suddenly, though, Lady Meyneth says that the group must run, as the Mechon opens up sort of blurrily. Is that a word? We then see a damaged and barely moving Fiora, giving the audience some hope she's trying to wake up. I love this high angle shot of them looking up to her as they plead, and she is still telling them to run. She says the machine is not under my control, which explains why she has been aggressive towards them despite being inquisitive prior. Shulk asks if it's Goldface controlling her, the Mechon he saw in Valak Mountain. And wow, you never guess who it is. Goldface is Eggle, which I didn't say this back in Valak Mountain, but I always thought that was a name that the developers could have chosen for a main antagonist of their video game. Sorry to all the Eggles watching this video, but you might agree with me. Eggle reiterates that he has control of all the Mechon. Shulk asks again why the Homs are turned into Mechon. Hey, we've had this exact same conversation like 2 hours ago. With Eggle telling the group to join his side, Shulk asks why the hell we would ever actually submit to him, and the answer is idiots such as Mumkar. Dunban emphasizes to Shulk that they need to leave as soon as possible. Shulk resists, but Dunban says if they die, Fiora is also dead. Firm point, Dunban, you should become a lawyer. Eggle again tries to explain to Shulk that they should consider submitting to him and living, or their alternative is just dying, which is very, very depressing to have to consider. He says that the way to counter the Monado is by releasing opposite waves of the ether, which again, I believe is the symbolism of all this purple. Shulk refuses to hand over the Monado this time, which I see as a moment of character growth, considering he's fallen for this before to Mumkar. He makes a good point, which is, if this is so useless, why do you want it? Fiora, Lady Meyneth, Silverface, whoever says she can't allow this because Shulk is at risk. His journey and wanting to see her throughout has prompted even the shell of Fiora to keep in the fight. Until...
Don't let him die! Help Shulk! Help them!
That was her voice, confirming Fiora might actually be in there. Is she the one perhaps keeping this fight alive? Fiora yells from a spiritual realm, I guess, waking up and surprising Lady Meyneth, who asks Fiora for her strength. Due to Lady Meyneth keeping the fight alive and with her extruding some red waves, using what's revealed later on to be her own Monado, Shulk's Monado gets the power to come back to life, giving Shulk the vision again that, hey, Fiora's gonna die, or die again, I don't know. It's at this point that we see Lady Meyneth consider the ultimate sacrifice, dying to save Shulk and his friends. It's implied that she's really the only one who can counter this. Some sort of reactor lights illuminates from her chest, and the tower explodes just as Shulk envisioned. Oh, wait, so vision, that's what envision means. Like, you're envisioning something. Shulk then creeps up to Fiora despite the impending doom, and as Fiora falls off, Shulk jumps off the cliff to save her. Shulk, after taking the ultimate journey to avenge Fiora, has made the ultimate sacrifice himself.
The power of that faith. No, that is not possible. It cannot be.
There's some scene with Dixon and Callian and all the Allied Force stuff, and Dixon tells Callian to attack, and he's a good idea where the gang are, but you know what, no one cares about this right now. I mean, how can you follow up that with this. Let's just go to chapter 12. We see a flashback of Shulk as a child to start this chapter, in a similar location to where we started the game. He has some form of a sword as something or someone approaches him. He reaches for a piece of scrap metal, but falls into the ground. Now, I've struggled with what this means symbolically, but as Shulk says at the beginning, this is some sort of recurring dream. I wonder if this is some sort of somber retelling, or in this case, a prediction of his inevitable journey just as a kid. Maybe it's a stretch, but dreams are fairly nonsensical anyways, so this one is open to interpretation, which is the laziest way that I can possibly say I don't know. Anyways, we end up on Fallen Arm, which is an arm that fell. Yeah, okay. There's a very somber moment of gameplay here, where playing solo as Shulk, you walk alone to Fiora. He tries to remove the core off her chest, but as it turns red and glows briefly, it seems to be stuck. Shulk gets her some water, and we walk as Shulk alone for another minute for reasons that I'm sure make sense if you're a game developer.
Fiora, you're awake. Do you remember? My name is
I can't believe it. My first kiss.
You do remember me, Fiora.
Of course I do. Shulk.
I think there's something so depressing to me about this scene. Maybe this just ties into what I was saying in early game, but I just always felt like it was tragic that Shulk never fully appreciated Fiora, despite her best efforts. Hell, she dreamed about, marrying him and risked her whole life just to earn some ire. And after a chaotic and hellish journey for Shulk, he did everything he could, to win her back, almost trying to make up for the fact that he could have done better for her. After everything, they share one kiss. But is this Fiora? Is she alive? Is this the Homs that we once knew and loved? All details that will come in due time, but at least in my playthrough, I found this to be sort of an ominous and eerie moment. I know for many it's cute, hashtag Fiora and Shulk gurgles, so maybe I just have a grim take on this. But for me, it's an earnest yet desolate moment, is the best way I could describe it. Fiora says she never forgot about Shulk or the others, a very pleasant way to refer to your damn brother who raised you like a father. She clarifies she was unable to say anything as Lady Meyneth because she wasn't herself, and also she couldn't remember anything after she died at Colony 9, which makes me believe that she did die outright, because she woke up as a machine and just felt like someone was inside her. I mean, a part of her. Like, do you see what I mean? This almost isn't our Fiora, and yet at the same time, it very much is. Fiora had the ability to see and hear, just without control, and the whole time she was crying out desperately in a heart, but with no power. It's very sad to hear her say something like that. Shulk, though, reiterates he always believed it was her, and she thinks he's full of shit. To me, I don't know if Shulk ever thought she was alive as much as he was just in the first stage of grief, which is denial. It's important to remember that this game takes place in what I think is an extremely condensed time period, so that's sort of my headcanon why he vehemently believed she was alive all along. Shulk and Fiora then discuss a little bit about the person inside her and if she's still there. Fiora, though, is unsure on what happened to her, while Shulk seems to hold some disdain of all things for whoever is her other half, which is fair enough given he is quite protective of her, desperately never wanting to let her go again. Fiora seems a bit exacerbated by Shulk's hatred for this other half and tries to remind him that she really isn't to blame for any of that. I find Fiora's demeanor and persistence here endearing. She says to Shulk that she wants to help the cause, which reminds me of her early game character quite a bit, although Shulk still doesn't get it, which almost ruins this moment for me, but I will put aside my unique interpretations for the sake of, oh, this is such a nice moment in the game, crowd. So that was toxic. It is actually a very cute moment of the game. Either way, Shulk eventually agrees that he's fine with the concept of Fiora having another half. We then cut to them overlooking scenery like old times, which is very satisfying. Well, it's time to find the others. It's easy to forget that this game has been going on for so long now that there are going to be cast members that Fiora doesn't know at this point. Sadly, on their journey though, Fiora has to stop, saying she feels strange, the first introduction of a recurring concept that she may not be doing all that well physically. They stop and take a break as a result, and Shulk's not doing too well himself, as his Monado shakes, indicating a great damage has possibly befallen it. I really appreciate the scene we see where Fiora wakes up from a nap. Shulk offers Fiora food, citing she might be hungry, a complete role reversal from what we saw early in the game, and it hit me at this point the symbolism the game developers wanted us to see. Early on, we played as Fiora alone to bring him food, and now we played as Shulk alone to bring her water. It's little moments like this which make me think this game is just f***ing genius. Shulk encourages Fiora to eat, but her new body doesn't get hungry, and she just runs on water. That must be nice. I'm tired of spending so much money on damn food. There's a pretty sad moment from Fiora here, saying that if Shulk needs to leave her behind, he can. Now, it's in character for Fiora to feel like no one cares about her, but even after this whole journey of him risking his life to save her, she somehow still envisions ways she could get left behind, which is, oh, it's sad.
The Fiora you knew is dead. Just think of it like that.
I do see the Fiora we knew as dead. I mean, she did die, but I feel that Fiora being quote-unquote alive are the writer's way of instilling hope in the player, because why else would we still be playing, right? We got Fiora back, and for that reason, it's not like Fiora could just fully be back in perfect form. So Fiora is here, but what the game is saying at this point is that she will never ever be the same. And it's even more heartbreaking that Shulk continues to blame himself for her loss. Shulk, don't watch the first half of this video, okay? Mechon then rained down. I'm sorry, y'all were surrounded by metal walls where you slept for hours. Could you not find a safer spot to just chill? The Monado comes back to life, but then we cut to Ryan and Sharla, because other characters exist. So here we see Ryan sort of down on himself, mainly because he failed to protect Shulk, a promise he made to him as children because of how frail Shulk was, and something we saw as far back as the first cutscene the two both appeared in. There's a part of Ryan that's really depressed here because he feels unneeded at this point in his life, given that Shulk is stronger and has the Monado. Sharla then chimes in to relate to him that the Mechon attacks took a constant toll on Colony 6, so she got used to losing her friends and family constantly, but despite being hopeless, she wanted to keep fighting.
Everybody had someone to protect. The moment you looked away, you'd lose everyone you loved.
This is probably Sharla's best line in the game. I feel like that can summarize everything we've seen up to this point to a T. And as much as I riff on her, I do appreciate getting a little bit more backstory about this character, who has consistently been probably the worst main character since her introduction. Ryan is encouraged by Sharla's motivational speech and wants to find Shulk and Fiora. We cut back to Shulk and Fiora, where eventually Ryan and Sharla are shown to have caught up to them. And you know what? It's cute here that Ryan does still fulfill his promise of protecting Shulk. Fiora then reds out Dunban for being a crybaby, and like I've been saying that for hours now, he just doesn't want to let you guys see it.
I don't think he'd ever cry in front of you two.
So he does cry when no one's watching.
Yep. He's always been like that. He's a big softie, but he hates anyone seeing it.
I never knew. Nope, I don't believe it.
Man, that has to be one of the funniest freaking deliveries in this entire game so far. Fiora has some serious sass and wit, and I'm here for that. But then mysterious Mechon-like people walk towards them, fade to black. And wow, look at that, we then see Melia, Dunban, and Ricky in the coincidentally same spot. Thank God they all landed in the exact same vicinity, or someone may have died and the game would be over. Well, I don't know. I don't think any of these characters are actually really important to the plot at this point. Ricky wants to sleep and eat while his friends are potentially going to perish, and Alpha Hyper Mega Gamer Chad Dunban, being too cool for school, says, well, fine, we'll rest. Sorry, it's been a while since I made that joke. Melia, while saying she doesn't need the rest, falls asleep immediately. There's a nice little moment here where Dunban realizes Ricky only wanted to stop because Melia was tired, and she just wouldn't admit it. Dunban rants to Ricky about why can't Fiora and Shulk just love each other, man. Ricky tells Dunban he's doing all he can, and you know, it's kind of weird to see Dunban taking advice from Ricky. I'm still not a huge Ricky fan, but this is up there for one of the better scenes that he has throughout the game, out of a collective 4. Everyone reunites, and then in good old fashion, Ryan gets body slammed by Ricky. I love this shot of Fiora coming into frame here. It's a reveal to Dunban that she's currently a Mechon. It's so heartbreaking, which I keep using that word, but it is, that she literally, you know, died and then says to Dunban, sorry if I made you worry. My chronic need to apologize if it were a person, ladies or gentlemen. We then are blessed with a heartwarming reunion as Melia asks if Fiora is our childhood friend. No, it's some stranger we found off the damn streets. Melia, though, being the gamer that she is kind enough to congratulate Shulk, despite knowing her feelings will be forgotten. Oh yeah, these menacing things that looked like they were about to kick our kneecaps in. I actually totally forgot that we were like ambushed at the end of the last scene, which is really cute writing for the developers. So these are the Makna, the citizens of the Mechonis, and they call this land, or specifically the ship, Junks. Yes, they call it Junks. It's so stupid. Now, the Makna are and aren't Mechon. Their civilization created them, but they were born from the Mechonis. One of the Makna, Linata, comes up to Fiora here and realizes that she is not fully functioning. This is a way to reiterate to the audience that these people aren't aiming to just take us down. And apparently Fiora is a pretty damn convincing Makna, since Linata thinks she's one. But in her defense, all that's left of her that we can see is her hands and head. Even most of the costumes show her as a Mechon at this point, except for the ones that'll get this video demonetized. Linata is a doctor and says that Fiora has been transformed into a face unit and is experiencing a functional breakdown. Well, shit, I could have told you that. Can I be a doctor? Fiora goes in to be treated until we meet this big old chump. This is Mikol, or Mikul. I don't know, man, okay? But regardless, big plot twist incoming. Mikol is none other than Egil's father, and he wastes no time in asking our group to kill him. I don't think I need to sit here and emphasize like, oh wow, imagine how messed up it is for a father to ask this. We all know that is damn brutal. Y'all want to talk about capitalism? Yeah, so I don't know where to put this in the video, so I just decided to put it in the worst point possible. But now that we have Fiora, our final party member, I wanted to take some time to talk about Xenoblade Chronicles 1 merchandise and just other aspects of Xenoblade as a whole, which I had to wait to do because if you saw Fiora in the corner of like any of the art or anything, it would have been a huge spoiler. So with the merch, I bought some of it, but I'm not rich enough to afford it all because this video is going to get 50 views on day one, if that. I would like to thank the Xeno Series Wiki for the collective list and photos of the merchandise. This was so helpful to my research. Please check them out with the link in the description. The first item we'll be talking about is a Xenoblade Chronicles art book from GameStop, which was a pre-order bonus for the Wii version of the game. I do actually own this one because it was like $20 on eBay. There's actually a lot of cute touches with this book. There's some texture on the main characters on the front, which is something. There's not a lot to say about this book. It's sort of just a general summary of the game. It's something you'll open once, but it's a satisfying little bonus. And I have to give them props for both keeping Fiora in the art while not revealing the twist about her fate of her character. With the Wii release of Xenoblade 1, there was a Red Pro controller. It's actually not only fairly expensive, but hard to find. As of writing this video, I found one official listing for it. I personally find this one a bit lame because there's not really anything special to it besides, you know, it's red. There's a signed poster set, which was only released, and I quote, in parts of Europe, and is, and I quote, sometimes a pre-order bonus for the controller bundle. I couldn't find a single listing for this, and honestly, while it's awesome, I doubt it's worth a damn. There's a Xenoblade Chronicles Steelbook, only released in France, and honestly, I kinda hate this, just because the top is like cut off. Can't find this one on eBay, but honestly, I don't want it. France can keep it. There was a Club Nintendo branded RPG commemorative coin collection that included all the games from Operation Rainfall if you registered all 3 games to the now retired Club Nintendo. Those were the days, man. You get a piece of paper from your Wii game, beg your mom for her laptop, and save up enough coins to buy a fucking keychain or something really shitty that you still had to pay shipping for. As for the reward, old people like me remember these days, but there was a time Nintendo would print these coins all the darn tootin' time. I actually owned them for Mario Odyssey and Smash Ultimate. Now the RPG coins go up for $600 on eBay, and are really not worth it for that reason. But my Mario Odyssey coin is $3. We then have Xenoblade, the secret file of the Monado archives. This will get its own section at the end of the video. It's an entire book about the game and the development history, and it has polls, and I think this section is going to be a bit more boring anyways. So if 0 people are watching by the end as I predict, we're all good. There's a Xenoblade guide, which I'm surprised counts as merchandise, but hey, if the Xeno series wiki counts it, they have more precedent than me. There's also 2 soundtracks released for the Wii game. There's the full soundtrack released in Japan, which has 4 CDs, and one that I own, the Xenoblade Chronicles special soundtrack, which is sort of like a greatest hits CD. Mine also has a cute little piece of paper with Shulk and Fiora art, which is useless, but it's a nice touch. The new 3DS version of Xenoblade really only has merchandise that ties into the fact that it's on a 3DS, probably because people were trying to mentally accept this thing was on a damn 3DS to begin with. There are faceplates, which I thought about buying for this video, but I couldn't really justify the $60 purchase, especially because I don't own a new 3DS. There was a revision to the legendary strategy guide, and then some digital themes for the 3DS, which are now gone forever, because digital is great, folks. For Definitive Edition, they released a whole trove of stuff. Firstly, there were a lot of special editions of the Definitive Edition depending on what region you lived in. North America got screwed the most, with the game just coming in a red box and a Definitive Works art book. I'll show some footage from this YouTuber I haven't decided on yet, scrolling through the book here. I'm sure they're great. Please don't get canceled. Europe's pre-order bonus had a freaking vinyl. Okay, stop flexing on us, guys. It also contained a steelbook and a poster, which seemed to be more future-connected focused. Australia and New Zealand had a CD instead of vinyl, so that's a downgrade if you're a hipster or whatever. In Asia, the pre-order appeared to be fairly pared down. Still, of course, having the game, the Definitive Works art book, and a CD with a steelbook. In Japan, apparently, you could just purchase this with a digital code if you wanted to... Why? There were a bunch of little pre-order goodies that followed with this release, including 2 keychains and a lanyard, the latter of which was a Spain-exclusive pre-order bonus with 1,000 copies of such in existence. I did search actually like 10 times for this, not expecting I'd be able to get one, but just to see if anything showed up, and unbelievably so, it didn't. If you have one, sell it and retire. There's a fridge magnet set which was released exclusively to South Korea. These are cool, assuming you live in a household that actually knows what Xenoblade is, but also I can't find these anywhere on eBay, mostly because I'm assuming no one cares. There's a microfiber cloth. Okay, like, this is kind of the point with the merch where I'm like, what am I actually gonna do with this overly expensive piece of cloth? You know, we draw a line somewhere. There was a Definitive Edition steelbook, released also exclusively in South Korea. It technically is different from all the other steelbooks in the collector's editions, so get ready to sell your kidney if you actually want this thing. In Hong Kong and Taiwan exclusively, of all places, there was a Monado acrylic stand. Again, I don't know what you would do with this, and we will never know because I can't find a single damn listing for this thing. Now look, I may be a Melia fan, but I could not justify buying this Melia scale figure for this video. I want it, but like, look at these prices. You could go out and buy a Switch in the game for cheaper than that. This was a collaboration with a company named Good Smile, who make a lot of these sorts of things, including ones that I can't show on YouTube. It's metal that this exists, and if I had expendable income, I would consider buying this since Melia is my favorite character, but it's just not a sensible purchase at all. Besides that, there was a poster set from the UK, a poster set from Australia, and more keychains, and this time, key holders from Japan. I've seen some of the individual character keychains show up before on eBay, so if you want some of them, it's probably feasible, like Shulk was super common, but collecting a whole set seems difficult, but at least you can show up at the club and get free drinks with them. In terms of my Nintendo rewards, there was a Monado phone ring holder. Sure. There were also stickers, one set of which I own, but Japan got a lot more because we're not allowed to have nice things. There were also wallpapers as digital rewards, if you count these as merch, in Europe exclusively, but honestly, I'm sure you could find this anywhere on the internet if you really tried. But of course, the last really important piece of merchandise that will lead us into our next section is the Shulk amiibo. Look, I need a break from the story. Like, we've been talking about Fiora and Lady Maynith and Shulk and Ryan and Visharla and all these losers. I'm a little tired, okay? Because I want to talk about Xenoblade Chronicles as much as possible, because I have no respect for my free time, let's delve into another Nintendo franchise, Super Smash Bros. Of course, if for some reason you don't know, Super Smash Bros. Is a fight... Okay, you all know what Smash is. With Super Smash Bros. For Wii U and for Nintendo 3DS being the first Smash Bros. Game to release after Xenoblade Chronicles 1, Shulk was a likely candidate to make a debut in the franchise, and yet I was predicting Chase McCain from LEGO City Undercover. Shulk's earliest confirmation came from a leak that showed the full character roster for the 3DS version of the game. People at first said, there's no way that could be real. It looks like dog. No, you see, that's just how the game looks. On August 29th, 2014, we would then get an official reveal, seeing Shulk in action at Gar Plains. Wait, hold on. You mean the damn mountains in the background and not like the entirety of the Bionis Leg. I mean, it's not a huge deal, but I do find it a bit weird, and as I've talked about throughout this video, it's done damage to the discourse of this franchise, because now everyone just sees the grassy plains and goes, ah yes, Gar Plains. Whatever. The actual stage sucks and was universally hated because Metalface would appear and attack your characters and destroy a lot of the stage. This was in the era of Smash where Nintendo thought people liked playing with gimmicks that distracted from the main point of the damn game, and so therefore half the stages in this set of games are basically unplayable. Shulk, I would say, is an okay character. Now, I'll say that I absolutely suck at Smash and might not be the best to adequately describe him and his role in the meta, so this will be a very basic description of his fighting style, and probably wrong. My main issue with him is that he's just so slow and sluggish. This is done purposefully to balance his method of play, which is that he can spawn 5 Monado Arts. Shulk's final smash here is a chain attack, spawning Ricky and Dunban to fight alongside him. This was also the era of Nintendo making half the final smashes of mini cutscenes with characters fighting alongside them, and the era technically continues to this very day. On top of that, Ricky is also an assist trophy, helping you out by inflicting status ailments on your foes and healing you up. Just kind of like the game where he's kind of all of everything. And of course, like everything in Smash, there are an unhealthy number of trophies in music. I won't be going over all of these for the sake of time, but there are nice nuggets of information sprinkled in there. We learn Yaldabaoth, also known as Goldface, and Egil's Mechon, is a name that comes from the false god of legend, which, hey, nice touch. Or that Melia is 88 years old. I think that's said somewhere in the game, but she's old. Some other tidbits worth noting are that for the Mii Sword Fighter, there was a Dunban costume. This is sort of a trend Nintendo were doing in that era to add characters to Smash without actually adding characters to Smash. These costumes were 75 cents a pop, so honestly, they weren't a terrible price if you wanted to squint and pretend you were playing as a character you actually wanted to play as. There's also a Palatine as guidance on Shulk, which, I'm sorry, actually trying to activate this is stupidly hard. Basically, you have to tap down on the D-pad for literally 1 frame, which took me 10 minutes to finally pull off. The only thing I learned is that Shulk is apparently 18, which I don't know if that was confirmed anywhere in the damn game, and we see Pit ripping off a lot of Ryan's famous lines. That was so worth it. The 3DS version largely had the same content as the Wii U version. The main thing I would note here is that Gar Plains is significantly smaller, also known as better, like a lot of things in the 3DS version of the game. Yeah, I said it. And of course, this is where the Shulk amiibo could be used, in a super gimmicky mode where you could train your fighters or whatever, which most fans agree was a bit overhyped as a concept, but it was a nice way to transport your own unique fighter between your friends' consoles. The Shulk amiibo would find a few more niche uses throughout the era of amiibo. There was a Yoshi Woolly's World costume and a Super Mario Maker skin. In Xenoblade Chronicles 3D, this would unlock in-game tokens, which were basically just points so you could unlock goodies in the game's gallery. Both Chibi Robo Ziplash and Kirby Planet Robobot give sort of generic descriptions for this amiibo, according to amiibo.life, saying it'll unlock a figure in the pose of Shulk and give Kirby a copy ability of Shulk respectively, but at least in the case of Chibi Robo, I can't really find that documented anywhere. There is one other game it works with, but hey, that doesn't exist, now does it? Now, when Super Smash Bros. Ultimate rolled around in 2018, I would say that Shulk controlled a lot better in that game. For one, previously to choose an art, you had to mash through them one at a time while standing still, but in Ultimate, you could just choose them from a little mini scroll wheel, which is 10 times more intuitive. Also, just because Ultimate is a faster game than Smash for Wii U and 3DS, his sluggishness doesn't feel anywhere near as bad. And hey, Fiora now appears in his final Smash, which is why this intermission was all the way into this video. Nice damn spoiler for anyone who hasn't played the game or has wanted to get into it. Why the hell would you do that? Also, now you can turn off the stage hazards, which makes Gar Plains a little bit more palatable, though quite honestly I don't see many people considering this stage a masterpiece or anything since then, so I think the damage has been done. You know, I'm just saying, if it was Eryth Sea, would have been received a lot better. Now, instead of trophies this time around, Smash Ultimate has spirits, also known as PNGs downloaded off the internet. As an example for how the spirits work from a gameplay perspective, if you choose to fight the spirit of, say, Fiora, the game gives you a blonde Lucina to fight, which if you squint and play in 144p looks like Fiora, and Shulk is also there for reasons unbeknownst to me. These are kinda cool, but I can't really say much about them as it pertains to Xenoblade, since I always thought the spirit system was kinda gimmicky. The last aspect I'll discuss with Shulk in Smash Bros. Is his classic mode. Kind of similar to Spirits, each character's classic mode is supposed to represent something. For Olimar, for example, you sort of see his journey through space, more or less. Shulk's is fairly creative, if not a bit of a letdown. Basically, it's just each character representing Shulk's Monado arts. You fight Falco for jump, you fight Sonic for speed, King K. Rool is shield for Cloud is Buster, which I'm sure makes sense if you know anything about Final Fantasy VII. I don't. Little Mac is Smash, and Mega Man is Enchant. Oh, I get it, because he's a robot. That was clever. I've already talked about Xenoblade's integration with Super Smash Bros. And some of the byproducts of Shulk having his own amiibo. So now, let's talk about some of the other cameos and other appearances Xenoblade has made in general media. I find these really interesting because Xenoblade, again, like I said at the beginning of this video, sort of feels like a niche, overlooked Nintendo franchise. So in addition to wanting to discuss all the Xenoblade 1 content here, I just think it's worth noting. Now again, like with a lot of things in this video, I do want to shout out the Xeno Series Wiki for compiling this list, as well as just being a valuable resource during the production of this video. Firstly, we have Project X Zone 2. Now what's Project X Zone 1? I have never heard of it. Now, this game is actually a collaboration between Bandai Namco and Monolith Soft, who published and developed this game respectively. This is important to note because Bandai Namco were the publishers of Xenosaga, the spiritual predecessor to Xenoblade, so the character Cosmos had appeared in the previous Project X Zone game. The reason we're talking about X Zone 2 is because Fiora makes an appearance here. Now again, I don't have a damn clue about this franchise or what it is. This whole experience just looks like fan service galore. Looking into it a bit more, it seems like that's sort of the point, right? Like this is supposed to be more or less a big crossover event sort of game, incorporating characters from all walks of gaming. As such, considering I doubt this is canon in any way, I'm not going to be analyzing or talking about the plot here, but that's also because I don't know what I would say about it. For the purpose of this video, I'll say that Fiora is here, the Mechon and Metalface are here, and it has a really nice remix of You Will Know Our Names. This is probably super cool and epic if you're into these sort of games, but this is a bit above my pay grade, so if you expected a deeper analysis, maybe in 2043 or something. Something that isn't my pay grade, because I'm a basic-ass gamer, is the Tetris 99 collaboration. Now sadly, these events are limited, with the Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive Edition event lasting 4 days. Yeah, it's Tetris with Xenoblade music and backgrounds. I never played this and never will, because I can't. Digital goods are great. Similarly, Puzzle Swap, a sub-game from the critically acclaimed Street Pass Me Plaza, has a puzzle based off of Xenoblade Chronicles, which I think is unique art. I haven't seen it anywhere else. There's a bunch of smaller cameos too. In Animal Crossing New Leaf, you can see Xenoblade Chronicles 3D as a game case on the 3DS shelf, but you can't play it in the game like you could with NES games and the GameCube game, so Nintendo is full of cowards. In Nobody Saves the World, whatever that is, you can see the Monado on a wall full of iconic gaming swords, and out of all the freaking games I thought we'd be talking about today, we have LEGO Star Wars The Skywalker Saga. Now this has a character voiced by Adam Howden, the voice of Shulk, who he references by saying, "I'm really feeling it." Finally, there's a skin for the Monado in Warframe, a game that I know nothing about, and Terraria, a game that I know nothing about, has a portrait in the game that's a reference to Xenoblade, I think. Now what did we learn from this section, and what did it add to the video? I don't think anything. What am I doing? We start chapter 13 with a who's of forgotten side characters. Thoron, Dixon, Chief Dungben. Damn, I mean, I know Dixon has been besides us throughout the story, but hey, this is Kellyanne's idea of an alliance because we didn't commit to it, so this man has to get the next best thing, side characters. Thoron here roasts Kellyanne for not helping them at the Battle of Sword Valley, which is probably my favorite line from him in the game. Not that there was much competition, but still. Kellyanne re-emphasizes that he was surprised and inspired by the multitude of races that he saw in Shulk's group. Everyone agrees it's dope, and the allied forces are set. Did I just say dope? Dixon, though, so kindly and bravely volunteers to catch up to our group's whereabouts, since he has to tell Shulk something. What a kind, nice old man. Back to the father conspiring to get his son taken out, Mikol reiterates that there's no Makna left on Mechonis, and that the Junks houses the remaining ones, citing that the Bionis has killed them all. It's pointed out here that Lady Mayneth fought the Bionis for the Makna before before the two titans entered their deep slumber. And so that's basically where we learn where Lady Meyneth is. Basically, she's the creator of Mechonis, and maybe even is the Mechonis itself, or whatever that's supposed to mean. Shulk gets confused why Miquoll wants Egil dead specifically, which we learn is because Egil's mission is to kill all innocent life on Bionis, as he does not forgive the Bionis for its attack on the Mechonis. So many words, and they all mean something. Basically, Egil has been impossible to stop despite everyone's best efforts, so Miquoll goes so far as to give Egil's location away, telling us that he lives at the Mechonis capital. That would have been so hard to guess, dude. Shulk says he feels sorry for him, prompting the ire of Rein. It's actually quite empathetic and deep of Shulk that he is able to feel this sort of emotion for Egil's anger, and it seems genuine here. As much as I flamed him for it earlier, these sorts of moments are what puts Shulk above literally everyone else in this story so far. Shulk points out that Egil has suffered a lot in his life, and is even mad that Rein doesn't have sympathy. Basically, the issue here is that the only way to kill Egil is through the Monado, which makes it all the more convenient that we all landed at this guy's doorsteps. The conversation turns to Fiora now, who has had several of her organs removed. Basically, her blood and immune system now works in tandem with the Mechons, which is why her strength sucks ass. Renato makes the decision to devote some serious amount of time to try to get Fiora healthy again, while understanding she may never get back to her Hom's body in peak form. Renato then asks us to play Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive Edition for the Nintendo Switch, and actually do something besides watch cutscenes, and it's time for our mandatory gameplay of the chapter. Okay, can we talk about Fallen Arm for a minute? Well, of course we can, it's my video. Fallen Arm has to be one of my favorite okay, I've said this about every world. I actually didn't mean for that to be a joke, but I'm realizing I have said that about every world. The worlds are so good in this game. First of all, the music is just perfect. For me, this music hits the spot as it does because it fits the reunion of Shulk and Fiora perfectly. It has sort of a somber yet hopeful and a little bit sad tone to it. While we hear it throughout the regular gameplay, it's always a song that I will tie back in my head to their kiss on the beach, no matter who I'm playing as. I say as such because it sounds like it's almost intended to be cutscene music, but it continues on and therefore equally works as the theme for this area. I also think Fallen Arm is extremely successful at making you feel like you're part of this world. It helps that the land is called, Fallen Arm, but the concept goes beyond just being an isolated land in the middle of an endless sea. You can climb some of the fingers and see breathtaking views, as well in the little gaps of the hand, you'll run into dead ends. There's even small tubes that you can go through and destroyed structures, and it helps that I find the city of Junks to be an endearing location, despite the name being stupid. It's definitely kind of big for the sake of being big. Like, why is there an entire circle to loop this whole place? Oh, God. Any day now. I'm just walking here. I guess it's so you can deal with this little clown hanging out on this little island over here, because it's a normal thing to do, is just isolate yourself from the rest of your society. The next day rolls over and Shulk is back in front of Miquoll, saying he wants to talk about what was proposed against Egil. Shulk emphasizes that he does want to stop him, but they are unable to act due to the allied forces and their ability to launch an attack on Mechonis any day now. There is some general fear here due to the weapon Egil made that could kill all life on Bionis, the green fluid shooter trident thing. Shulk sees it as important to warn the allied forces because of the risk of that. Dickface then walks in the room. Wait, how the hell was he just at Alcamoth and just ended depth down? Whatever, it's a video game. I don't have time to think about it. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Dixon says he landed here due to some catchphrase, and this is apparently said in the UK often. Bob is your uncle. Who the fuck is Bob? And it's confirmed that Dixon and Miquoll know each other because I guess Dixon is just the most important person in this entire universe. They have an agreement here. Miquoll gives him technology and info so Dixon can give him corresponding information about the outside world. Sure, Dunman gets rightfully pissed off since Dixon keeps a lot of the information they've needed to themselves, and Dixon quips back with a, "Not all of us Homs are good people." But hey, this also does explain that all the wacky wild technology seen at Colony 9 comes from here. Dixon ends up taking a profound interest in the weapon that could kill all life on Bionis. It's tragic here because we as an audience probably have an idea he's against us by now, but he's just seen as a trusted childhood friend by our party. Like, Dixon just starts becoming so obviously evil here. He's like, oh, I bet that weapon would come in handy. You know, one that will ruin all life on Bionis. Dunban actually does confront him over it, but then he's like, lol, JK bro, and then no one revisits the idea he might actually just be... Whatever. Shulk visits Fiora upstairs, sitting by her side and holding her hand. Dixon, because he has 30 clones apparently, is also up here and makes a firm point, and actually presents a question I've asked a few times. What's the point of this fight now if Fiora is still alive? Shulk turns the question around, asking what Dixon is fighting for, and then he's basically like, oh, yeah, Eggle bothers me, ooh, like... Dixon then gives the message he planned to tell them back from Alcamoth. When the Allied force attacks Mechonis, Shulk and his company won't be needed. It's hard to say, but easy to assume at this point that this probably isn't what Callian wanted to relay. Shulk is rightfully surprised Callian had alluded to such, and with that, Shulk seems a bit more interested now in taking down Eggle. Shulk says he can't forgive the Mechon, but he is curious to see if there's a way to stop all this bullshit. Dixon basically says to Shulk, look, it's gonna be hard, but you have to try to beat him. So why don't you do it, Dixon? Fiora comes back. Good is not new, but could always be worse. Fiora apologizes to Shulk, having to get an item to cure her, and I know we're just saying the same thing over and over again, but it's still so heartbreaking to me how she feels like a Bergen. Well, everyone decides it's time to take down Eggle. Nicole lets them know they'll run into someone named Venea who will help them in a capital, which immediately perks Fiora's ears up a bit, maybe activating the Lady Maineth side of the gal a bit. Now, we saw Venea a bit earlier in one of the many omniscient cutscenes we saw a while ago, and basically she's Nicole's daughter and Eggle's sister. Now, as Eggle's sibling, it should be noted that unlike her dad, she doesn't want to kill him, but she also can't support him, so they'll help the group. That's just called aiding and abetting. Lenata then drops something of a bombshell. Fiora's repairs are only temporary at this point, and therefore, Lenata offers to step in whenever she has a system failure. Her main focus right now is trying to make Fiora into a Homs again with genetic information, but the chance of it succeeding is rather slim. I feel like this, combined with the obvious scenes showing her in a severely diminished state, lays the groundwork for the idea that Fiora may not survive until the end of the story, so we'll be keeping an eye on her, because I'm keeping an eye on everything anyways, because I have to. With the group's mission now in tow, we cut to Eggle scheming in a lab, and he is damn pissed off that his face Mechon have been betraying him, theorizing that with Fiora, the memories within her caused her to break through, concluding that the same thing happened with Mumkar. He's clearly not happy with his breach, and decides that he needs to erase every single trace of a vessel he is using as a faced Mechon. Considering Sharla is traveling with Shulk, he zooms in on her and realizes that Gadult will have strong memories of her, confirming at this point that Gadult is indeed a faced Mechon. As if any player even remembers Sharla and Gadult's dynamic at this point, considering it hasn't really been mentioned in, forever. And honestly, what comes next is really hard to watch, so I'll play it, but don't say I didn't warn you.
The boy Shulk remains a thorn in my side. I will enjoy watching my minion crush him. Be still my servant. I see that your memories cause you much suffering.
So we make it through Digit 2 of Fallen Arm, which is breathtaking and should have and could have been an album cover, but they missed an opportunity, and it's just this instead. Fiora points out how interesting the perspective is, and she's right, it's quite striking.
Out of fear, we commit terrible atrocities, and call them acts of self-preservation.
Fear gives rise to more fear. A never-ending circle of hatred.
Perhaps that circle can be broken.
Fear. It must be what's driving this.
To me, I feel like this is some really well-written social commentary. I don't want to get too much into the weeds here, but I feel like this idea of continuing a circle of fear leading to hatred and continuing such can apply to a lot of issues we've had and continue to have as a society. This is probably one of my favorite moments in Xenoblade Chronicles 1 and will be a relevant motif moving forward in the story. I'm serious. We will be talking about this a lot. I'd say these locations we soon explore in the Mechonis sort of build off of Sword Valley a bit, not only in terms of the gameplay truly hitting its stride, but just because of the generally longer stretches of exploration that don't have cutscenes. There are a few small ones like, let's go press this thingamabob to continue our journey. There's not really a lot to say about this part of the game that isn't obvious. Like, I guess the big difference of the Mechonis is just how much of a contrast it is to the Bionis in terms of the machinery and aesthetics, but like a third grader could have pointed that out. But damn, they cooked here. If you look off in the distance of the Mechonis Fortress, you'll see oodles of pistons and very well detailed inner workings. It's kind of like Clockwork Tower from Monkey Ball 2 but on steroids. Now arguably the game does get a bit repetitive here at points, but if you like the Xenoblade gameplay like I do, you'll probably get really into it. And like I've been saying, I've really appreciated this stretch of the game. And hey, you know what? We have a complete party now. No, Dixon is not joining us. So with that, let me talk about Fiora as a fighter. Fiora is by far one of the best characters to fight as in this game. Now, I will say I used her mostly as a supporting role rather than outright played as her, but she is incredibly strong. One of her best qualities is having the ability to attack Mechon, so if you don't have Shulk in your party, she's a great choice. I'd say she's fairly similar to Shulk both because of that and just due to her general stats. Her main talent art, drones, has to be one of the strongest attacks in the entire games. In simple terms that Xenoblade fans will disagree with me for saying probably, it basically just looks and feels like Hyper Beam from Pokemon. Every time I use this attack, it just boom. So at the risk of being repetitive here, Fiora is really good and a damn solid 7th party member. Now I'm sure fans will probably disagree with my list, but in terms of my enjoyment with the characters I used in parties throughout my playthroughs, I would rank them Melia, Fiora, Shulk, Ricky, Rein, Dunban, and Sharla respectively, though admittedly I actually had formations that involved all characters, and by the end of the game, I didn't think any party member was outright useless. Congrats, Sharla. I mean, like for one of my go-to formations throughout the game ended up being Shulk, Rein, and Sharla, which maybe makes me an NPC since this is one of the earliest formations, but I actually started to really thrive off of playing as them, especially when Sharla gets her attack art and I can commence my chain attacks. Look, having someone constantly healing can be really helpful in some of these fights, and while characters like Shulk or Melia have individual healing arts, Sharla is by far the best character to help prolong a fight, even if she doesn't outright increase your odds of victory most of the time. If that makes any sense, it probably doesn't. I also really started to enjoy the combination of Shulk, Fiora, and Dunban in late game while defeating some unique monsters. I'll say that this formation I used specifically for when I wanted to take down an enemy quickly, while accepting that they may not last all too long. And finally, Melia, Ricky, and Sharla were surprisingly effective together, and for ether-based enemies and bosses we'll see in the late game, this was the play. My final conclusion really comes down to the fact that I feel like there's room for rich experimentation with all 7 characters. I don't claim to know who the best is or what team formations are truly optimal. Again, I've never been the combat aficionado, so I'm just going off of my experiences. But ultimately, I found that all 7 characters had worth in this game, and I seriously do recommend trying teams with everyone at some point, or just look up tier lists on YouTube, that's probably easier. The group eventually decides to take another rest, and like back at the Fallen Arm, Fiora rests, but clearly in pain. Dunban checks in to make sure she's okay, and despite what I'm sure people on DeviantArt would disagree with, she's not looking too hot. She doesn't feel comfortable, but she doesn't want Shulk to know about her condition, because she doesn't want to feel like a burden, like always. Dunban calls back to the times that Fiora helped him when his arm was broken, and just like with Shulk in the water, seeing Dunban give Fiora a cup of something is just a kind moment in the game. But now the writers realized, oh we referenced Gadult in the last chapter, so let's reacclimate everyone with Sharla's entire backstory one last time. As she tries to fix her weapon, Sharla gets a memory of Gadult trying to fix one. And honestly, I don't know if it's just me, but these scenes kind of make me not like Gadult as a character very much. He's so much of a stern, takes no sorta man, a clear opposite of Ryan. In this flashback, he's mad after failing to protect his colony, to the point where he's just like shooting destroyed machines, and that's kinda scary for anyone in Charlotte's position. I'm sorry, but he's not coming off as likable. I feel like he sort of needs to be likable in order for us to really appreciate Charlotte as a character more in turn. Like, he even starts going off about how his people dying would have meant something if they won the war. At that point, I just stopped rooting for this character, not that I ever started. I'm not saying Charlotte is some great character, but I feel like she deserves better than this. I can't understand what the writers are really trying to accomplish with this display of roid rage from Gadot. The only thing I can really contemplate is that they're trying to make it so Ryan just seems like a better fit for Charlotte, to set up this potential pairing and make it less painful for the idea of Charlotte not getting Gadot back. Like, to prove this point, when Charlotte asks Ryan if defeating the Mechon is worth it if he sacrificed his own life, he says there's no way he would sacrifice his own life, which, like, I also feel is really out of character for Ryan, and just with the theme of the game in general, considering you had a protagonist jump off a cliff to save Fiora. I don't know, guys. I feel like the writers didn't think this side of the story through enough, since it's like a C-plot, but it really should have been given another draft. Later on, another Mechon Assault begins, one we saw in a vision not too long ago, and immediately the camera pans to Charlotte, who recognizes the voice. Wow, it's sure convenient that 2 cutscenes ago, the developers remembered to bring up this plot point again. Sadly though, it seems like Gadot is just gone at this point, and the glitch in the system causing Fiora and Mumkar to have memories of their past is not present within him, which we can infer by this foreboding red eye that's installed. Gadot basically says the world is in disarray, and he's tasked with eliminating the cause of the disorder, which is the Monado. And now that we know it's the only object capable of defeating Egil, it makes a bit more sense why all these goons have been after it. We see Egil flashing in and out blurrily as the Monado zooms in, showing Egil is speaking through Gadot here. This is actually a very hard scene to watch. It's pretty tragic how Shulk got his love back, but Charlotte didn't. Or at least it would be if I didn't dislike Gadot for shooting frickin' scraps of metal and blah. Ryan then jumps to save Charlotte here as Gadot aims to outright take her down. Gadot then sends a massive explosion throughout the battlefield, thus ending Chapter 13. The next chapter subsequently begins with seeing Egil in some sort of throne room arena at the base of a shrine of Lady Mayneth. He reiterates to Lady Mayneth that a world with no fear is not far off, directly tying his strife into what our own group was discussing earlier. See, I told you. His first goal here is the threat of the Monado, which again, he wants to destroy because of Monado bad or whatever, and he also expresses a concern that he knows Lady Mayneth is alive. Without inherently even, speaking to anyone, Egil says to Zanza that his time has come, followed by the Mechonis starting to awaken with red eyes. Meanwhile, Shulk sits alone, floating in space. I mean, that's what he's doing all the time anyways, just thinking to himself or whatever. I feel like the immediate implication here is, following the explosion, Shulk and possibly the others have died, or at least that's what the writers are trying to psych you out into thinking. A voice tries to wake him up that sounds just like Alvis. Alvis, or Alvis adjacent, says a higher power has decided Shulk has the ability to see the future, and asks why he wants to change the future and act against his will. Shulk, perhaps correctly, says that this is what any normal person would do. Shulk is told then he has to find his Monado, in italics, confirming that the Monado is probably not just a physical form, which was kinda hinted by Alvis at Osei Tower. We see young Shulk at Valak Mountain in a flashback for the 1000th time, showing him heading down the hallway we were at earlier. There's another smaller Shulk here, saying, "You can't do that because you're not here anymore." The implication here is that someone killed off young Shulk who was trying to fulfill his own destiny, but it's so vague. Well, we come back to reality and somehow everyone is alive, and this is the point where you can argue that everyone died and this is just a bizarre second universe. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know. That's not true at all. We then meet Vinaya. Can you, put some damn clothes on? Can I even show this character on screen? Vinaya addresses Fiora as Lady Mayneth, emphasizing that she's glad she's safe, also implying that Vinaya knows this character very well. She then affirms the face was sent to destroy the group. Oh, really? I thought the face was going to throw us a surprise party. Charla, still facing her denial, says that Gadot would never try to hurt them. Vinaya, who is someone actually living in reality, confirms that his Ha memories are just gone at this point. She emphasizes the current faces are built to not have memories, and instead are simply integrated with their brain stems and metabolic organs of Homs into Mechon. The memories and emotions are distractions, and the early phases were experimental, which is how Fiora was able to have them at all. Shulk, adamant to his earlier mission, asks why Egil would even want to make people into Mechon. Vinaya explains that it's because the Monado is currently not effective against High Entia, Homs, and really everyone on Bionis. She mentions that Egil suffered a bitter defeat in the battle 1 year ago, causing him to counter the Monado by integrating the Bionis' life. But there was one final restriction, that it couldn't harm those who have Zanza's blood, but that restriction was recently removed. By you, Shulk. Vinaya clarifies to our group that Zanza was the progenitor of the Homs, which means where the Homs came from, saying that Zanza and Egil were once good old friends, but later turned to sworn enemies, with Zanza being the one responsible for destroying Mechonis. Yeah, but we don't need to know anything about the lore. We need to cut back to the allied forces fighting on Sword Valley. Kellion prouder than ever in a moment that he sees as avenging his father. Honestly, the cinematography here, considering this comes from a 2010 Wii game, is fucking brilliant. Except for this clown being nearby. With Callion grateful, Dixon told them about the brutal enemy weapon. Cutting back to Shulk and the group, he's rightfully a bit bewildered that Zanza is the one to blame for this devastation. He cites the fact that there's a bit of a paradox because he's the one using Zanza's sword, making him doubt if he's truly enemies with him. Vinaya then offers to take us to the capital of the Mechonis, Agniritha, so we can get a better understanding of the history of the Mechonis and its grand battle that we haven't seen in thousands of flashbacks at this point. We cut back to he's alive. Rejoice, sing it from the damn rooftops. Okay, whatever. Chillingly, Athoran points out we don't even need Shulk's help, which is pretty grim to think that they had the option, considering Dixon was a dick. Now, I don't have a lot to write about this scene. It's just awesome cinematography that really shows some talent from whoever was in charge of this aspect of the game, and I hope they ended up in Hollywood or something. We then see the green spears raining down, which, coincidentally for the plot, Dixon avoids. Mechon also fly through the sky, and I'll say that I'm glad Xenoblade has some moments of raw action instead of points where I have to figure out some damn social commentary for everything that takes me like 30 years to analyze. The group reaches Agniritha, which is really a damn ghost town. I mean, it's sad to accept that at one point, this was the capital of the Mechonis, and it's really just chilling walking through here. There are fossilized Telethia everywhere, there's almost no signs of life, as we're accompanied by borderline haunting music. Vinaya says that the fossilized Telethia are the remains of the beasts who attacked the capital in the grand battle. Sharla, rightfully confused on why the Telethia even interjected, asked what they were doing here. Vinaya responds with, "Who cares? Let's get to the damn reason I even brought you here. You're a weenie." Once we arrive at the data center, Fiora becomes possessed, speaking in sync with Lady Meyneth. Now, obviously, I said that sort of sarcastically, but it honestly is sort of discomforting to see a character we know and love speak from another individual's consciousness. We then see a hologram of the Bionis and the Mechonis fighting, with Lady Meyneth saying she was born alongside both. The Bionis had its own soul, and she was assigned the soul of the Mechonis. Lady Meyneth says she created her children on Mechonis and then acquired a body, leading to a thriving society of Makna. Meyneth then shifts our Lady Meyneth. Yeah, I don't wanna get shot. Shifts our attention to the Bionis, which I forgot existed at this point. The Makna in this flashback are making nice with Zanza, with someone representing the High Entia, as everyone believes that they will grow and thrive together. But then, tragedy had befallen the Makna, with the Bionis making direct attacks on the Mechonis as we see a slew of Telethia fly in. Lady Meyneth did everything she could, including directly confronting Zanza, with her final blow being the attack that finally sealed him away. This battle, though, consumed her life force, and she warned her surviving citizens that the Bionis had not permanently been destroyed, and Zanza would one day be released. Thank you, Shulk. Yeah, Shulk's not too happy about that, but you wouldn't be either. Suddenly, the ominous, suspicious nature of that scene makes a lot more sense, but basically, Meyneth entered a long slumber to prepare for his return. Well, he has returned. Fiora returns to us as the map dissipates, with Shulk finally understanding it was Lady Meyneth instead of Fiora. Now, it's easy for us to make fun of Shulk because we as the omniscient viewer viewer, know what's happening, but for Shulk, the character, it's an incredible moment. Vinaya clarifies that Meyneth wanted a body where she could be free, and it definitely helped that Fiora's vessel was once close to Shulk, the heir of the Monado, giving her a distinct drive to seek him out. Ryan brings up a reasonable point that almost feels like something Shulk would bring up. At this point, what good would killing them even do? And Dunban replies with, hey buddy, we were attacked first because that makes it okay. But the way the game frames this conflict is honestly so fascinating to me, because really, you almost have to emphasize with both sides of the conflict, now that we see Lady Meyneth and Vinaya and whatnot as friendly characters who've been unfairly attacked. But the Bionis is still our hometown, and that is not on Egil's side. But ultimately, this is a war with endless suffering and no real winners, which describes a lot of wars. At this point, everyone's just glad that Monado landed in Shulk's hand and not anyone else's, given its deadly power. Yeah, good thing that coincidentally worked out for the sake of the story. Shulk is still a bit taken back because Zanza was the one who gave him this weapon, but Vinaya points out the important distinction ultimately, that Shulk is the wielder, and links this to why Fiora was chosen. In quotes, so the tragedy of he who wields the Monado would not be repeated. It's beyond a weapon at this point too. Meyneth had said in the past that the Monado isn't just a weapon, it's basically the light of the world, whatever that means. Vinaya asks if Shulk's goal after learning this is to still defeat Egil. Shulk, being the master negotiator that he is, decides that even with his hometown being devastated, and Egil not being a good actor in this game, will try to reason with him, and if not, he will indeed kill him. It is nice to see Vinaya try so hard to keep her brother alive. I appreciate Egil having some sort of reason to be sympathetic towards him. They did a good job here in not repeating what I had felt about Mumkar. The group finally approaches the Meyneth Shrine as Shulk bounces a wave of light just like it's goddamn Ocarina of Time from Gaddle. It's actually the second recent time Shulk intercepted an attack with no vision, and thinking about it now, it has been quite a long time since we've seen him have a vision in the story, which the game kind of passes off as him mastering said ability. We see what we in the industry refer to as a cowboy shot between Sharla and Gaddle, with Sharla continuing her denial campaign that Gaddle is truly gone. Ryan tells her there's no hope, before yelling at Gaddle that he's supposed to love and marry her. Okay, he was just the one arguing for not trying to save him. What kind of crappy writing decision led to this? Are you guys trying to make me look stupid to my audience or something? They already think I'm stupid. Everyone argues with Gaddle, with Ryan's reasoning being that Fiora is still here, so Gaddle can too. The fight continues, and Shulk does prevent a rather convincing argument that Gaddle still can't bring himself to kill Sharla, suggesting that she's being missed on purpose. In a touching moment, Fiora explains to them that Gaddle was just like her. She keeps hoping he's still in there, but it's really just hard to see it at this point. He's just not showing the same signs that Fiora showed us. Lady Fiora asks Shulk if he can still use the Monado here, as sort of a litmus test to see if Shulk is able to attack Gaddle. This is due to the premise that Aham's heart will always remain, and Meyneth ultimately says she will break the curse, allowing Egil to control these faces, asking the group for some time. Fiora, Lady Meyneth, Lady Fiora, Lady Mayora, whatever, in a badass stance from her core, unleashes red lights that obliterate Gaddle's machine. Fiora seems extremely tired after unleashing the attack, and Shulk is like, was that Fiora or was that Lady Meyneth? What do you think? In a scene ripped out of an action movie, Fiora comes back and says he's gonna be fine as the Mechon explodes. Charlotte runs up to Gaddle, the two apologize and make up, with Gaddle realizing under his control that Egil only wanted to break the circle of suffering. Yep, I told you.
He believed that if blood is spilt now, a new world will be born. But something terrible happened.
Fiora approaches with an over-the-shoulder shot, and it's confirmed that Egil is just consumed with vengeance, while Gaddle cries out that he doesn't want this to happen to anyone else. Ryan, in a shockingly, but not as shockingly as it would have been 10 chapters ago, sort of mature moment, tosses the guy some water. He's accepting a loss of his love interest here, and still wants what's best for Sharla, but in a complete 180, Gaddle asks Ryan to take care of her, inferring that he's probably not gonna make it. We see him still alive as we leave, just barely breathing against this piece of scrap metal, but I think we're cooked, Chad. Back to the Clone Wars, Albus is uneasy, as he notes the Mechon are not really doing much of anything, with Callian thinking this is just some 4D chess strategy, but instead, Albus infers Shulk and the group may be in danger. Interestingly for a seer, having a hunch without a vision. And then we see it. Oh man, the Mechonis awakens as the camera zooms in on its red eyes. which is chilling. We then see a discussion between Egil and Vinaya, with Vinaya trying to grapple with why Egil wants to kill the Bionis, wishing that they just simply created a new world instead. But as she, already said earlier, Egil explains that he sees this as sheer vengeance. Vinaya pleads with him to consider the living, with part of her motivation being the fact that she doesn't want to lose him. The two are gridlocked, simply just unable to agree on this issue, as she predicted. Shulk then introduces himself and begins his stellar negotiating, with Egil confirming he wasn't a face, which we knew, but I guess he didn't. Egil is expecting nothing but blood here, but Shulk explains that he did not come here to defeat him. Egil hilariously calls him a coward and tells him to surrender. Shulk exclaims that he understands why Egil wants to defeat the people of the Bionis, but remains not understanding why the Mechon are being sent to kill the innocent people there. Egil, because he's a too cool for school villain, laughs with his eyes off screen. As Shulk begs for everyone to live in harmony, Egil asks if he's familiar with starvation tactics. Dunban, the war expert, then explains what that means to Rhine, which is good because I was about to Google war strategies and get the FBI sent after me. He says it's where you cut supply lines to starve out the enemy. Egil says that this is the best method to win, and that he doesn't hate the people on Bionis, he just wants to kill them. He's basically trying to rob the energy of it to brutalize the very Titan that robbed his people of their lives. Egil then says that all life currently at Bionis only exists to feed its master. Ether is mentioned as the foundation of everyone on the Bionis and its power. So in short, those who return to the Bionis provided with ether, and when the Bionis wakes up, it's gonna be damn hungry. This has already been explained like 3 times. Yep, Egil is just trying to cut off the ether, which, yeah, I guess that's starvation tactics. Okay, that might have been obvious. Alright, you write a 6-hour video on this stupid game then. Egil tells Shulk to forget about any sort of unity, pissing off Shulk, who sees it as the clear way forward. Egil then says he has risked everything basically so he could avenge his people, and it's a striking realization here to see that Shulk and Egil's main motivation at this point, vengeance, has roughly been the same. Egil then taunts Shulk and the group into fighting, which is Shulk's final resort. Cut my life into pieces or something like that. After the fight, Shulk holds Egil in a bit of a chokehold, with a blue light paling through him, confusing Egil on how this could even happen with the Apocrypha, followed by a badass shot of Shulk being like, yeah, I knew why. Egil yells at his sister, saying she signed her own death wish to be going against the Mechonis, with Vinaya saying she gladly accepts if this is her fate, and for a brief moment, it resonates with Egil that he's really fighting this stupid war alone. Stupid sibling rivalries, am I right? Vinaya reiterates that she doesn't want to betray him. She and everyone else just wants the fighting to frickin' stop, despite the pleading and the hopes from us, the omniscient audience, on edge to see if something gets through to this prick. He turns us down, saying there will never be peace as he sticks to his cringeworthy mission.
Brother!
Your blade, it did not cut deep enough.
It's wild to think that we actually had heard that in a vision so early in the game, and in a complete reversal from Egil looking like he was on the ropes, a giant Mechon arrives for another round of this fight. In a vicious low-angle shot where Egil calls Shulk Zanza, telling us to prepare for death, Fiora interjects by sending her purple radiating circle power from her Monado. I described that so eloquently. Pretty grimly, he says, "You are willing to lay down your life to prevent me from achieving my dream." I mean, he's just a f***ing narcissist at this point. Everyone has explained why they're doing what they're doing, and he just doesn't listen. There's then a bit of a bombshell exchange.
Yes, Mayneth, the villagers, everyone loved you. That is why they wished to live alongside you. It's all so clear now, to Mayneth and to me.
I waited until the day when you would awaken once more and create a world full of light. But you are nothing more than a traitor. To me, to all those who worshipped you, and to our fallen brethren.
Because she doesn't feel like committing massive atrocities, he calls Lady Mayneth a traitor to everyone who worshipped her. Despite being useless, Lady Mayora Fiora Maynora continues to plead, and it's interesting here that you can hear quite a bit of Fiora's voice in the exchange. Egil, who definitely has at least one screw loose, get it? Because No, that's not the time for this joke. He offers his soul to the Mechonis, saying he will be a new devoted servant, and somehow it seems to work, as the city lights up with a bout of chaos that begins. It's sort of heartbreaking here, but Sharla realizes Gadot has been left behind, although we as the audience knew he wasn't doing very well. Ryan has to beg her to make the heartbreaking sacrifice to leave him behind, or else they'll die too, which is sort of a parallel to Dunban convincing Shulk earlier to leave Fiora alone. This support Ryan shows Sharla is an endearing reversal from their conversation at the Fallen Arm, and it's really one of the first time I could say these two actually work as a pairing as a result. It only took 70 hours. I mean, people are in unhappy marriages for 30 years. The city then begins to explode as the lights catch up with them, the screen becoming brighter and brighter. But they are then saved by a Mechon that jumps in front of them, which turns out to be Gadot. The game does an excellent diversion by making the player think we know, but Sharla doesn't, that Gadot is dead or dying. He still survived, but just barely to save our team, and well, is now actually dead. While I feel like the Sharla Gadot story was suspect at best in terms of writing quality, I do think this is a very damn good conclusion to that arc. We then cut back to the Allied forces. There's a light exuding from the Mechonis, as it is confirmed to be alive, and we do see a flashback from Alvis, emphasizing that if a catastrophe was imminent, a sign would occur. This unleashes chaos that the group simply couldn't predict. A lot of the guards don't respect the order of pulling back to the Bionis arms, dedicated to their cause, I guess. This just has to be absolutely horrifying for the soldiers and Nopon alike. It's impossible for us to imagine how horrific it would be to just be standing somewhere still and then flung off like that. We see Dixon doing something, pissed off that Egil hasn't succeeded at killing off our group, because he's a great person and role model. But you may be asking, what happened to our main characters? And I'd say you have main character syndrome. Well, the main characters magically end up floating in the air in some purple aura. Yeah, that is main character syndrome, isn't that? Exuding from Fiora. It's attributed to Lady Mayneth. I attribute it to the writers writing themselves into a wall with almost killing us off and not knowing how to continue the damn story. Mayneth, speaking through Fiora, confirms to us that after everything at the fortress, her soul was exhausted, but she came back because of Gadot's sacrifice. Whatever pays the bills, bro.
The awakening of the Mechonis. This is my pain. The pain of my people, echoing through the millennia. The Mechonis arm!
Also, thanks, Fiora, your pink waves faltered, and we fall. Thankfully, because we have literal plot armor, McColl and Alvis save us on the Junk's ship. Dickweed jumps off of his ship and lands onto Junk's. Can you, not do that, buddy? We return to Junk's back at Fallen Arm, and everyone's a bit dejected, because the world is ending or whatever. Shulk asks Alvis what happened to the Allied forces, with Alvis saying because he knew the Mechonis was gonna live, they'd be able to minimize casualties. Lady Mayneth begins talking, saying that the Mechonis and her exist as one, and Egil has control of it because of the ether energy absorbed from the Bionis, but because of that, there's still a little bit of time remaining. Linnea says that Egil is at the core of the Mechonis, where he'll be controlling it, so our next point of arrival is none other than the Mechonis Core, also known as a chapter of the game I was terrified to get to because of all the lockout points on my sheet.
So that's where you've been hiding. Then I guess it's almost time to finish this.
Okay, Alvis, Shulk, you're smart guys. You guys have either heard Dixon say or think something evil to himself at least a dozen times. It would be damn helpful if you did anything besides, huh? Looking back to the ongoing battle on the Mechonis, we see it moving in the distance, which is quite a neat shot. In a moment of brevity for the current stakes of the game, we see Waluigi holding onto a soldier who's holding onto a bird, threatening them with sit-ups. I do appreciate the little moments like this in the game, considering, well, yeah, look what's happening. We then learn a bit about Lady Mayneth. Linnea firstly walks over to Fiora and apologizes, but understandably so, she's not too mad since it led her back to Shulk. But basically here, we learn Mayneth just sleeps inside Fiora, and that she has two hearts in the same body. Both know what the other is thinking, though Fiora doesn't fully know Mayneth's feelings. But she knows she cares about the world deeply, so she sees her body as a worthy sacrifice to help her cause. We then get the news from Callie and Rhea Alvis that the Allied forces largely largely retreated, and there weren't all too many casualties. Depends how you slice a number. Dixon says he'll tag along. Lucky us. After making an in via some Star Fox shenanigans, the group discusses the impending fight against Eggle. Shulk here doesn't believe the Monado is at full strength, and just feels something is largely amiss here. He contemplates a considerable deal about how Eggle called him Xanda, which, fair enough, if someone called me a god locked away for centuries who inflicted massive amounts of pain on the world, I might think about it a little bit. He overthinks basically everything because he's Shulk, and then falls to the ground after a purple zappy zap. It's actually really painful to hear screams of agony here. Dunban points out it has happened to him as well, and we see a flashback, which is good, because I honestly forgot it happened. God, this video's so long. This seems to be a bit of a shock. Sorry, that was inappropriate. This seems to be a surprise to Dunban, because Shulk has never been bad at wielding the Monado, with Melia theorizing this is simply a result of him putting all of his energy into fighting the Apocrypha. Ryan physically assaults Shulk, and then Shulk gets a vision or flashback or something that gives him a new power. This feels a bit hastily written, and maybe sort of unnecessary, and then we get more of Fiora telling him how he can come to her with these problems, which is like the 10th time someone has asked Shulk not to hide how he feels before he's probably just gonna hide how he feels within the next cutscene.
Shulk, you can...
Yep, just add the salt to the frickin' wound. Pour it open, take the cap off, right on top of it. Just frickin'... As the area moves, Vinaya tells the group they're too late, and that the Mechonis functions have been largely restored. The Mechonis then stabs the Bionis, crushing the soldiers remaining on Valak Mountain. There's then a fight with the Apocrypha generator, which after, the Monado exudes a white light and glows, which was predicted earlier to be the cause of the Monado's damage. Melia, being the only one interested in how Shulk feels, yeah, I know Fiora's there, asks if he can even go on, and Shulk says he's alright. Dixon, with his internal demons causing him to constantly talk to himself, says things are back on track, with Alvis continuing to do literally nothing. We then arrive at Eggle, with Shulk continuing to beg for peace, because it worked so well before. The Mechonis continues to stab the Bionis, as Eggle celebrates each attack, again showing that these lives mean absolutely nothing to him. Vinaya pleads with Eggle to stop, which is where I realized half of this part of the game is just characters begging for things. This conversation largely feels like a repeat of our last encounter with him. We then have a fight, which is a fight of all time. That ruined me. That I hated. That I f***ing hated. That made me want to cancel this entire video. As I said a few times throughout this video, I am not good at the combat in Xenoblade Chronicles. I love the game, I love the lore, I consider myself a fan, but I suck at creating optimal teams and grinding gems and truly getting invested to the upper echelons of combat. I like the combat to a healthy degree. I gained a lot of enjoyment out of playing it and experimenting with the teams and arts and whatever for most of the game. Look, is this enough baseline positive things I can say to make the people who love the combat not hate me? I hope so. This fight against the Alcamoth or Goldface or Eggle is one of the worst moments in the entire game, in my opinion. Fighting him isn't too bad at first. You don't have a lot of room, so doing moves that focus on positioning isn't as viable outside of just using them as arts to spam. But the problem throughout the fight is that he keeps spawning enemies that you're required to take down. From the perspective of building your party gauge, it's not the worst to be able to get some extra chain attacks, but look at how many damn enemies appear, which is again one of my least favorite things that this game does from time to time. But even with that, if you manage to not game over on these enemies, Eggle will prepare an attack that will kill you, basically no matter what, if you don't kill these energy devices surrounding him, which count as their own separate entities. Again, if you're great at this game and blah blah blah, I'm sure this fight is great and you'll say I suck, which you know what? Fair enough, I do. But this is one of those things that I feel I can add to a Xenoblade retrospective, which is a more nuanced opinion on the difficulty as a more casual player, and this fight genuinely made me want to stop playing the game. I think it took me like 2 entire play sessions, each of which being multiple hours a pop before I could win. There is just way too much happening here, and when you have an attack that will automatically kill you on top of needing to defend yourself from both Eggle and the clowns, this fight felt genuinely unfair to me. I do think that this part of the immense difficulty curve is the game wanting to present like this could be the final fight, which spoiler alert, it's not, but bottom line, I just barely won this fight, and it ended up being a sore spot for me in an otherwise awesome part of the game. After we somehow possibly sort of win, Shulk and Egil are at a bit of a standstill. Eventually Shulk breaks through, pushing Egil back a bit. There's two voices here, as he has the opportunity to land the death blow. Fiora screaming for him not to do it, and Shulk getting a voice that tells him to do it, which is very interesting to me considering Shulk begged Dunban not to kill Mumkar, but whatever gets you your glory, Shulk, and, and also saves the world, whatever. Shulk hears the voice of Alvis, again telling him he has to find his own Monado. We then come back to a flashback of all or most of the important characters we met throughout the journey, not Melia, because Shulk hates her guts and already forgot to be by her side. Screw King Saurian. Now, I don't know how to interpret the characters that do show up. My guess is that this is the realization killing never made any of these characters truly happy. Shulk concludes it isn't what he wants after all, but swings the sword anyway. It's a bit ambiguous at first, but then it's shown that Egil did survive. Shulk says he didn't kill him in order to break the circle of pain and fear, and yep, we're back there again. Egil emphasizes he's never gonna stop, and Shulk says he won't kill them, but does want to stop the blade, saying he'll do it over and over again. Ugh, that's so annoying. We then are given more lore and explanation of what the hell we're even doing here. Mechonis and Bionis lived in harmony. Wow, really? I never knew that. We see the wind and leaves flying sort of peacefully as Egil explains that they once lived without any hatred. Zanza and Egil are good old buddies, contemplating just why they were born and what lies beyond the world. And interestingly, we don't see Zanza's face much for this part of the exchange. Egil says Meynith told him there's nothing beyond the Mechonis and Bionis besides a boundless ocean, but Zanza, being a 4-year-old kid who keeps asking questions, asks, well, what's behind that? Egil generally, though, is a lot more philosophical here, with Zanza more considering the implications for their descendants, as Zanza simply wants people to live in harmony.
I wish to see that the people of Bionis and the people of Mechonis live in peace and harmony and take care of one another. I wish this for the future of our descendants.
Yes, I too desire this. Arglus.
What? So yeah, apparently this beast is named Arglus. I'm not changing any of my script, like... Huh? Anyways, yeah, the original idea for the world was peace and harmony, but the Monado broke this up. We then see the camera zoom out of a circle of the Monado during a rainstorm, with Egil saying the Monado refused to allow Mechonis to exist. Zanza, or Arglus, or Jimothy the Giant then pulls a sword, causing a light show. I believe the implication here is this is when Arglus became Zanza specifically. He was possessed by the sword, and then directed it straight towards the Mechonis, right in the jugular. Shulk asks if being controlled by the Monado means that you are fated to become Zanza, with the twist being that the Monado is Zanza himself. For Zanza to continue his soul, he inhabits the beings of the Bionis, but for some reason not impacting Shulk. There's hope that this can indeed break the curse of Zanza, as Shulk offers a hand to Egil, and for the first time, all is well, and peace is about to use son of a gun!
No!
Dixon?
You shouldn't have done that, little brat.
So I'd like to apologize for starting a gag throughout the video where I was going to change my shirt every single scene. I started running out of shirts. Like, I could have dug through and, like, put on dress shirts and, like, hoodies, but... I'm just gonna wear this the rest of the video, and no one's watching anyway, so who cares? I gotta say, the payoff of Dixon as a character here, coming in and shooting Shulk, is really well done. Don't get me wrong, I feel like it was still incredibly lame just how many damn times since chapter 1 this was heavily hinted at. It was obvious writing that I don't think anyone could really be fooled by except children. And it got really annoying at a certain point to see, right? And I just had to accept that my party was stupid or something, which I feel like is something that really hurt the game to some extent. But in terms of the raw execution of the moment where he turns on us, this was genius, right? Like, this was not the moment I would have expected, at least. I totally wasn't predicting it on my first playthrough. Egil recognizes Dixon here, as we see some sort of Zanza equivalent for him, emphasizing that these two are longtime foes. Unsurprisingly, Dixon is basically Zanza's disciple, and he says he doesn't have to explain anything to us because we're just a bunch of low-life scrubs. Well, that's a drastic change from the norm, because everyone in this game is always eager to share their entire life story. Seeing Shulk as Charlotte Viola attempts to revive him just with those white eyes. The protagonist we've been playing as for dozens of hours, just blatantly dead, is probably one of the creepiest and most unsettling moments I've seen in a Nintendo game. It reminds me of something you'd see in Majora's Mask, which that game is pretty messed up. Dixon says this is the moment of Lord Zanza's return, as Shulk floats in the air with a white light shining. Fiora and Meyneth may be in sync a lot, but aren't when it comes to Shulk here. Fiora wants to understandably run towards him, while Meyneth says to get the hell away. This explosion, which is brutally sad, is breathtaking visually. Eggle then interferes since he's pissed at Zanza, chucking a ball of something into the sky, which Shulk, or Zanza, I'm about to get used to saying at this point, collects it and fires it back at Eggle. It seems as though there's just some sort of transformation taking place within Shulk here. The limp corpse of him falls, where what looks to be a new human stands in his place.
Everything in this world is dictated by the passage of fate. As all that exists is interconnected, time can flow only towards the inevitable. That is the vision of which I, the Monado, am the origin.
Dunman then asks, what does this have to do with Shulk, though? As Dixon gives himself lung cancer, he calls back to how he was the one who discovered Shulk at the ruins, and had planned this ever since he found him. There's a damning awful revelation here, where there was never anyone named Shulk, meaning that Dixon himself might have named him, which explains a lot, honestly, because what kind of name is Shulk? We went 5 hours, and you know what, I sometimes just have to say something that we've all been thinking. Sorry to the Shulks of the world, I've just never heard of the name, that's all. Zanza's soul basically had existed inside the Monado and had to be released. It's just crazy to see the implication here that Rhine, Fiora, Melia, everyone has just been interacting with a dead corpse, an empty shell, as Dixon chillingly puts it. But what blows my mind the most about this, it has to do with a line from Melia, yes, she exists, asks why Shulk was chosen as the vessel, and strikingly, there was no reason. This is a bombshell to me. The entire game were described to be the chosen one, and are thought to have some divine purpose, and while that's still true, Shulk could have been anyone, really. Any poor sap sleeping on the floor there. And it becomes clear to the group that Shulk's abnormalities, like his ability to use the Monado, the visions, that was all due to Zanza. Zanza's actions, in turn, were just fate. Maybe Shulk truly never had a choice who and who he couldn't save. Dixon emphasizes that the remaining group is just in the way at this point. Zanza explains for the 10th time all life born from him must be returned to complete the cycle. However, Zanza still has to eliminate his biggest obstacle, Lady Meyneth, / the Mechonis, / Fiora, / Silverface, / whoever, and there's a massive explosion. The eyes of the Bionis wake up and he starts moving, and the two titans, just like the legends of old, begin fighting. Benea pleads with Eggle here not to fight, because there hasn't been enough begging in this chapter yet, but Eggle says he's willing to die to eliminate Zanza at this point. The two swords interlock for a bit, before the Mechonis' head is outright sliced off. Another lockout point, neat! The core on Meyneth's chest then glows bright as ever as she flies to strike Zanza, and just like the two titans are fighting, parallel to that we have another bitter rivalry playing out. But I think what's most interesting to me about Zanza and Meyneth fighting is that they have the two vessels of Shulk and Fiora, people who love each other dearly.
If you choose to deny the existence of every living being but yourself, then I choose to fight. To fight for them! That's right. We won't let you erase everyone's futures.
Meyneth is based in Epic. There's then a really interesting moment of gameplay, probably because we haven't had any in like 30 minutes, of Fiora playing here, or Lady Meyneth really, fighting Zanza. It's short, it's sort of meaningless besides just, wow, but it's worth noting nonetheless. I love how even after that, we're continuing to be blessed as an audience with this badass cinematography. I mean, I know I keep saying it, but it's just amazing. I love how they fight over this light as Zanza mocks Meyneth. He pins her against a wall, roasting how she calls herself a god despite losing, and as she struggles, the camera pans to the corpse of Shulk. Zanza realizes how the dead boy is important to not just Fiora at this point, but Meyneth, with Zanza showing no appreciation for life, something that, well, maybe Eggle also shared up until recently, which is fascinating considering their prior discussion. Based Meyneth says that these are living beings. If he doesn't get that, he shouldn't be a god.
And who decides that? A god?
Okay, I have to give Zanza that one. He sucks. We all hate him, but that was a damn good comeback. But yeah, it's not looking good for us, guys. Fiora seems to be alive still, but clearly diminished. Zanza taunts her, saying if she doesn't continue to fight, her putrid friends will cease to exist. Okay, smelly, sure, but putrid, that's just too far, man. A black hole opens up as he sends a wave, as he sends a giant, X to us, but Meyneth transforms out of Fiora into her actual form very briefly to block it. Lady Meyneth, arguably for her good nature alone and pure intentions, may be the best character in Xenoblade. She says that her sacrifice is ultimately what she wishes for, and asks our group to create a world that doesn't need gods before, well, dying. She's not my favorite character. That goes to a character that everyone hates, but I think she's the best character. Zanza floats back up to Prison Island and says he's ready for the ceremony of destruction and recreation. So that's where the final boss fight's gonna be. Got it. Prison Island then collapses into the ocean, sending a wave of destruction that kills off everyone inside of Alcamoth. Another lockout point. Neat! Vinaya then runs over to Egil, who's dying, and he finally apologizes, encouraging her to keep up the good fight. She begs for him to survive and come with her, but Egil says he has something important he must do, which is to fulfill Meyneth's last wish. As everything continues exploding, Egil pleads with us to go, considering Shulk to be the last glimmer of hope. Ryan, in a mature moment, says to Egil to go in peace. And look, he caused a ton of devastation and problems for the world in our journey, but at this point, our group in the audience shares at least some level of a collective compassion for him. We understand his perspective, in no small part to Benea giving us a very detailed breakdown of it. And hey, again, our motivations were similar. It's just about how we deal with our struggles. Maybe we weren't all that different. And with that, despite him being in a pretty dire situation, we leave him behind. Zanza continues to say some Disney supervillain shit, and Egil continues the fight for the Mechonis Core with the life he has left, controlling the Mechonis. The two titans continue to fight, but a Monado slash hits the Mechonis basically head on, sending it into the water. A light radiates with Egil as he dies, pleading for Shulk to succeed, and reiterating his support for Lady Meyneth as his life ends. I know I keep calling shots incredible, amazing, breathtaking, whatever, but man, look at this. Can you blame me? I'll use those words any damn day. As the group overlooks the impending explosion, Vinaya realizes the gravity of what just happens, and everyone takes a moment to put their heads down in sympathy. Then a bunch of Telethia arrive. Didn't need to see that. Dunman asks Dixon what made him like this, and it's an interesting question, but perhaps predictably, Dixon says he's always been this rotten, and I have to side with him. This f***er showed his guard so damn early.
I'm Lord Zanza's disciple, Dixon of the Trinity!
Okay, are we supposed to take this character seriously? He just said that so dorkily. This is an impossible fight to win, to emphasize how much we really need Shulk or whatever. Dumbman remains pissed off, angry that not just one, but both of his wartime buddies are complete and utter piles of crap. See, they even show you a photo, just in case you forgot. That's great storytelling. Laser shots come flying in from the surviving crew of the Allied forces. It's kind of neat to see while an old ancient rivalry between the Mechonis and the Bionis take place, there's equally a similar fight between the High Entia and the Telethia, again continuing the parallel of bitter rivalries. Well, maybe it's not so cool, because enter Disney princess villain Lorithia, confirming that she was working against us. No one saw this coming. The green light here is a result of crossing high concentrations of ether with High Entia. Essentially, this will terminate all of the High Entia, because Melia, again, hasn't gone through enough traumatic shit. Lorithia says that the reason High Entia are born is to fight life on Bionis to prepare for its rebirth, but they have a gene that when they are deemed useless, become transformed into Telethia. This is one of the most inhumane and messed up things we've seen in the entire game, and that's saying a hell of a lot. Callian confirms that this is true, and why Melia is considered their last hope. And with that, Melia all but loses another family member in a devastating fashion. There's nothing to be said I haven't already said about her, but she just... I can't help but just feel perpetually bad for her, that's all, especially when she's my favorite character. Chapter 17 begins, and we see Shulk floating around in space, like we did earlier in the game, taunted with the memories of being killed. He comes to the hollowing realization he's dead, pondering what his purpose in life was, as he remembers some of the best moments of it. But he realizes he was never alive at all, and only was occupied by Zanza, followed by a flashback of his childhood. Alvis asks Shulk if this whole journey was pointless, but he tells Shulk that he's the only one who could decide such. Thanks for the help, buddy. I'm kind of going through something here, but sure, I'll think it over. Meanwhile, our alive party members in tow arrive on the junk ship, now stationed in Colony 6. Fiora overlooks a sleeping Shulk, who now has to bear the feeling of what he felt earlier in the game when she did. That sentence is so badly written. I'm just gonna leave it. You know what I meant. She does have a more positive attitude about the situation, though. We then see the who's who's of side characters gathering, with a Thoron saying he relocated the surviving Hyentia and Nopon to Colony 6. Dunban then steals my job here by pointing out the irony of wanting to escape Zanza, but not being able to since they can't leave his body. You know what, Dunban, how about you host this video then? But yeah, the takeaway here is not literally every Hyentia is dead, just the most of them. Melia then affirms to Thoron that they shouldn't be worried about the surviving evacuated Hyentia, and if they do one day transform, she will be among them anyways, and she'd just be ready to accept her fate. Dunban points out that they're gonna have to fight Zanza and the Telethia for survival, and points out a large majority of Telethia were once Hyentia, also known as her subjects. You know, Dunban, did he really have to word it like that? Fiora then comes out and says Shulk is gonna live, which, like, I'm sorry, how? And how do you know that? It's not really explained at this point, besides Meyneth using the last of her power to protect him, which I feel like they've used that for the last, like, 5 plot ending moments. Okay, well, as an audience member in both of my playthroughs, I thought the implied message behind this was, look, Shulk's dead, but the game needs to continue, am I right? Fiora, looking a bit dejected, is upset he won't wake up.
It's like his consciousness has sunk to the bottom of a cold, dark lake.
God damn, Fiora, you need to talk to someone or something, because that was brutal. The group then talks about what continuing without Shulk would look like, with Alvis then basically saying point blank, we suck without him. Well, thanks for your vote of confidence. Dunban and Ryan then talk about how it's total crap that Zanza thinks he can take their lives whenever he pleases, and Alvis says in return, morals literally cannot apply to gods. They cannot comprehend it, and says they will not wait around and die. Alvis points out the outcome is the same either way. Ryan intrudes, saying the outcome isn't important, it's the will to fight back, or whatever generic movie quote, with Alvis countering, even if you die in vain, prompting the group to be mad at him. I don't blame them for being mad, but he has good points here that they don't want to listen to. Fiora leaves all this nonsense to go get some air. She seems pretty deep in thought before there's a crooked shot of Melia walking up to her. It made me realize that I don't think these two girls had talked at all the entire damn story. The two converse about her current status and how it's nice not to need food due to the energy from her core. Melia asks if Fiora will still be able to function without Meyneth, and basically she says she's running unlimited energy now, again hinting that Fiora may die. I find the next line striking, which is Fiora instructing Melia that if she ever ... blanks, she wants him to take care of Shulk, but she doesn't use the word die, despite being someone who has literally died. Also, don't say stuff like that to Melia. I think Melia's gonna plot your death now, Fiora. Melia, though, being the nice girl that she is, looks almost offended after being asked. Fiora reiterates, though, that she's already dead, and has been since the attack on Bionis, which is what I predicted. I'm right. It's not something to be proud of. We notably don't see her face for much of this, which emphasizes her ultimate discomfort with the concept of not being alive. Fiora, though, being the hyper-optimist she is, says she was happy to have a chance to live. She doesn't have much time left, but is glad she can spend it with Shulk. Melia, perhaps secretly hoping Fiora doesn't love Shulk or something, and not reading the room at all, asks if she feels that strongly for him. Okay, sorry Melia, love you, but you set yourself up for that disappointment. Fiora asks Melia to keep their conversation a secret. Melia relates to her here, saying she admires her strength and not wanting others to worry, which is what she's always done too. Fiora says she may tell him when the time is right, so Melia promises she's gonna keep her mouth zipped. Melia watches Fiora walk away and says,
I'm nothing compared to her.
Oh my god, that's just so sad. That's just so sad. Okay, more Melia abuse by the writers, and oops, a big Telethia attack is happening, and oh wow, it's Dixon! This scene feels like a repeat of what we just saw 20 minutes ago, but sure.
Looks like that Hyentia's big bro died for nothing. Oh, don't be like that. You'll meet him soon enough. You might even be reborn if you return to Lord Zanza. Who knows? He might be your boyfriend next life.
Okay. Fighting commences, and then we cut back to Shulk in space, contemplating a decision, which we don't know as of right now.
Zanza and Meyneth must use a being they created as a physical host. They cannot exist forever as mere souls. This world was created so that they may continue to exist.
Shulk feels that what they did was ultimately meaningless, with Albus rebutting, saying it was Zanza's will to revive Shulk to use him as a host. Cutting to shots of Zanza during this discussion, he points out how Zanza took the Monado from Meyneth and is glad to be doing what he's doing, and it's all going according to his plan. Albus then asks Shulk a pertinent question, which is just why Zanza now wants to destroy Shulk. And then he answers his own pertinent question, saying that he has no choice but to do it now, or else he risks his existence, thus ending the world. Meyneth accepted her destruction and therefore left the world in Shulk's hands. Shulk then gives Albus a reminder of how many times Shulk's visions did change fate and how he saved countless lives. Shulk is a bit down about the fact he can't save everyone, with Albus saying nothing that exists is perfect, but you can start a new journey with your own path. A humble message for life as a whole. I really love this spinning, floaty shot of Albus, as he asks Shulk if he will follow Zanza's path or make a path of his own. Shulk takes a moment, and as he turns around, Albus says, "The Monado awaits you." Shulk says that was always how it was gonna be. It is sort of a mind to think that there was a path for Zanza, since Shulk simply thought he was doing what he thought he was supposed to for his life from the beginning. Even though the odds seem stacked against us and he can't see the future, Shulk wants to keep moving forward. And indeed, the stakes are high and the odds are stacked among our group, as Albus tells Shulk outright that he must defy fate to succeed. Avengers ripped off Xenoblade. Shulk asks Albus if he's a blank, and I say blank because he gets interrupted. Now, I assume he was going to ask if he was a god or a time traveler or Final Fantasy character, but I don't know. Albus says, "You know what I am." I really don't. Shulk holds his hand up to his heart, a blue light radiating as he stares down Albus, ready to come back alive now because the game needs him. Do you guys remember Juju? He exists. Everyone is fighting the Telethia, and Juju says they need Shulk. Well, jolly gee willikers, I wonder what's about to happen. The writers don't even give this kid a way to have any cool lines that aren't just predictable. There's some sort of meaningless fighting here, with the odds stacked against us. And oh wow, Shulk is alive with his ability to fight and see the future, and it's weird to think that 2 of our 7 party members are technically dead. I do want to point out a criticism I have with Xenoblade Chronicles writing, and this is sort of a piece of contention I have with a lot of not only JRPGs, but storytelling as a whole, if that makes sense. Basically, I just feel like they wrote themselves into a bit of a hole with the whole Shulk dying thing, and they had to sort of backtrack their way out of it. Now, the scene with Albus is definitely needed and warranted, but again, it just feels like someone had to press a rewind button. It might have been cool if the developers came up with a way to have you continue the fight without Shulk. I get logistically and probably in the story that would have never made any sense, but it would have made for a more interesting and less predictable story. And I feel like there's a distinct issue with the next hour or 2 of gameplay, is that the writing sort of peaked with Shulk's death, and it just feels like things are going to drag on for a little bit longer before we get to the actual end of the game. So the fight commences, and then Dixon reveals Albus is fighting alongside him. It's sort of a weird moment for the audience, because we just saw him all chummy and friendly with Shulk, but it's also been fairly ambiguous throughout the game where his allegiance lies and what his true motivations are. Dixon clarifies that Albus is another one of Zanza's faithfuls. Melia then realizes that this is the only reason Albus served under her family. Albus, perhaps oddly in character, walks without saying anything at all. Shulk doesn't react to the reveal, saying this doesn't change a single thing, in line with their last conversation happening in cyberspace. It's just simply not something our group can understand. Albus says he has seen our group's will to persist with our fight, asking if the world belongs to us or Zanza, taunting us right before the big fight will begin on Prison Island. Dixon oddly trembles as he flies away here, saying he never thought he'd have to feel fear. I guess the inference here is that he's genuinely scared of Shulk, knowing that he may die as Zanza's disciple. He probably thought the group would never get this far, because of how much he set up to ruin their frickin' lives throughout the game. We then see Fiora gasping for air pressed against a wall. Shulk finds her, and she instantly perches up. This is when I realize there's some serious irony between these 2 characters that I honestly can't tell if it's just inconsistent writing or some meaning on purpose, but Fiora is always hiding her pain from Shulk, despite her asking Shulk to always be open with her. It might symbolize something about their relationship, but it also means that Fiora comes off like a hypocrite, which, you know, typically not a good character trait. Fiora, amongst a crazy rainstorm, remarks how it's so peaceful. It's such a polar opposite to their first major interaction we saw, obviously having a sunny day with beautiful weather. And we're both dead now, so there's that. Shulk, killing the moment like normal, reveals to Fiora that Zanza wants to finish us all, with Shulk re-emphasizing that he will never give in to Zanza or to their destiny. Fiora is curious what Alvis meant by the question of if the world belongs to us or Zanza. She doesn't really get why he would side with Zanza, with the only motivations she can think of being power or living forever. Shulk doesn't know, but trusts that Alvis has some sort of plan. You're putting a lot of faith in that guy. Shulk then tells Fiora that Linata is looking for her to examine her body. That sounded so bad. Fiora doesn't want to see Linata because she'll realize what happened to her body, and she may have to confront the realistic possibility she may die or leave Shulk behind. Alright, well, a lot of stuff just happened. What a perfect time in the video to talk about random bullshit. I'm so tired, man. I'm so tired. And no, I'm not saying that like as YouTubers usually say it when they make like a 2-page long video and they're like, I'm so tired. And I haven't even started editing yet, and I've been like grinding to get this done. I'm so fucking tired. So Colony 6, as you can see, has actually been pretty well restored up to this point. No, that's not just due to a result of it being dozens of hours since we were last here in the story. It's due to hard work, sweat, blood, and many tears. So before we head off to our final fight, now is probably a better time than ever to discuss what went into that. But also, we've been discussing the story for far too long, and I can tell y'all are getting antsy because I know I am. So the Colony 6 Reconstruction project is the largest and most time-consuming side quest in the entire game. It's actually very substantial side content, and the rewards are mostly worth it. To rebuild Colony 6, you need to invest a significant amount of money and resources into such, the latter of which referring to collectibles or the drops from enemies. There are multiple tiers of the project that can be improved. Housing will increase the amount of residents in the city, commerce raises the amount of shops, there's nature, which will make your ether crystals from the area stronger, and there's the special tier, which makes it so you can pick up more rare collectibles in these random farms. Now, I will say actually upgrading these can be pretty expensive, and there's some pretty rare materials that you'll need to grind for a few of these. If you do pull it off though, it's sort of like the Collectopedia in the sense that you get additional rewards. Throughout the game, you'll have the opportunity to invite what the game calls the Colony 6 immigrants here. These are usually just random NPCs that you can talk to in various worlds. They'll be like, oh, I hate my life, I want to move somewhere, blah blah blah. Well, come on down to a destroyed city that's constantly under attack by mythical dragons. It's your lucky day. Now, the game doesn't give you much, if any, indication on who these characters you can invite are, so this is definitely an aspect of the game you may need a guide for. If you care about the quests, a lot of these characters will end up being pretty important too, as a decent amount of them start quest chains, but even if not for the Colony 6 immigrants, there's still a decent amount of quests that open up as you restore your colony. Now, Colony 6 in turn becomes one of, if not the most active hub in the game, outside of perhaps Colony 9. Depending on how much time you put into it. I'll say that I didn't find a lot of the stores particularly of use to me in my playthrough, and I do believe a lot of the items that you could pull were obtainable elsewhere in some form, but there were occasionally times that having these stores could come in handy, like there's occasionally art books that you can get from them. I also didn't think the collectible yields were relevant to me, really. I don't know if it was bad luck, but any rare item I learned about the possibility of getting through the farms just never showed up for me. I guess what I'm trying to get at with Colony 6 is that this is not really something you need to do unless you specifically want to do it. It's certainly nice to have some extra content, but I'll be honest, I didn't do a single Colony 6 quest during my first playthrough of the game, and besides just enjoying playing Xenoblade, I don't think I really needed to do it in this playthrough. If you are interested in 100%ing the game and enjoy questing and want some rare materials, come on down and have a grand old time. I did get enjoyment out of Colony 6. One of the coolest things of note is that the music actually gets faster with more diverse instrumentation growing with every tier you build, and there's enough variety here for it to not get boring. There's even some combat quests that'll pop up as you rebuild the city, with the highest one being against level 99. But as this is only a glorified side distraction, shall we get back to the game? Before stopping at Prison Island, Shulk somehow knows Zanza, Dixon, and Alvis are inside of the Bionis, so Junks takes off from the Bionis Interior. Now, I know it's hard to forget because it has been 5 hours, but the Bionis Interior is completely different than what we saw earlier earlier, because now it's alive. And honestly, this is a damn sight to see. I mean, it's arguably graphic, with blood cells just floating in the air everywhere, pools of blood, and the color scheme of greens, reds, and purples just makes for a gross but surreal area. It's amazing to me how even this late into the game, the developers just keep throwing surprises like this. You can even see a literal beating heart in the background, and the way you traverse is just sickly, almost, as you move over these little islands that are connected by veins or something. And we have some music here that just makes you feel like you're traversing somewhere absolutely nasty, with the subtitle of the track being Pulse, which checks out. Super cool area, but it's a shame that we don't get to spend much time on it, and there's not nearly as much to explore here as you do in most areas of the game. Probably because in part, you come here so damn late into the story. We then reach Eryth and her little bubble world place. I don't know, this could be a damn testicle for all I know. Because the developers continue to think Melia should burn in hell, Eryth sends down Callian as a Tephra, pointing out his transformation is complete. What the was that? That's worse than the Sonic 06 kiss. Yeah, I said it. I mean, that was disgusting and mean and not called for. Okay, so, I take back everything I said about the Eggle fight. This fight, Eryth, this entire game. The fight against Eryth is wholeheartedly awful. For one, you are basically required to use a team of Melia, Ricky, and Charla here. I'm sure some guy on Reddit or GameFAQs is out there bragging this fight was incredibly easy and he used the worst team in the world, and you know what? I'm not happy for you, but for 99% of the world, this fight against Eryth has to be one of the worst, not only in the game, but like in the entire franchise. This makes the fight against Goldface look like a Goomba. It's arguably sort of similar to all the fights I hate in this game, which spawn like 30 characters to fight you at once, but the enemies Eryth spawns are the Nova, which have the tendency to deal back intense spike damage, which becomes a serious issue, as Eryth continues to send waves of trash from above. And to make matters worse, Eryth repeats the same 3 lines throughout the entire fight. This is one of those fights that you'll probably lose dozens of times at the last second and just barely make your way through by the end. Again, I have so many hours of footage of me repeating this fight. If it wasn't for this video, I would have just rage quit. In fact, in my first playthrough, I had to switch to casual mode to beat this. Again, I'm sure there's going to be people flexing that this fight is really easy, bro, and look, know your time and place. I'm mad and this isn't it. And to be positive for a moment, I will give Xenoblade at least the credit that even when you do all the quests and whatnot, that you still can't be overleveled, because I had done at least a good majority of the quests up until this point, and also with the Eggle fights. So if you like abnormally difficult content, this game will be a field day for you with these fights. Congrats. If you're like me and suck, this fight is probably single-handedly the worst moment of the entire damn game. Why the developers thought this fight was acceptable in the slightest is it's just beyond my comprehension. After going bald from sheer insanity, the Tephra explodes in a puddle of green piss, and Melia sees Callian in a flash of light. I don't know canonically what is happening here. I think this is sort of just like a dream, or a vision, or something us humans/Homs are unable to understand. Callian lifts up Melia's chin and reassures her that everything is okay, and that the Tephra would not have been able to escape that gene. It was just fate. This is how we learn just why Homs and Tephra have been half-bred, as the goal was to dilute the bloodline enough where this wouldn't happen to the entire species. As we know from earlier, Melia is at least 80% Homs DNA, so she seems to be far enough removed to not have this issue. Callian picks her up again and says she is the hope of the Hyentia, emphasizing that she will succeed the Imperial line. They all knew this was coming, and were happy to sacrifice their lives for that. He encourages her to keep pushing forward, and says he will handle Eryth. But with that, Eryth is Laura finished. Sorry. Melia talks to Callian one last time as he emerges from the Tephra, and she's at least glad he can finally be with her father. For all the crap Melia deals with, this is at least some sort of peace for her, but it's not enough to outweigh the abuse the developers inflicted on her still in my eyes. Ricky, of all people. Oh yeah, Ricky. When's the last time I said... You know what? I'm actually going to Control F. I want to see the last time that we mentioned Ricky in the script. It was page 72, 40 pages ago. Ricky somehow heard all of this. They hug, which is nice, but also, like, how does he hear these things? It's not a one-off either. He heard voices in the chamber. Are Nopon and Ricky just, like, telepathic? Is this explained anywhere? Anyways, Dixon walks in. Where did he come from? God, who knows? I don't know. The game is just dragging at this point. It was nice to get some closure from Melia at least, but I will say the pacing could have been handled better, as ever since the Zanza plot twist, all I've wanted is to go straight to Prison Island. He then walks into some unexplicable portal that is not explained or can't ever be explained. We then make it to Prison Island. I gotta say, the story and the gameplay here, again, really drags. I'm not sure how much of that criticism is shared among Xenoblade fans, so if it's an unpopular take, whoops, sorry. Like, you walk into some arenas and just Dixon starts to lose his entire luster as a villain, and there's just so many, we gotta win the fight and seize our destiny, and there's some cool enemies and bosses, but they cross a bit into generic territory. Like, this giant dragon is cool, but not something I'd expect out of a Xenoblade game, you know? I do feel like some of the environments are pretty badass though, like this giant room with a banquet hall, but there's almost a part of me that feels like Prison Island lacks in substance. Again, probably because the game is almost over. Unlike most areas in Xenoblade, I don't really understand why this place is set up the way it is. It doesn't make sense why there's just like giant dragons and empty palaces and arenas. I mean, look, this entire game has been seriously amazing in terms of lore and continuity and whatnot, so it's okay that this area is a place that's cool for the sake of being cool. I'm just saying, it feels like it's time to end the damn game. Anyways, after a long climb to the top, the game gives you a warning for when you will be unable to return. So after you go forward here, you are locked into completing the final objectives. Xenoblade is one of those games where no matter what we do from here, this is the latest we can have a save on this file. So if we beat the game, all we can do is re-enter from this point. But I'm tired and I've been complaining a lot, so let's do it. The group ultimately decides to move forward, or else the whole game would just end. Before anything else though, we cut back to the fighting still taking place on Colony 6, which is what the true fans were waiting for, with Othoron and Juju leading the fight. I wrote this down and realized there's nothing of note here. Finally, we approach Dixon, and after some generic banter between the two parties, Dixon says he's been working for Lord Zanza since the beginning, and he raised Shulk purely so he could live on, and he says it like it's some normal thing. Dixon transforms, how? No one knows, and man, we saw this flashback so damn early in the game, it's crazy. The fight though is a forced loss, with Dixon getting bored, and I agree, I'm also bored. Fiora jumps in and stops him from killing Shulk, with Dixon noticing Fiora inherited Manif's power. Fiora says she has finally inherited her memories, but not her power, which is actually sort of a reversal from what she was saying earlier. Soulless Dixon asks what good memories are meant to be, which pisses off the team because memories mean everything to basically all of these characters. Maybe not Ricky though, he's just a jackass. As Fiora chastises Dixon for creating a world where nothing exists, we really start to see how powerless and really pathetic Dixon is. All he wants to do with his life is what Zanza wants. He doesn't want to do anything good with the world, he doesn't care about fate or freedom. He starts to look more like a loser than a threat. At one point, Fiora looks like she's seriously down for the count, even though she keeps wanting to fight, but we as the audience know that Fiora has to be in critical condition by now. Melia then uses her badass ether power to protect Shulk, which I'm glad because I was getting pissed off that no one was doing anything as he was getting pushed back. Melia chastises Fiora for almost throwing her life away to Dixon, telling her that there's no way she can do that when she wants to be with Shulk. It's nice to see Melia again accepting Fiora and Shulk's fate of being together, but it's not like Melia would let anyone die anyways. An epic movie slow motion walk occurs as Dixon realizes they still have the power of the Monado, and one more fight and Dixon appears to be taken down. He transforms back to his human state, saying all he wanted was the power of a god, and that he doesn't actually enjoy life this way, because who would? Ryan wants to kill him, fair enough, but Shulk holds him back because Zanza is the true threat. And it was here when I realized that Dixon sort of just turned into what Lorithia was, another deceitful hack who just wanted power, and it takes away any sort of grandiose meaning his character had remaining. It's almost a shame with how decent of a character he once was, not that he was ever written super well, but, you know, we kind of respected him. Ryan seemed disappointed, as most of us watching the story play out do as well. There's a neat shot of Dunman walking away, first with Dixon out of focus.
Damn. How'd that kid get so strong? I ain't gonna let you see me die. I won't give you the satisfaction of victory.
We see Shulk's teeth shattering as Dixon dies. I mean, look, he's been downright awful, but it probably was not an easy thing to do what Shulk did. We then cut to Zanza floating in the air in space, given a vision of Tephra attacking and killing people in Colony 6, followed by the Bionis and Mechonis falling, but suddenly he is no longer to see any further. Not that we would ever know, but it must be terrifying as a god to suddenly have a small fear of dying or just losing control. Perhaps this serves as an element of hope for the player as well, that there is a timeline where we're going to be successful. We then hear Meyneth's voice, relaying what she said earlier about creating a world with no gods, which Zanza simply brushes off because he's stupid. We then end up just floating in space, akin to what we saw earlier in Shulk's dream sequences. To make it to Zanza though, the group is tasked by really no one or nothing in the plot to fight the spirits of Mumkar, Zord, the Tephra from Makna Forest, and Gadult, also known as a Nightmare Blunt rotation. I looked it up later. These are basically completely optional, and from what I could tell, these basically serves as extra fights to boost your EXP and party gauge before the final fight. Since you're locked in, you might need that, but maybe there's some divine story purpose to it. I don't think there is though. So anyways, we walk forward in space and talk amongst ourselves how beautiful the view is and how fantastical it is to see the sun of the earth. Alvis talks to Shulk here, saying he anticipates seeing whatever choice Shulk ends up making. We see Zanza in a really unique form. Meyneth points out that he looks different, and it's confirmed that he is a new vessel as a result of obtaining both Fiora and Shulk's Monados. There's some really strong symbolism here in the sense that this new vessel is no one we knew, and is just basically a generic soldier, meaning that Shulk's life is widely seen as meaning nothing. Man, that's crazy. Zanza then offers Shulk the offer of a lifetime, if you're a loser that is, which is the choice to become Zanza's next disciple, promising him immortality, because Shulk clearly cares about that. Melia lashes out during this for Zanza not appreciating what a life entails, as he anticipates the end of all life as we know it on the Bionis. He pushes back, saying he viewed the transformation of the Tephra as returning them to the Bionis, as the Tephra were simply cells from his body, saying that he accidentally mixed some intelligence in one day, which created the High Entia from them. It's fascinating to think just how a god would go about making any of these creatures, and it's equally as interesting to think there could be practical aspects to it. Dunban then points out how much of a failure Zanza really was if the High Entia could find her to Prison Island. I agree, Zanza sucks. We then see flashbacks of the Mechonis and the Bionis fighting because the game developers have never shown us this before, and he was simply waiting for the right vessel, which was revealed to him in a vision. Shulk points out he just wants to live as a Homs, and of course with Zanza being unable to know what that means, mocks him, and confirms this is why he killed the Makna and Meyneth, because they evolved too far. Homs are the next in line to be killed, with Zanza saying the group we have here only proves that. Zanza, in perhaps his most striking moment, says that he once had a desire for friendship, but giving Homs intelligence was a mistake. Considering you're about to die, Zanza, I can't help but agree with you there. You kinda messed up. It's sort of implied here that Zanza's failed attempts at forging friendships is his catalyst to be doing what he's doing. Shulk points out he had Meyneth as a friend, and he dodges addressing that since it's convenient for him. Zanza continues to feel free will was a mistake, so he's just gonna make a new world instead. Man really said I'm just gonna control Z this entire existence. Another fight, and then we see Zanza mad that Shulk has visions despite not wielding the Monado. Also, is it just me, or is it weird that these characters are always just fighting during important conversations? How the hell do they focus like that? Anyways, a third Monado is born, and the next phase of the fight commences. Zanza is finally outmatched, and really has lost his power.
This is the providence of the world. Even gods are merely beings restricted to the limited power determined by providence.
Thankfully, Shulk has made the correct choice here, and Zanza is pissed off Alvis disobeyed him. Alvis then says he is the Monado, which if this was a movie, would be the moment where everyone in the audience would throw their popcorn buckets up in the air and cheer. But I think the scene is really all the more powerful because we don't see Alvis.
Shulk, it is time for you to choose. Does this world belong to Zanza, or does it belong to you?
That is something I decided long ago!
And with that, Zanza is finally defeated. Certainly not the first JRPG to do the whole defeating a god trope, but that was unremarkably badass. Following this, Shulk floats in the air, which seems to happen all the damn time in this game. We see a small ship in the distance. We can hear the voice of a man saying, "Let's begin the experiment," which is revealed to be Zanza as a normal human man. The lab scientists all try to stop him, with Meyneth specifically making the most obvious effort to do so. She gets pushed aside, and so the quote-unquote experiment technically has begun. In simple terms, what has happened here is that mankind ended up creating an alternative universe, with this man clearly showing a disdain for the ramifications of the technology. But hey, Peter Griffin over here presses the red button, and his curiosity destroys the entire world, making a new one, with two gods coming into existence. Zanza and Maneth created life then, with Homs being born from them. As this world advanced, the different life forms were born, and Zanza more or less became a distant memory, so he created the circle of life on Bionis. All Zanza wanted, ironically, was friendship, and ironically a god ended up having human or Homs needs. It was just like all of us.
Alvis, what are you? I am the administrative computer of a phase transition experiment facility, but that will mean little to you. To you, I am a machine.
Honestly, listening to Alvis back a bit, it's kind of sneaky how the developers handled this character, because he actually does speak exactly like a robot, like Jarvis from Iron Man, and I never once thought about it until this line. I mean, that, intentionally or not, that's genius. Alvis says Shulk is the new god, and asks him if he will allow the world to be stale, or if he will let it evolve. Shulk doesn't really know, saying his goal was only to stop Zanza. I mean, he never wanted to be a god. The whole gang's here somehow, and Fiora chimes in by saying none of them ever wanted to be gods. The group agrees that they would rather live in the moment and not be aware of what's going to happen next. They enjoy the excitement that comes with that. It's honestly the human experience, the exact thing Zanza did not understand. Shulk, back in space, again, sees Alvis, saying he recreated the personalities of him and the group from Shulk's consciousness, and he's now all of a sudden mad because he doesn't want to be the god, but essentially Alvis needs Shulk to make a decision and hurry the frick up.
The future should be decided by each and every person in the world. And so, what we wish for is a world with no gods.
And with that, roll the credits. We see someone moving from a POV shot, witnessing the Homs, Nopon, Makna, Hyantia, all living in harmony, and guess who's still alive? Dunban is some sort of chief, Vinaya is happy, everyone's living in peace, and Fiora is revealed to be the one behind the POV. Why are you looking at me like that? Do I have broccoli in my teeth, or are you just drunk? Melia overlooks the colony, in the spot that Shulk and Fiora once did. She also seems to be a bit taken aback here, but she's ultimately just thinking about the future, which is ironic to me, because that's what Fiora was once doing here too. She seems a bit put off, but Melia says she's happy for the experiences and friends she gained along the way. She got the least satisfying ending out of all these freaking characters. You see the rest of the crew just hanging out, going fishing, nice wholesome family fun. Ryan complains the water is salty, implying that the world has indeed changed drastically. A subtle line and something people probably missed out on, but it does say a lot. Anyways, yeah, Fiora finds Shulk and it's revealed she exists back in her Homs form. One of the best outcomes and endings for this character. That is such a wild turn of events. She keeps her short hair, as it's sort of a part of her now. Shulk answers correctly when she asks which one she likes more, and he says both.
Shulk. This new world is boundless. It is home to not only you, but many forms of life. I can see it. In this world, all life will walk towards the future, hand in hand.
And that, my friends, is the complete story of Xenoblade Chronicles. I did it! I covered the entirety of Xenoblade Chronicles story. Just kidding, there's a voiced side cutscene with massive lore implications that we need to talk about before we move on. Technically, we could have done this right after the Telephi attack and Colony 6 began, but the pacing, man. The group finds Tyrea lying on the ground in Colony 6. Ryan reminds the player that this is the girl who attacked us in the capital, which is good because I honestly forgot. Upon trying to wake her up, Tyrea tells Melia not to touch her, and then falls to the ground. So can we just end this side quest by abandoning her? I mean, really, what's the benefit of this freaking character at this point? They bring her to the infirmary, with Charla saying she passed out due to an uncontrollable ether flow upon the Bionis' reawakening. The group is confused why she didn't become a Telethia, and conveniently speaking, the Colony 6 ether level wasn't as bad as it was above. Fiora asks why Tyrea hates Melia so much, but also then again, literally everyone in the writers hate Melia, so she's just a hateable person despite her being the nicest fucking character in the entire game, I guess, I don't know. But yeah, simple answer is racism. Tyrea was basically born to maintain the Imperial bloodline. It's revealed that she had an equal possibility of taking the throne if she was a half-sister, and I guess she's been awake through all of our group talking. Oops! Tyrea, because she's a racist, believes she had more of a right to the throne. Melia cries because this game is just a never-ending stream of pain and suffering for this character, and Tyrea accuses Melia of being the type of ruler who would want to take the lives of her own people to protect her bloodline. But are we supposed to even slightly emphasize with this complete clown and shrew of a character? Do we have to finish this? Dude, can we just... Ryan defends Melia, saying that she's just jealous, which you know she is, and calls her a martyr. And then Tyrea is just racist, saying Ahams can't talk to her like that. Ryan continues flaming her, saying Tyrea will never understand Melia, saying that succeeding the Imperial line isn't about what your genetics contain, but about what you do for your people. These are a lot of damn words and deep thoughts coming from a character who said nothing of damn substance during the entirety of the Alcamoth chapter. But go off, King. Anyways, Tyrea leaves, and a three-headed Telethia ends up spawning as Colony 6 is on fire. What the hell is he... What is this side quest, dude? So they go to Makna Forest to fight her. Why is she there? I don't know. It's kind of pretty. Maybe it's just symbolism for where we found Melia. After we win, because we're just so awesome, Tyrea comes out from the shadows, with Tyrea pointing out that Telethia is Umea. Oh yeah, that was also a character. Tyrea says that Umea knew her fate was to transform, but she wanted to stay faithful to the Bionis. And Tyrea says she pursued her so she could fulfill Umea's final wish, which was to be destroyed as quickly as possible as a sacrifice to the Bionis. Melia then schools and owns Tyrea, speaking about what leadership means and how it's important to understand the sacrifice of fighting, and realizes that because Umea is Tyrea's birth mother, it was a little less inhumane if Melia was the one to kill her. Still pretty inhumane, or outright inhumane, but what are you gonna do? Tyrea at least has the decency here to thank her for assisting quote-unquote mother, which, like, considering Melia is sibling, is the best damn thing the writers can muster up from Tyrea in this scene. They say that Tyrea will be alright, and since they share the same goal, their paths will meet again. I wonder if this character will be important in Future Connected. I assume it will. Honestly, I last played it in 2020, and if this video bombs, I'm not gonna play it ever again anyways. Okay, and with that, we have officially covered all the story content in Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive Edition. Shut up. As said a few times now, Future Connected I'm counting as its own game and review, so we'll get to it then. This video is long enough, and I just, like, we considered Torna and Future Redeemed their own games. I think it's only fair that Future Connected gets the same respect as well, even if people are toxic. Now that we've finished all of our analysis and our general watch through of the entire story of Xenoblade, I'd like to take this next part of the video to talk about the story and the characters very generally. I want to talk about what this narrative succeeds at and what I think it fails at. And I'll warn you that this is probably not going to be your usual Jeff content. I didn't write as many riffs, I didn't write as many jokes here, so if you want to skip over this part, I will cry, but it's okay. But I kind of want to just talk candidly, like I want to speak from the heart. I feel like whenever I analyze a piece of media, whether that be a TV show, video game, or movie, my number one takeaway, my number one question is really, what does this experience want to say to its audience? It's tricky with Xenoblade because there's a lot of different points that this game wants to drive home. I feel like most obviously, the game's biggest focus is on fate and destiny. It's really easy to look at some of the earlier chapters of this game and say the story's lagging. I know I did quite a bit, but I do think the story purposely does this so we can see the journey through Shulk's perspective and get used to what he's going through at the same time, which is getting visions. Early on, it became apparent Shulk would be placed into situations none of us would ever have to make. I feel like the slow pacing sort of gives this game the leeway to be confusing. Now, we as the audience are analyzing the game 15 years out, but a first-time player may be extremely confused about what's occurring. But what I feel like Xenoblade does best is really having you sit and think about whether or not you agree with the decision Shulk makes. Because while lots of us could take the easy answer and say we'd save everyone we know is in danger, imagine being in a position where you have to be the one to outright interrupt the passage of fate. It sort of ties into the age-old discussion of whether or not any of us feel like we have free will, or has all of our actions in future been predetermined from the day we were born. I feel like if you're in the first category, you're more inclined to say Shulk should just save everyone without hesitation. But if you're in the latter, despite something being so damn devastating, you might just accept that it's out of your control. Because honestly, that's just life. and there's tons of stuff in the world that we have zero control over. This monocle of human existence is what makes Shulk and his journey so interesting. He starts the game as a simple villager, later becoming someone with this world-altering power. Or was he always someone with world-altering power? And I don't think Shulk always knows just what to do with that information. This is what makes Shulk such a good protagonist, in my opinion. He's extremely slow and methodical with his decision-making, whether that be taking a bit of time to decide if he wants to integrate himself with the allied forces, or whether or not he does want to take down Eggle. And oftentimes, Shulk would come to a nuanced or reasonable take. I do think Shulk is a near-perfect JRPG protagonist. I do feel like there's times where his general personality can be a bit confusing, if not annoying. There's moments where he's optimistic, but then there's moments he's the pessimist of the group. There's times when he's encouraging Fiora to open up to him, whereas he just consistently keeps to himself, despite encouragement from Ryan and others to share what he knows. I get it as Shulk why you feel the need to keep some of that in, or to have conflicting emotions during this roller coaster of a game, but I do feel like it's a fault of the writing that he's so up and down. On top of that, his early motivation is kind of forced. Sure, after losing Fiora, vengeance is the only thing that naturally could have pushed the story forward, and it gets the job done. But what exactly is he planning when he leaves Colony 9? One day after losing Fiora, he just decides to go on a journey to kill a bunch of Mechon? Sure, that gets us out the door, and then we have actual goals and paths forward and whatnot, such as when we get a semblance that Fiora is actually alive, but it does feel like sometimes his motivation is at a very minimum unrelatable to us. I will give Shulk credit in the sense that I do feel like after Fiora comes back to the party, he does appreciate her a lot more than he did at Colony 9, where I thought his aloofness was a factor in Fiora taking the action she did that led to her demise. And with Shulk, there are times where I feel like the audience is just not going to be able to root for what he's pushing for, and that's a double-edged sword, right? Because the writers have to give Shulk an almost unlikable trait for the sake of pushing the story forward. And to circle back to this, I could not stand some of the decisions Shulk made, like when he was so adamant about not letting Dunban kill Mumkar after he had faced the ultimate betrayal. That could be an issue with Mumkar just not having any reasons to care about him, but it was an earned moment for Dunban that was just taken away. And again, it adds a level of hypocrisy to his character when his whole life's purpose at one point was rooted in vengeance. Like it or not though, it is character development, and these are ultimately things that the audience may not understand on a first or second playthrough, which is what I also feel like makes Shulk a genius character. Ultimately, Shulk grows to be incredibly compassionate and a very talented mediator, and by the end of the game, I feel like the player's able to say that he did deserve to create a new world in his vision. I'm not going to say Shulk is the best character to ever grace fiction. He's flawed and the writing could have definitely been better, but for what Xenoblade Chronicles is, Shulk is the perfect character to lead this game. There are other themes in Xenoblade, some of which are really rooted in social commentary, such as racism and the dangers of someone having too much power. Going into this video, I thought I'd have a lot more to say about the racism that Melia faces, but it kind of started becoming like the curtains are just blue because they're blue scenario, where it's like, yeah, racism is terrible. Like, what do you want me to say about it, you know? I'd say the last big theme of Xenoblade Chronicles really comes to relationships, whether that be the platonic or romantic ones. We even see that throughout the game's mechanics. There's affinity, which helps you fight better, and the heart-to-hearts, which I'm going to save for its own dedicated section after we look at our main characters. The issue though that I take with this aspect of Xenoblade Chronicles, and my biggest critique of the story, is that I don't feel like the rest of the main cast, besides Melia and Fiora, are really that great of characters. Personally, I found it hard to seriously feel invested in most of our group here, and I want to take a moment to analyze each of these characters so I can clarify why that is. I want to talk about Ryan and Charla first, not only because they are the first two party members besides Fiora in Colony 9 that we play with, but because I feel like their pairing ultimately becomes one of the biggest and weakest side plots of the game. Ryan is not an unusual character archetype for a JRPG, or hell, any video game. He's funny, dumb, makes wisecracking jokes, and is a fairly likable guy. There's definitely times throughout the game where I feel like he adds some much needed levity to a given situation, whether that be making a bird pun or sending our group down a giant hole by pressing a red button. This aspect of his character is done perfectly, and I'd also say that the writers definitely give him moments of compassion and empathy. Probably one of his best scenes in the game is on Fallen Arm with Charla, as we see that he's let down with himself for no longer being able to protect Shulk, and he also is very good at giving pep talks when needed, trying but failing to get Shulk to open up to him. And he's got moments of real intelligence too, like when he's standing up for Melia against Tyrea. So there's good with Rein, but I have less positives I could say about Sharla. I don't think she's like a terrible character, but she's not very well thought out, and maybe if the game had more time, her arc could have been improved a bit. Really, the best thing I can say about her is that she's compassionate and loving and caring, but those are just good traits to have in general, and isn't something I think is good because of Sharla, if that makes any sense. Sharla's best moment in Xenoblade are when she acts as a support for another party member. She gives Rein a pep talk during the conversation at Fallen Arm, and then there's her friendship with Melia, which I at first thought was a really kind of special pairing. Sharla basically is the only character who appreciates and sees Melia's feelings for Shulk, with Shulk being completely aloof and oblivious to them. But it's just not revisited too much in the main story after Alcamoth, and there's even a point where Sharla herself just accepts Fiora is better for Shulk, closing the gap of Melia's last support on this issue. And then from there, I don't think these characters ever engage. And those are the most positive things I could say about her. I feel like the biggest aspect of her story is just very poorly handled, to the point where I actually don't blame some of her negatives because of her and more on the writer's execution of it, if anything. So the reason I lumped Rein and Sharla in this section is because of her plotline with Gadol. It's established early on that she's missing her fiancé because of the attacks on the colony, and a big motivation for her is moving forward so that she can find him, not just for herself, but for her brother Juju, who she's looking for a father figure for. Firstly, the biggest issue is that we learn about a lot of this early on, and then Gadol is basically not revisited besides a handful of lines for probably a good 3/4 of the game. It's only when we get Fiora back and Egil is trying to fix the face Mekon's ability to retain memories do we even remember this character exists. And that is when we get some cutscenes delving into Sharla and his relationship. It just felt forced to me, like the writers either forgot or didn't know how to parse it into the overarching narrative. But even once we do see the flashbacks with Gadol, I'm sorry, but are we supposed to be rooting for this character? The one who's streaming to the point where Sharla is in clear distress? I get that he's upset about losing soldiers in a war. Anyone would be. I don't know. I didn't find her to be a likable character in this moment, and it made me not really see why I should be rooting for Sharla and Gadol to ever be together. But I think that's just it. I don't think the developers want to make Gadol seem like a stellar character or anything, because Sharla and Rein are supposed to end up together. So there's very clear moments where Rein is shown to be a direct opposite of Gadol, even to the point of breaking character. So what you get is this really awkward love triangle where Sharla clearly has feelings for both of them, while neither are a great pairing. Rein and Sharla don't feel like they have serious chemistry with each other. The developers write in so many moments between them. Don't get me wrong, it has playful teasing and flirting, but it just doesn't feel natural. It feels like it's happening because the writers want it to happen. And in a sense, it's better character development for Rein than it is for Sharla. Rein at least sort of learns what it means to become a family man, and to think about helping Sharla take care of Juju as a father figure, and that's ultimately okay for him, right? Like, he's this kid coming from the colony and he's growing up, but where does this leave Sharla? And honestly, I don't know. Again, she's not an offensive character, she doesn't do anything wrong, but I don't see any real character development with her. She just exists, and it's what makes me feel like Rein and Sharla's relationship becomes their own undoing. These two characters don't really have a lot of one-on-one time with anyone else because the story doesn't need them to. Yes, I know about the heart-to-hearts. I'm purposely leaving that for after this section. You'll understand why then. Then we have Dunban, who... I know this is terrible to admit in a video essay analysis, but I don't really know what to say about him. His plot is clear. He's a wounded soldier who is along for the ride and serves as a leader to our group, especially when Shulk is almost out of commission. And he's important to the story in the sense that he's seen as a legend. He has ties and connections and knowledge to almost everyone we meet throughout the game. I would say the most interesting thing about his character is his sheer stoicism, how he never lets anyone see him cry, and how good he is at hiding his feelings from the world. But when I'm bringing up character traits in an analysis, I feel like the character has failed to some degree. Ironically, his best scene is just when Fiora admits he does cry, and he's not even there for that scene. It's treated as a bit of a joke, but considering how early we saw him concealing his pain with clever cinematography hints that he was suffering, it's a pretty important revelation about his character, right? The problem I think I have the most with Dunban is I feel like his character arc could have been successfully concluded with him being the one to kill Mumkar, the very detractor we saw at the first cutscene of the game. But again, Shulk doesn't let that happen. And even then, right, if he ended up killing Dixon, that could have been equally impactful, but Shulk does it, and then it just Dunban doesn't have an arc. I think the most ironic part about this is I actually do like Dunban. He has really funny one-liners, he's badass, and he's a comforting face throughout the game. But in terms of an actual story or contribution to the plot, he's more or less a glorified background character. Then we have Ricky. Okay, I know this character has a lot of fans, so sorry, I don't care about this character at all. Ricky is the embodiment of the JRPG archetype of funny furry friend tags along for the ride. The problem with Ricky and the Nopon as a whole is they're very selfish creatures, often focusing on food and sleep, which hey, me too, but when every line is about how Ricky is the best or he's hungry, it gets extremely old very quickly. It's sort of a conundrum for me to even include Ricky here, period. The problem is he's put on the same tier of importance as everyone else by virtue of being a party member, but there's nothing to really talk about. His arc is just him going on an adventure and paying off debts to his village, which gets solved in one chapter of the game. He has next to no story after this. The best aspect of Ricky is his friendship with Melia, which does have a few nice moments, like when he realizes Melia is tired so he makes a big stink about wanting to take a break, or being the only one who understood Callie and was speaking to Melia in their goodbyes somehow. And at the Fallen Arm, it's nice to see Ricky say, "Listen here, you little shit," to Dunban. "I'm a dad," and it's easy to forget those moments because Ricky's just a goofball. Okay, can I gush about my favorite character now, please? Melia Antiqua is my favorite Xenoblade Chronicles 1 character by far. Now, I will admit it's partially because she lost her brother, her dad, her stepmom, majority of her people, her f***ing love life, and I feel like this character deserves compassion. I'd say that's a big part of it. I mean, I don't get it. It feels very much to me like the writers just kept making this character go through tragic moments. Losing her father, I obviously thought was terrible for her, but good for the plot. It gave her and Shulk a reason to push onwards. It was a very fitting conclusion for that chapter, and while it was a tragedy nonetheless, it was one that was fated to happen. It didn't feel like bullying of her character. It's just everything from there, right? But even if it weren't for the macros, it's just the little things, like all the moments where Melia has to be reminded she will never be with Shulk, or when Lorithia kisses her deformed brother right in front of her, or Dixon makes an incest joke. It's like, look, the overall tragedies are one thing. In the narrative, I totally understand why the High Entia became the Telethia, but the fact that the writers wrote in extra moments where she suffers or is embarrassed is just, it's beyond my comprehension for why the writers did it, because it doesn't add anything to the plot, and it just felt mean. Like, I hate the scene where Shulk and Fiora feel like they can finally confide in each other, and she's just sitting in the background watching them be in love, and there's even a scene shortly after where she's trying to get Shulk's attention, and he's completely dismissive of her, to the point of it being kind of cruel. I wouldn't say it's any different than Shulk's aloofness with Fiora in the first chapter at worst, but it still doesn't change the fact that when Melia and Shulk met, they were becoming close, with very light implications that Shulk could return her feelings. And then after Fallen Arm, Shulk doesn't even act like he knows her name, which is a complete disrespect of King Saurian's wishes. She really just has it the worst in the entire game. Everyone at the end of the story receives this cheery, happy ending, and Melia is just sitting on a perch doing nothing. The reason I like Melia so much, and this is where I'll get sort of candid with you guys, I see a lot of myself in her. She's very reserved and lonely. Well, that made me sound depressing. But look, we all get lonely sometimes, and I'm quite an introvert. Personally, always finding it a bit hard to make friends, or apologizing constantly, because it's just what I'm used to doing. I don't like to get this candid normally in videos, but it's important here to say why I like this character, and ultimately why I ended up playing as her the majority of the game. She's also really the only character outside of Shulk and Fiora that gets a significant amount of screen time, and we learn so much about her lore, which I talked about plenty. We don't need to explain all the High Entia stuff again, but seeing her journey to assume power was a treat. And unlike Dunban, unlike Ricky, unlike really Rhine, Melia is one of the few characters that has any serious moments outside of her initial chapter, with her losing Callie and a majority of her people. To sum it up, Melia is my favorite character in Xenoblade because it's easiest for me to parse together what she feels, and it's easy to relate to her in any given moment. And I think what I like most about her is that she ends up being a cheerleader for Fiora and Shulk, despite being the one who benefits least from it, putting aside her feelings ultimately for what she thinks is right. She's an extremely well-written character with good intentions, and while I can't call her the best Xenoblade character, she will always be my favorite. Finally, we have Fiora. Out of all the characters I've spoken about so far, this is the one I'll probably catch the most grief for. I don't dislike Fiora, and I still consider her probably my third favorite party member, but I do think she's at least slightly overrated in the general view of fans of the game. Firstly, I'll just say for the purposes of the story, I was never that surprised she would return in some form. Now, part of that for me is just because I'm a nerd gamer who has studied film and storytelling and has played a few RPGs before, and especially because I've reviewed a game or two in my day, I know that it would have been a lot of work for the team to design a character you play as for an hour without ever bringing her back in some form. But also, I don't know how much the game wanted this to be a surprise. They revealed to the player somewhat early on that Fiora may in fact be alive. Yet, I will say amongst fans of the game, they're extremely cautious not to spoil who this party member is. I streamed some live playthrough on Twitch back when I was a streamer in 2020, and the people chatting simply referred to her as Seven, which I also see on forums and whatnot, so I really appreciate that sort of band of brothers sort of appreciation of this character. I talked in depth early on about how I felt Fiora's death was ultimately a tragedy. She was a character I genuinely felt bad for, and it was painful to see Shulk so oblivious to her. Before and after her death and return, the word I would use to describe her is apologetic. She is someone who feels like she's a burden on the world around her, even after literally dying. I feel like with Fiora there's some character development still. As the story goes, she almost seems more composed, more strong, and I feel like given that she shared, well, everything with Lady Mayneth, she became a lot more mature for that. And my favorite part about Shulk and Fiora's relationship is seeing them come to each other more, learning how to collaborate, which I don't think the two had the ability to do early in the game. It's even nice at the end of the game how Shulk and Fiora playfully flirt without them being confirmed as some big grand relationship. I love how these characters both evolved and stayed the same at the same time with each other. The biggest criticism I see revolving around Fiora is just how her character relies on Shulk to be relevant and important. There aren't really that many one-on-one scenes she has with the other characters. She has a nice moment with Dunban, I guess, during Galahad Fortress, where the roles of their siblinghood have come back full circle, with her being the one who's now injured. But then the conversation comes back to Shulk. She has a nice moment with Melia at Colony 6, but then guess what? It comes back to Shulk. I ultimately feel I struggle with how I feel about Fiora because of all of this. While we spend a lot of time with her, there's a part of me that doesn't really know her as a character, and she has the most potential out of all 7 because of her relatability, but it doesn't really get explored enough. This could be an intentional choice, given Fiora was never going to be the same after the attack on Colony 9, but there's just something missing with this character, you know? But look, there were a lot of complaints from me here about the lack of character depth, or flaws in the writing, or how characters don't have enough one-on-one time with each other, and rightfully, many people are probably going to point out this game has the heart-to-hearts, the little dialogue cutscenes between two characters of your party. These are one of the best and worst parts about Xenoblade Chronicles, and I do want to take some time to analyze them before we move on to the rest of the story analysis because of that. Now, there's 2 reasons though that I did not include these with the character analysis, or really, besides a few that I thought were important, didn't intertwine any of them with the plot of the game. Firstly, I honestly struggled to accept Heart-to-Hearts as canon because I don't know what the correct outcomes of them are. As described like 5 hours ago, Heart-to-Hearts have multiple paths you can take based on the dialogue tree options. What I did in my playthrough was follow along with a guide so I could get the most positive outcomes, but sure, it would be nice to say that those are the canon outcomes, but what's to say the negative outcomes, or hell, the neutral outcomes, which take these to 4 possible paths, aren't the correct interpretations of the scene? The second issue I have with the Heart-to-Hearts is that as good as they are extremely anti-player to access. Basically, to see a lot of the Heart-to-Hearts, you have to build up your affinity levels over the course of the 5 tiers. The bottom ones are easy, but the later ones require a lot of work. Yes, I know that you and I care about grinding infinity levels to see these bonus goodies, but I've spoken to people about this feature who really weren't that much into this game, who didn't see almost any of the Heart-to-Hearts because they would go the whole game playing with their preferred 3 characters. Even I had to do grinding at the end of the game because there were simply party members that I never had on the same team. And that's also how I had good affinity for most of my party, because I did almost every quest, almost all the unique monsters. But if I didn't do any of that, as most players don't, it's very unlikely you'd see more than a handful of them throughout your playthrough. Now, I don't want to discredit the Heart-to-Hearts as a function of the game just because of this. It's not an uncommon idea, especially in a JRPG, to have something hidden for the most dedicated players. It's just that I find them really awkward to interweave with everyone's experience of the main story. Now, I thought a lot about how I wanted to analyze the Heart-to-Hearts in this video. Throughout the year-long production, mention, I went back and forth on quite a few ideas. Firstly, I thought about analyzing each of the 63 heart-to-hearts, with both their positive and negative outcomes being a focus. I started writing these actually, and the issue is that a lot of these are kind of uninteresting, and not to mention analyzing 126 scenarios would be extremely monotonous. As much as I want to do a thorough deep dive of this game, as a YouTuber, if I think something is not interesting or funny, it's simply just a waste of everyone's time. I then thought about interweaving all of them into the video, but I'd say 95% of them don't really make sense during the story summary. And that's really another issue. Like, I don't know when the heart-to-hearts are really supposed to take place. They say kind of conflicting things in the dialogue, so it's just kind of tricky to objectively analyze. What I decided on for the sake of this video and both of our sanities is simply just sharing 10 interesting moments from each character we see via heart-to-hearts, as well I'll talk about a few of them at the end. I don't know if this really satisfies everyone. I've already recorded the VO, and honestly I think the section is kind of boring, so if you want to skip it, I don't blame you. But I had to do something. In Legend of the Spider, we learn when Shulk and Rein were children, they engaged in an epic prank war where Shulk put a spider in Rein's shoe, and Rein put a caterpillar in his sock drawer. This is ironic because Rein hates spiders now, and if caterpillars existed in this universe, Shulk would probably hate caterpillars as well. In the Shimmering Marsh, Shulk actually has a memory of the sealed runes, which is that the lights at night looked similar to the nights at Satorl Marsh. Small detail, but a clever predicting of a future area of the game. In a snowy hot spring, Shulk reveals he doesn't know what a hot spring is. Okay, it's not that big of a deal, but like, come on, dude. In Those Waiting for You, we see sort of a gloomy aspect of Shulk's character, saying that when he goes home, there's not going to be anyone home for him like there would be for Ricky. Actually, quite sad. And before the final battle, we see Shulk's optimism at full play here, with Shulk thinking Fiora will be 100% Homs again at some point. He's right, and we even see Shulk saying how he's been staying up all night and doing research to figure out how to return her body fully. And during Friendship, we get to see some lore between the friendship triangle of Rein, Shulk, and Fiora, which is a really nice background for the trio. The two actually used to quite hate each other, which is an endearing characteristic now considering how close they are. In the negative ending of Renewed Determination, we see Rein is still upset with himself that he couldn't protect Shulk from being shot by Dixon, still thinking about his promise to Fiora. And watching over them, we see the juicy deets by Dunban, asking Rein what he thinks about Fiora and Shulk as a couple. He doesn't fully conclude they are one, and just says they mean a lot to each other, but they don't realize it yet. Both of them are too stoic and cool to jump in to make them realize they care for each other. Okay, well this one is interesting. In An Ancient Wreckage, Rein and Melia talk about the crashed ship in Colony 9. You know, the one where the game turned into a chaotic frenzy of a story after being all calm and peaceful. Here, Melia confirms that this is a high Intia ship, and doubts if there were any survivors, but is also a bit angry at them that they would have made this misstep in the first place. It's actually quite a nice friendship moment between Melia and Rein, with Melia pointing out that they are becoming close, and this is probably one of the heart-to-hearts that is important for that reason, because I honestly don't know if these two ever talk to each other in the main story. In A Scene Revisited, we learn that Rein had never seen outside of Colony 9. Fiora points out that this is the most serious she has ever seen Rein, and Fiora then self-deprecates. Rein tells Fiora not to blame herself for dying because he thinks they were fated to come here anyways, which is technically true and not true at the same time. In the negative ending of What Visions May Bring, Charlotte panics over the idea of Juju ending up with the wrong girl, as if any girl would want to marry this douche. In A Broken Watch's positive outcome, we learn that during Charlotte's journey, she carries a broken pocket watch that her father gave her before he died, with Shulk offering to fix it. Kind of a nice moment. In A Wistful Glow, we see Charlotte and Rein talking about the ether lamps in the ether mine, which reminds Charlotte of her relationship with her and Gadelt. She's jealous of Shulk and Rein's male camaraderie, and Charlotte wishes she just kicked up a fuss like a little girl because she thinks it would have stopped him. Yeah, that's not really selling me on this relationship still. Writers. Flowers of Eryth Sea is an interesting heart-to-heart since it expands Charlotte's role as the group's mediator, with Charlotte encouraging Ricky to pick up flowers for Melia, saying it would make her happy and help her not to be so uptight. Not much else to say really, just something that helps clarify Charlotte's character a little bit. A Nighttime Chat is a very interesting heart-to-heart, where Charlotte tells Fiora that she thought Melia was the one for him originally. Why even bring that up? Do the developers just want to humiliate Melia? In Geography Lesson, as you could probably gather from the story, Dunban knows a lot of random crap, including the most up-to-trend superfood in Colony 9, chewy radishes. I think Dunban would like Erewhon. In Heir to the Monado's negative ending, we see Dunban is actually quite down on himself for his failures during the Battle of Sword Valley, thinking he was useless, and is sad that he could not save Colony 9 during the Mechon attack, even revealing he's jealous of Shulk, and sees himself as Shulk's trusty steed. That's one way to word that. I really like a gift for a loved one. Basically, Fiora gives Dunban a present here, a rare, unspecified insect. Dunban prefers this to fruit because he says there's no use for it. Eternal Scars is super interesting. It sounds like a Godsmack song, as it provides some background on Mumkar and Dunban, with Dunban saying he always knew Mumkar was a snake or a coward. I could have told you that. Dunban feels regret because he thinks there was a chance he could have stopped him, and thinks there was some good in him because Mumkar saved him a few times, but after Dunban wielding the Monado, it was Jover. Dunban hates flowers because one day they wither and die. Okay, do you also hate puppies and ice cream too? In Fallen Brethren, Melia opens up to Shulk about her, well, Fallen Brethren, great frickin' title, and asks Shulk to stand by her side as they send them off. It's possibly the earliest sign Melia had some sort of feelings for Shulk if she felt comfortable opening up to him relatively early. And so close yet so far, Melia talks about how she wonders what life would be like if she weren't a princess. Shulk encourages her to do something crazy, and she thinks about it, which for her is a big win. In Hopes and Plans, Melia reveals to Shulk she wants to search for her birth mother, as she only has a few memories of their time together. In Ancient Astrology, we learn that Melia could be an influencer apparently because she loves #fortune telling, which is a nice little character detail. Now, the developers made up astrology symbols like the Rhapsodist and the Perfumer, which apparently is good compatibility. Sure, makes as much sense to me as actual astrology symbols. In At the Pollen Works, Ricky confirms to Shulk that the Nopon don't use metal in their machinery, and talks about the pollen orbs, of which only the yellow and blue ones are edible, and Shulk brazenly talks about eating a red one anyways. Now this is a cool detail because all this random stuff happening in the background of Frontier Village actually does have a in-game reason to exist. In Journey's End, we see Ricky trying to convince Ryan to marry Sharla, and basically bullies him for not having the guts to do it by saying he asked his wife, Oka, to marry him, and at first she was apparently angry. I would have also been angry. And atop the crown tree, we actually get an insight into Ricky's family life, which is that he feels regret because one of his children had a traumatic experience climbing a tree, now is bad at climbing, and gets bullied at school for it. It's nice to see Ricky have some sort of, actual human experience instead of just food and hunger. Now, I alluded to this one throughout the story analysis, but in A Mysterious Sanctuary, we learned that Ricky likes to cuddle Melia. You know what? Sure. I think heart-to-hearts like this are interesting, because it really implies that this group is a lot closer than the story lets on, because when the fuck would have this happened in the story that we witnessed? In Ose Tower is actually a very interesting one in terms of lore. Ricky says that he senses ghosts are present here. Dunban tries to give him some backstory on Shulk, but Ricky brings it all back to the fact that he hears voices and whatnot. This is technically lore that is integrated with the rest of the story, as Ricky had also heard the ghost of Callian, so while we don't know what causes him or the other Nopon to hear such, we are reconfirmed that Ricky of all people here's the dead. Fiora's cooking! Yes, this heart-to-heart is about, Fiora's love of knitting sweaters. Fiora expands her frustration with Shulk's lack of taste, and is happy that Ryan and Dunban appreciate her cooking. I like this one because it sort of makes Fiora seem like a mother or big sister type to Ryan, who keeps trying to get him to eat her food, which is a funny expansion on her character we don't normally see, since she doesn't have these sorts of interactions during the story. In Reawakened Memories, Fiora and Sharla discuss how Shulk would do anything for Fiora, harkening back to how Shulk literally jumped off of a cliff for her. Fiora feels safe, but once Sharla starts talking about how they are a good pairing, Fiora gets defensive, which is odd because, you guys, kissed, right? Now this one probably could have been put in either Fiora or Melia's, but I really do like the heart-to-heart about Melia's Imperial Villa. Fiora compliments it, but points out the loneliness of it, and the two end up bonding over the fact that their mothers have both passed away early. I don't know, it's just kinda nice to see them bond over something that isn't just Shulk. A Family of Two is a really depressing sort of heart-to-heart between Dunban and Fiora, with the two discussing their faults and or similarities and not admitting pain. But Fiora is really mad that Dunban thinks the situations are even similar because Fiora could literally die, which leads to Fiora admitting to Dunban that she thinks she may never get to grow old and how she fears death, which is not her usual face during the story. Interestingly though, Ricky have questions negative outcome seems like she has at least some acceptance of death, with Fiora saying she'd be fine not living forever and doesn't want to live as long as the other Makna do. Now, to conclude this, I'll say that some heart-to-hearts do actually just mirror and add emphasis to the story. Just like Old Times is probably one of the best examples of this, with the positive outcome exploring the idea of Fiora dying, with Shulk promising he would never leave her. Now, it's nice and all, but we've seen this conversation play out in the story at least a few times. Overlooking the Colony explores Ryan and Charlotte's relationship, and her view on stopping the journey so she could go back to Colony 6 and help out with the Reconstruction. What's on Ryan's mind is the whole, wow, guess what, you're a father figure to Juju, wow, we don't know how to tell something in the story subtly. There's Fiora's body, which expands upon the idea of Fiora, well, you guessed it, not getting her body back, with Charlotte saying she knows after Monado disappeared, Fiora has little time left. But we kind of saw that discussion play out with Melia at one point. But all in all, there's a lot of heart-to-hearts that I just wish were in the main game, but it's nicer we have it than not. For that reason, I do want to talk about one heart-to-heart a bit specifically. This heart-to-heart is one of the final ones in the game, by location and just general affinity progress, Untold Feelings. The reason I'd like to separate this one is it specifically gives us a conclusion to a heavily discussed pairing in the main story that isn't resolved elsewhere, being of course, Melia and Shulk. Now here, with the backdrop of, dragons and everything exploding, Charlotte asks Melia about Shulk. Melia has a bit of a breakthrough, so to speak, which is that she has finally decided to give up on trying to gather Shulk's affection entirely. She admits it's been hard because she has never felt love before. Charlotte apologizes, and Melia says basically she can't understand Charlotte's hurt because Charlotte actually lost someone. Okay, so, no. It concludes with Melia wanting Shulk and Fiora to have a happy future together. Okay. So, I hate this heart-to-heart. This speaks to that general frustration I have with this concept. We have to take this as canon, but somehow, I can't help but feel like it's bullshit because Melia never experienced his personal journey throughout the story. In fact, we literally saw her yearning for Shulk like an in-game hour ago by this point. Maybe this could have been better if it were fully realized in a plot in the game, but as someone who's a fan of that pairing, it was just an unsatisfying conclusion in every possible way. And I get that these games have a budget, but seeing these things play out over text instead of, voice acting really hurts my ability to accept any of it. So again, I'll just tie this back to my first complaints. I don't know if these are canon or not, and they don't always feel like they truly fit or belong with the story, with some bringing up contradictions and confusing messaging depending on when in the story you do them. They almost feel a bit like fan fiction and not really the writer's vision. But I also think that's possibly the best way to see them, because ultimately, I do think these were meant to be more of a reward for the hardcore players, and possibly weren't meant for the average player, period. As such, I do like the heart-to-hearts. I have some criticism of them, but that's more so me trying to explain why I didn't think it was appropriate to include them in the story, and talk about each individual one. If you're a hardcore fan, these are a treat, but if you're not, well, you probably don't have the affinity for it anyways, you sucker. Additionally, I will say before we move on from our main cast that I know a frequent complaint of mine was that there weren't enough interactions between the team. Like, most scenes of the game feel a bit disconnected, but something I do want to give the developers credit for is that the characters will sort of riff and talk to each other after a battle sometimes. I'll throw a few good examples in here.
This victory is sweet as when you can share it.
Nice job!
Right, let's keep going.
Final push!
Finish,
Electric
here to save the day!
Let's press off.
Who else wants some?
These aren't mind-blowing, but look, I had a complaint, and I want to be able to show good faith in showing that the developers did try to remedy some of those complaints. Now, I've talked a lot of about the main characters in Xenoblade Chronicles, some of which most of you will agree with, and some of which I think will get me shot. Now, you might ask why I consider Xenoblade Chronicles a masterpiece, if I consider the main cast to be a bit iffy. Well, to that I'd say that the villains or supporting cast of Xenoblade are top-notch. There's a few throwaway characters that just serve a role. You got your Callian, you got your Athorons of the world, you got your King Dunga. I was originally going to try to analyze them for this story. Then when writing the script, I was like, these characters aren't meant to be analyzed because they have the personality of a carton of milk. They're clearly meant to be in the story to advance the plot, and that's fine. To a lesser extent, Xenoblade also has their, I guess, comedic characters. Actually, it's just this guy. When it comes to the villains, you have your Lorotheas, who cross into evil Disney princess territory, or Zord, who most of you forgot existed. I already made that joke. But I do want to take some time to talk about a lot of the villains that really make this game special. Firstly, let's start where it all began. Mumkar and Dixon. Mumkar is a character that is written purely to be hated by the player. It's tough to objectively analyze him because he's basically just pure evil incarnate. There are tidbits that you could see in the heart-to-hearts showing that he was once honorable or whatever, but throughout the story, the game really gives you nothing to work with in terms of having any level of sympathy. Again, I want to stress that this is probably the point of this character though. This is going to be like a sophomore year English analysis of this character, so I apologize, but my conclusion is that Mumkar is supposed to represent pure greed and the evil that comes with that. I know, you come to me for the high quality analysis of facts you've never learned before. My point is, I don't think you're supposed to like this character. When Shulk delays his death, you're supposed to get mad and disagree with the decision, which is why I think they wrote Mumkar the way they did, and when he dies, his death is supposed to represent fate. So I get why they handled Mumkar the way they did, and to their credit, I don't think Mumkar overstays his welcome in the story. So I stand by everything I said about earlier wanting to see more depth, but I understand exactly why he's in the story the way he is. And it's also a very good segue into the concept of face Mechon encapsulating Homs. Then we have Dixon, who, look, I will admit, Dixon is probably not one of my favorite characters just because of how heavily the game foreshadows how evil he is so early on. Like with Mumkar, that could have just been the point, to be completely fair, but like, there are signs dating back to the first few chapters of the game that he's gonna turn on us, and it started pissing me off about halfway through the game, seeing him say some evil line to himself, and then everyone around him just does, you know, nothing. That's damaging because I started to doubt the entire party's intelligence as a result to this. I feel like besides this, my biggest issue with Dixon is that unlike Mumkar, he just kind of overstays welcome a bit. I mostly say this because I do think there's about an hour at the end of Xenoblade where he just transforms into a generic villain, touting toxic lines and showing up everywhere like Team Rocket, but before that, there is some real genius with this character. For one, he's shown as extremely important early on, so even if the player does gather that he's evil and likely to betray us, it's a brilliant plot device from the perspective of seeing him show up everywhere and working to screw us over with every faction in the world, but having us as the omniscient viewer know that we're gonna be betrayed by him and that we're unable to do anything about it. If you view his inevitable betrayal as this, Dixon works very well. If you view it as the writers trying to pull one over on you, then this character arguably falters. Dixon to me comes off like the writers were trying to show just how evil someone could be in an effort to emphasize how powerful Zanza and his control over the world truly is. We, as a human, or Homs, see Dixon as an adoptive father who raised our protagonist for his own gain and ends up killing him too, which is just awful. Something so inhumane and cruel is perfect for showing just how powerful not only Zanza is, but what his offer is. Zanza offers immortality and power if you serve him, and this is smart from the perspective of motivation. We as humans accept we can't live forever, and the fear of death is a serious stressor. From the perspective of logic, we can at least understand why Dixon and Mumkar would choose to work with Zanza. His death is probably my favorite scene involving him, and is a worthy conclusion to his character, with him not wanting to die in front of the kid he raised, which quite honestly is the most emotion we get from the character, even if it's all for himself since he's a selfish brute. All in all, I think Dixon is technically one of the best characters in Xenoblade Chronicles. Him and his role in the story goes exactly with the theme and message of the game. We have someone working so hard to defy the passage of fate for eternal life, who fails at his mission. Before focusing on some of the bigger villains in our story, I do want to take some time to talk about King Saurian. I personally feel like he's one of the most underrated characters in the game, and with that, I think he's one of the boldest and most brave characters in the game. I mean, he knows he's gonna die, right? And continues marching forward regardless. The sacrifice is really strong when you consider the motivation of some of our villains in this game, the people who are in the fight because of wanting to live forever, painting him as a polar opposite. He's just a good character, and I don't mean well written, I just mean well intentioned. The scene where Saurian asks Shulk to be Melia's friend is one of my favorites in the entire game. It shows a level of humanity that I feel we don't see many of the side characters in this game truly have, and you really get the feeling he loves Melia and wants the best for her, and not only that, but believes in her. Maybe it's just because we don't see any of our main cast with parents, but this sort of special father-daughter relationship is a real benefit to the story, especially when you consider how many people are not Melia's friends in her own hometown. Then we have Egil. who I think is a genius character. Out of the supporting cast, I might go so far as to consider him my favorite character. Egil to me is the game's best example of diversion, which I want to talk about as a whole in the story real quick. Now, like I said throughout the video, Xenoblade Chronicles thrives on diversion. We saw this all throughout the game. Mumkar, in fact, is a perfect example of that. You might think super early on the writers are setting him up to be the antagonist, or at a very minimum, they present him like he's more vicious than Dixon is, before making you ponder whether he's truly alive or not. Fiora is another good example of that, with the obvious major twist of the game being she's alive, but that doesn't stop the writers from trying to play it off like she's going to die again by the end of the game, only to end up in a near-perfect Homs form. Egil, to me though, is probably the best example of diversion, with the writers truly painting him out to be like he's the grand villain of the game. In fact, I still really feel like the chapter you fight him in could have been the final chapter of the game if this was a generic JRPG. It would have served as a somewhat satisfying conclusion, and there's so much talk like he's the final mission, especially with his own father asking us to go after him, which is one of those things that is up, but in this game anything goes. The thing about Egil is he has similar motivations to us, he just does it in an overtly more abusive and awful way, which is why he's rightfully painted as evil. It's tough because I can't really defend anything he does, like taking Homs and making them fight, and erasing their memories. I mean, obviously that's just disgusting, and his lack of appreciation for life on the Bionis is unacceptable, but at the same time, there's a part of him that's written to the point where you feel bad for him. Egil was technically the one who was provoked by Zanza after he was attacked, and he takes that vicious quest so far that he loses the ire of Mainith, Vinaya, and almost everyone, but he just continues to fight this world alone. You have to remember that Egil serves as a counter to our original journey, where after vengeance, we decided early on that we would kill all Mechon at all costs, and we are only doing that because we were attacked. So like, sure, Egil is an evil bastard for how he handles it, but the audience member probably forgets by that point that Egil is just doing what we had planned, but in reversed. And this is where Shulk being such a good protagonist helps out. He's smart enough to try to negotiate with him, seeing that this war was a circle with no end in sight, and that they ultimately share a similar story. He doesn't want to kill Egil. He doesn't really want to kill Mechon anymore. He just wants the damn war and fighting to end. The endless suffering, the elimination of multiple species. Shulk knows it's all for nothing, and he almost is successful at concluding this deal before Dixon intervenes. Of course, we can't be in this section 2 without talking about Zanza and Lady Mainith. Lady Mainith perhaps isn't as complex as people may think. She basically is just pure good, and that's what makes her tough to write about. I mean, during the story, she brings Fiora back to us, showing one of the first times in the game a Mechon actually has empathy for our protagonist. It's telling early on she doesn't even want to attack us, but gets caught up in the war. She's the only quote-unquote Mechon who has an understanding about wanting to prevent innocent life from dying, and doesn't even think gods are needed, which, looking at the origin story of this world, makes sense, given she was adamantly trying to prevent this world from being born. As a human being, she understood the dangers of infinite power, and she doesn't lose sight of that despite becoming a goddess. Now, the final scene we see with her does end up being pure genius once you view the actions of Mainith in retrospect. It's sort of hard to envision just why she's actually empathetic and trying to work with life on Bionis, despite being associated with the Mechon. And I think the subconscious answer is that she never really wanted any of this to begin with. I struggled to write about Mainith despite her being a fairly rich character, and in part, it's because Mainith exists as a counter to Zanza, who, while I will say is a great villain, sort of falters in the execution and lacks depth. Personally, I find his motivations to be weak. My real issues with him is he sort of just comes down to being a narcissist, with his primary motivations just being that he doesn't want to be irrelevant, or as touched upon near the end, yearns for friendship, which Shulk instantly points out really isn't a suitable reason to be doing anything that he's doing. With characters like these, I do feel like it's easy to write them into a hole, right? Because ultimately, they are the all-powerful, all-in-control being. I thought a lot about how to conclude this character, and my ultimate conclusion is that Zanza and Mainith alone would probably be weak, but their yin and yang together helps each character individually make sense, which, given by the very first shot of the game being a clash of two titans, is exactly the message the game wants to present. Regardless though, I don't like Zanza as much as I did Egil, because like I said, with a character this much in control, the writers have to really come up with some stupid reasons to give him motivation and purpose. Sheer narcissism and arrogance and wanting to be remembered forever doesn't work and doesn't resonate with the audience. But while I say that, he is an awesome final boss and generally still a good character as long as you don't try to look too deep into him, because there's not much there. Now finally we have Alvis. Firstly, I again want to point out the genius of Alvis's character. Throughout the entire game, he seems a bit confusing in which side he belongs to, while being slow, methodical, and thoughtful all throughout. The twist that he is just a computer from the experiment is brilliant, man. It's one of those things that make you say, "Ah, yes, I knew that," while you're trying to impress your friends over who finished the end of the game with you. He's not trying to be a snake throughout the game. He's just like a robot. Maybe not literally, but he's at least a calculated character because of just where he comes from. As such, I feel like it'd be really easy to hate Elvis on a first playthrough. I can't say I was really a fan of this character early on. It felt like a character that was just cool for the sake of being cool, and it felt really telegraphed basically from the first time you saw him that he was going to be some extra special ethereal character. You always knew there was more to him. And on the inverse, when he didn't side with us, it was easy to just assume he was pure evil. If you look at his discussions with Shulk in the space scenery, it's clear he isn't rooting for Zanza or Maineth, but for mortals and the world to thrive by itself. If there's anything I have to ask about Alvis, it's more so, how did a computer from the experiment facility grow to have such complex thoughts? To me, it's a bit of a meta commentary that there really is no such thing as infinite power. Even Zanza, the alleged top power in the universe, has met his match in some form. He's a great character in the sense that I feel like the player doesn't know how to feel about him, and even after the game, his ambiguity makes him worthy to discuss, and I love those sorts of moments in narratives. To this day, I still can't say he's my favorite character, in part because I don't feel like I know much about him. All in all though, with the Xenoblade Chronicles story, there are many pros and equally many cons, but all in all, this story is a masterclass in storytelling. The pacing definitely falters at points, but with a concept this monumental, all the problems with said story are so easy to forgive, and to me, that makes Xenoblade Chronicles story a grand success. Now that we have fully completed Xenoblade Chronicles though, I want to talk about none of this story trash. No Shulk, no Zanza, no Monado, no feelings. Pure, raw, unadulterated, I don't know how to say that word, gameplay. So as said when I started this project, my goal was to beat Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive Edition 100%. I tried. I really tried. And I put 120 hours in. But this game was out for blood. As it goes for the quests, there simply ended up being a few that I got outright locked out of. There's two real ways you can get locked out of quests in this game, the first of which is just by a natural progression of the game's story. For example, as a result of the Mechonis Core, right? Melia lost everything because the game developers hate her, and so any quests that you could accept and do in Alcamoth are simply null and void if you hadn't done them by that point. I think there's like 2 quests that are an exception to that. Now going into this, these were the quests that I was most fearful of, because writing and analyzing the story, I wasn't 100% sure at what point story events happened, since my last playthrough was 5 years ago, or 4 years ago when I started this project. Oh my god. So I played this game side by side with my trustworthy Google sheet, but in Alcamoth regardless, I ended up missing the quest Protect the Capital, which requires you to talk to an NPC named LaCroix during another quest, which did say Brave Actions was a timed variable for this, so it's partially my fault, but also, what a completely BS way to screw a player out of a quest. I also missed 3 quests in Colony 6, which again had a chain of quests that I was locked out of because of a prior quest. This time it was because I used the item Lake Drop to finish the Imagination's Tempered quest, which for some reason blocks 3 quests from being able to be played. Now ultimately this isn't punishing because it doesn't really matter. There's no giant list of quests, there's no 100% prize, and you can still complete Affinity within each town without every single quest. This ultimately ends up becoming more of a personal gripe than anything, and the developers don't expect the player to sit there with the Google spreadsheet. So I will say, I'm not particularly mad at the developers, but I feel like game designers should really consider going forward that getting locked out of content is just kind of an awful strategy. All in all, I still completed a large majority of the quests, so I can't be too upset, but would I do it again? If I were playing this casually, probably not. I'll be honest, there's a chance the way I did quests did actually hurt them for me a bit. See, one aspect of the quests people really like is the world building behind them. There's a decent number of quests where you have to make decisions based on your opinions of the character's story or personality or whatever. Outcomes that most of the time make no difference besides your own personal gratification, but also outcomes that could lead to different branching quest lines. This is a really good way to help with world building, but trying to do all the quests in this game kind of just burned me out on character caring, and I found myself button mashing more times than I should admit as a reviewer. I do feel like the fact that none of these are voiced outside of the Melancholy Tyrea quest makes them a bit of a snooze fest, and I don't feel like any of the quests are nail biters. I'm not going to say all the quests in this game are bad. Some of my favorite quests in the entire game don't come until basically the very end, where you can talk to some of the surviving Hyentia who were treated to Satorl Marsh after Alcamoth got gutted out, and there's some really damn engaging fighting you can do in Alcamoth against the Tephra who took over the whole structure. Not only is this a good place to grind for EXP, which you might need to do for late game, there's genuinely some deeper strategy here with how you want to approach the halls of Alcamoth. Do you want to sneak around the Tephra, or do you want to run up and fight them? Which has always been a motif of the game since Bionis Leg, but this is the mastery of that decision making. And considering this was once a peaceful land that was nothing but a cheerful joy to go through, seeing the aftermath of the Mechonis Core events was honestly a treat, as sad as it was, and it helps give Melia some closure, which is all I cared about. It helped Tephra Cave get this phenomenal third act that actually made me appreciate the area so much more than I did in my first and second go-arounds of it. There's these foreboding areas where you gotta sneak around a cliff, and there's an ancient ruins. The enemies are literally upwards of the mid-90s, so it might be the last place you go to in your playthrough, but dang, if you thought Tephra Cave sucked on your first go-around, this ends up making it not suck on your third go-around, but it still sucks on the first go-around, sorry. There are gonna be exceptions, and I could name dozens of other quest lines that stood out to me, but I don't think it's worth your time doing most of them, unless you specifically want the EXP, or you personally just value little details and world building in these games. They end up being more of a chore than they're really worth, especially to 100%. Ultimately, you may have different characters, you may have different settings, but they boil down to talking to other citizens, grabbing items, defeating monsters, defeating unique monsters, or some combination of the above. And it can really break up the gameplay, especially when there's a chain of side quests that begin with one, you do the quest, and go on and on. I swear some of these have like 10 quests. Now with the unique bosses, I have to admit, as much as I loved fighting them, I was unable to defeat them throughout my playthrough, at least not all of them. I beat most. I feel a bit ashamed because I'm sitting here with all the Xenoblade merch, perpetuating how big of a fan I am. Yet I suck at this game. Look, I went over this multiple times throughout this video. I'm sure if I really sat down, studied gem crafting, and got good at the game, I would have been able to do these with dozens of hours of grinding. The issue really was, at a certain point, I was more interested in making the video on this game than 100%ing it, so I eventually was just more inclined to beat the unique monsters I could and then stopped. Now in my defense, I beat all of the regular unique monsters in the game completely on my own devices and had a blast with it, but once we got to the super bosses, oh God. I mean, basically the super bosses of Xenoblade are for the absolute hardcore Dorito munchin type of gamer. Like, if you really like the combat in Xenoblade and get into it and sit there strategizing and coming up with optimal teams and armor and gems and talking on internet forums, these are for you. While I enjoy the combat in Xenoblade, again, I'm not on that level, and so I tried my best, but I was unable to beat all of them. I was able to beat a few of them on casual mode. Look, I know it's embarrassing, okay? I'm a loser and I'm a damn cheater. What do you want from me? Did I talk about casual mode? I don't know. Casual mode is one of the 2 modes you can play in Xenoblade Chronicles. What's nice is you aren't locked to one when you start the game, and you can interchange between the 2 depending on what you feel like suffering through, or not suffering through. See? Casual mode has some simple modifications to the battle system. Your damage taken is halved, but the damage you deal is doubled, and spike damage you take from enemies is severely minimized. Look, I might get some crap for saying this, but I am actually a supporter of casual modes in video games, not just like in this game, but as a whole. We may like Xenoblade, but this is a damn complicated game, and I feel like having a way for everyone to get into it is preferred. And look, if you're one of those people who thinks it's stupid, just don't use it, and don't complain about it, but I'm sure you will anyway. But look, if you're a Xenoblade lunatic, there's an expert mode too, which actually doesn't change much about the battle system. Really, the main difference is you're able to level down your characters and withhold EXP gained for when you actually want to use it. So if you're one of the people that hates being over-leveled in games, go nuts. I personally want rewards for the dozens of hours I spent questing, so if I'm not going to be over-leveled, what's the damn point? But anyways, with easy mode, I did 156 out of 157 of the unique monsters, and without it, I was 152 out of 157. So I made a decent effort at 100%ing this game, but from there, things fell apart a lot more.
Landmarks. Landmarks are places of note that are also fast travel points throughout each map. Upon arriving at them, you get some EXP, which is a really nice benefit to exploring your areas. There are also secret areas that are basically just landmarks, but more hidden, and with stronger yields. Locations are more or less just the same as landmarks, just with the generic places on a map. Well, I missed one landmark in Agniritha, which, because obviously that place was blown to damn smithereens, I can't return to it, which is another issue with this game locking stuff off as it progresses. Now look, again, none of these things actually matter, but in the case of Agniritha, my map is forever going to look ugly and incomplete because finding all the locations and landmarks is how you fill it in. So my life is over. But hey, I got most of the Collectopedia. Yeah, that was so much fun. To be fair with the Collectopedia, you are gonna find 95% of the items just playing the game and exploring the map. But once every so often, there will be an item that the game developers just decide should be super damn rare. Bitter kiwi. I'm damn well bitter, alright, you hear? This stupid fruit had a 7% spawn rate. No, not overall, but in tiny specific locations. The amount of times I had to swim to this freaking island in the middle of Makna Forest. I'm not joking. I probably have at least 2 hours worth of footage for that. And sometimes the game would just stop respawning the objects if I switched areas too many times, so I had to keep closing and resetting the game to have another chance. I don't mind that this game has some rare yields, but man, this was a grind for no reason, and there are a few others like that. Now, why do I say I got most of the Collectopedia? It's because I'm a dum-dum. So for context, there are 5 unique collectibles that you can only get by trading with villagers, spread throughout the game. These require a pretty heavy amount of resources to get. So for the final one, the Love Source, I was an idiot and sold it off before I clicked it on my Collectopedia. I know, it's stupid. I was trying to grind for some late game rewards and I just didn't have the heart or resources to do another trade to get it. Anyways, I got most of my skill trees filled, but to fully complete them, I'd have to grind more battling with my characters, which I didn't feel like doing because I got burnt out from grinding for affinity levels. I did all the Reconstruction quests, I got all the arts, and probably didn't even come close to all the fashion gear. There's 1,400 pieces of armor for each character, and I just didn't want to do it. Okay, look, I'm sorry. It's possible for future entries in the series if this retrospective actually, continues. I will consider doing a true 100%. Like, you guys have to be really enjoying this video for that. But considering this video took me over 14 months to fully make, I'm gonna give myself slack here because there were concessions I had to make to get this out. Oh, and the achievements. Yeah, I mean, I got some of them, but most of them just came from playing the game in all honesty. Achievements were specifically added to Definitive Edition. I kind of like that they exist, but they're ultimately arbitrary. Fans rightfully point out that some of these are incredibly gimmicky and not really worth it. Delivering 5,000 critical hits, not cool. Give Love Source as a present. You stupid game, I'll show you where to give Love Source as a frickin' present. Complete every page in the Collectopedia. Yep, didn't get that one. I got 116 out of 150 of the record subset of achievements, with a little bit of grinding towards the writing process of this video, and some of the ones I missed, I'm fine without. Defeating 5,000 enemies? Considering how much I played this damn game, and didn't even come close to that, no way. Now, some of these would have been completed how I felt like continuing grinding meaningless battles, but after 10 hours of doing that to fill out the affinity, I just didn't have it in me. The trials, the second subcategory, I actually did pretty darn well in, getting 48 out of 50. One of the trials I missed required getting a negative heart-to-heart outcome, which was not possible at all for my playthrough, because I wanted to get all the positive ones recorded, and the other one is Routes Around the World, which I believe is literally getting the affinity registered for every damn NPC possible, in the entire game. After doing most of the quests, I don't think I'm far off, but the idea of talking to every damn citizen and trying to figure out if I'm locked out of any that is needed to complete this makes me want to hurl, so screw it. 48 out of 50 is a damn good score. If I got that on a test, I'd go out and get some Burger King. Now, something I didn't touch, period, was the New Game Plus content, unlocked after beating the story. Believe it or not, I love this game, but I did not want to play the entire thing again with a slightly different set of rules for 60 seconds of footage for this video. You can do it if you want. So in case you beat the game and say to yourself, I want to put another 100 hours into this world, there is a New Game Plus system here. Now, as said, I've never played this, nor have I ever been into New Game Plus modes myself, because I would rather just use my free time for new experiences once I beat a game. So I will be relying a bit on the Xenoseries wiki for my information on this side mode. Again, really, they carried this whole video. Basically, it's just a way to play the game again with a more steep difficulty. As you can see, a lot of your items and stats will be carried over, but what you have to start anew with is all of your quests, your collectibles, the maps, the unique monsters, and obviously you have to do the story again. There are also quite a few in-game changes, such as Shulk starting with the third Monado, and characters retaining their final forms really early into the new story. If you are a Xenoblade aficionado, this is the mode for you, and I'm sorry I don't have more to say about it. And now I'd like to wrap up a few loose ends that I couldn't integrate until we got to the end of our experience. The first aspect of Xenoblade I'd like to talk about as a whole is the music and sound design. So this is by far one of the hardest things I have to write in this video. Music is such a difficult topic to write about in my opinion with nuance, especially as it pertains to video games. I don't claim to be a pro in music analysis. I write and play a little bit in my downtime, and while I have taken music theory courses and did quite well, I don't think I could really tell you much about scales, notes, really anything. My strongest analysis muscle comes from when I'm talking about games and stories, and so it's tough for me to give you an overall review of the music in Xenoblade Chronicles without me just saying, it's fucking superb. To combat my fear of not having enough to say, I tried here or there to talk about the music in the game as we played, giving analysis to the best of my ability. But I won't lie, a lot of my analysis came down to, this rocks. I talked about most of the level music, but there's absolute bangers along the way, like a tragic decision which plays out in the cutscenes. Or hell, I don't think I ever talked about Memory's End. This has to be one of the best songs in a video game, period. It just sounds like everyone's lives are nearing the end here. It's just so ominous and creepy, with voices chanting over sci-fi noises and synths. Feels exactly how I would imagine the memory space Shulk is in would be. Again, I'm just so worried this is going to turn into me gushing without providing any real analysis, because I'm not a music analyst, but tracks like Engage the Enemy, Mechanical Rhythm, or the classic You Will Know Our Names that plays during important fights, they're shredding badass songs that kick your ass, and if you haven't heard them yet, please go listen to them. That's an order. And there's even songs like this I'm still leaving out, like Mechonis Field, which is basically a completely different genre than almost every song in the damn game. It has a bunch of like sci-fi synth. Which, yeah, for where you are is damn perfect. It barely even sounds like a Xenoblade song at points, which is why I think it's so cool. The music composers for this game looked at the definition of the word genre and said yes. And the songs that play during the cutscenes can just be so beautiful. I've talked about the amazing Fallen Arms song that serves both as great cutscene fodder and actual world music, but one of my favorites is the Memories track. That admittedly does play a lot, but you're lying if you say you're a Xenoblade fan who doesn't tear up once in a while to this. And speaking of tearing up, if you got to the end of the game and didn't cry with the credits song that I'm sure would actually get this video copyrighted, you're a damn liar. Look, there are tracks I'm missing for sure. That's partially because I feel like I could say to you with a straight face that this entire soundtrack is f***ing spectacular, and one of the best I've heard in a video game. And that includes both the original and definitive edition, which, as I've said while discussing version differences, is honestly just subjective. I prefer the more orchestral and realistic feel of the tracks in definitive edition, but even if someone prefers the more subdued retro measures that the Wii version takes, it's still a damn good soundtrack. So do me a favor, even if you don't want to play this game, listen to its music on YouTube, or hell, go buy the CDs. It's just spectacular. I was going to also include tracks that I thought were bad here, but honestly I couldn't think of a single one. At most I'd say Tephra Cave isn't a standout, and of course it's not. It's the second area of the game. Maybe Satorl Marsh daytime is sorta bad, but if you're playing Satorl Marsh during the day anyways, what the hell are you doing? The last thing I really want to discuss before we head into our final conclusion for the game is something I alluded to a bit earlier. The book Xenoblade The Secret Files Monado Archives. I should be holding the book. That would make a lot of sense. The book Xenoblade The Secret Files Monado Archives. Now, I do own this, as you could clearly see, and so I'll be using some footage of the book, but one issue for me is that the book is entirely in Japanese. That's not important for everything in it, such as concept art, but since we do learn a decent bit about lore, it's going to be baseline sort of essential that I have a way to read this. So I'd really like to thank the website xenounderground.net for their beautiful translation that I hope is accurate and hope isn't just a joke. Please go support the translators of this, and thank you. Just thank you. I have nothing else to say. Thank you. Now, I'll say for the record that I will not be discussing every single thing from this book. This is 250 pages, and I think me rereading it verbatim is not only going to take a while, but will be extremely boring. I don't even think this is going to be that interesting, period. So if you want to stop watching or just click ahead to my final conclusions, I'll put a time code on screen here. Though if you're this far in, I assume you want to hear about this stuff. And I'll try to make it entertaining by adding my Jeff pizzazz. I could have worded that a lot better. The first page speaks a bit on the development of the game. Something that really stands out to me is that art director Norihiro Takami says that they think the world has too many load screens and doesn't feel super connected. This is something we can all probably agree on, but we can all shake hands and agree that nothing better could have been done on a console with the power of a microwave. They also talk a bit about how the Nopon village was a pain in the ass to construct, running into pitfalls constantly. We learn early on here from Nintendo director Genki Okada that they originally planned for this game to be released holiday 2009, which would have given this game a development of 18 months. Xenoblade, 18 months. Brother. They apparently also didn't go home for 10 days while recording the voices for this game, and the debugging process of it took 6 months. It generally seems like some of the development was a bit hectic, with Kojima, director of Monolith Soft, saying it was a miracle the game turned out the way it did, as they really struggled to nail the combat system. Even stuff like the affinity chart were apparently added on a whim, according to Takahashi. Given this game's sort of rushed development, the fact that Xenoblade turned out to be a masterpiece is damn impressive. Now, one of my big critiques of Xenoblade Chronicles did pertain to the fact that I thought some of the writing was a bit shallow at times, but that seemed to be an intentional decision. Takahashi states that he didn't want to add character details if he didn't think they were important to the game, stating he thought this process of creating a lore bible could end up being a massive waste of time. I disagree personally, which feels sacrilegious to say when we're talking about creative geniuses, so I will apologize and go into hiding. But hey, he ultimately says that's partially due to the amount of development time they had, which is something Nintendo's PR lawyers told them to say. On this page, I will say, is a super creepy screen grab that's completely unexplained, of Melia seeing Charla and Fiora with her queen duplicate masks. You can't just add that without context, guys, what the hell? There's then a decent amount of discussion surrounding the death of Fiora, and they originally thought about bringing her back sooner, feeling like the group may have forgotten about her. Given the length of the Alcamoth Era, sure, I could probably believe that. Now this is wild. Apparently there was a fan poll of favorite characters outside of the cast, and Callian, Mumgar, and Maineth made the list. Okay, Maineth I get. Callian, fine. Mumgar? Did we play a different damn game? Takami then says Lanada is his favorite character, with Kojima then saying, can I show this on YouTube? Can I talk and say what he said here? It's so unhinged, and I love it, I think. I don't know. But hey, we learned from this great healthy dialogue that they wish Lanada could have been a playable character, and they were regretful they never had a Makna cast member, which I agree would have been a nice addition. Interesting from Takahashi, he then states one of the reasons he likes Mumgar is because he's uncomplicated and easy to understand. While I stand by my reasoning of disliking the characters and his critiques, I do see his point here, and I kind of talked about that in the analysis section. I feel bad for disagreeing with them, especially because they're geniuses and I'm just some scrub making a stupid YouTube video. Interestingly, we learned that Ricky ended up having the most HP due to a joke. He was supposed to have the lowest, and then the developers, yucking it up, decided to give him the most amount of HP, literally for a laugh. Now in their defense, that is pretty funny. We also learned that originally Ryan was going to have more of a role in the game, as the story was supposed to be about two best friend hero characters with polar opposite personalities, but Fiora sort of got in the way of that. The book then goes on to show and talk a little bit about each area. There's nothing revealing or shocking about these, but the art is damn fun to look at. We do learn a few nice lore tidbits though. The frontier village was constructed with verticality in mind to prevent any of the creatures in the forest from attacking the Nopon. We also learned that the two fountains in Alcamoth are the Fountain of Hope and Fountain of Eternity, which represents the state of the mind for the High Entia. This might have been confirmed in the game, I don't remember it as such, but it's confirmed that the memory space here isn't really supposed to be, space, but more so the final memories of Lord Zanza before he became a god. A nice touch tying the two universes together when you remember the experiment station. We then go into a section of the book called the Xenopedia. I'm amazed that no fan wiki ended up taking this name. Now I won't explain this whole chart, but I love that they went through the effort to show the entire game's main character dynamics. We learn Melia is outright discomforted by Fiora's presence, and I love how Ricky's relationship to Melia is just bird lady. Now to be fair, they do put a little note saying this is just an original idea and may not actually be canon, but like, Melia hates Fiora, let's just be real here, okay? We then get commentary and character sheets for each individual character. I'll say that these are appreciated to have, but honestly, I don't feel like there's anything too shocking here. Now that's possibly because we just did a 6, 7, 8 hour analysis of this entire game, so someone who isn't as nerdy as us might actually learn a bit more here. The game is a whole paragraph bullying Ryan and calling him dumb, but points out what I pointed out earlier, that it was a bit random he defended Melia to Tyrea. I love how Ricky is described as being completely obedient to his wife. It's just funny. It's just funny, okay? I find it funny. We then get the same sort of situation for all of the side characters, which honestly, I respect that they went to that effort. It says Gadult does not lose his temper when making a decision. Did we play the same game? Then there's some full character art with some of the tutorials describing their arts before we go into the side characters. Okay, this is neat. I respect that they have sections for every character in the game, but we are not reading and analyzing this whole thing. You know what? If you want, go make a 10-hour version of this video or read the book yourselves. I love you all, but there's no way we're about to analyze each and every single NPC. This next section is super radical though. This is where my nerdiness gets satisfied. We get what they call a world guidance, and basically it's just a dictionary. Like with the quest characters, there is way too much lore involved here. Like, okay, did you need to know that the Armu's milk stays good for exactly 36 minutes and 9 seconds? Probably not. What am I gonna do with that damn information? They even have like a whole page dedicated to key items that are completely useless. I love this little joke in the Tephra Cave section, basically saying that you will get good luck if you jump from the top of the Bionis knee, but no one ever comes back alive, so it's unconfirmed. Classy. They even have a definition for the Siren during the Mechon attack in Colony 9. It's apparently Siren 2, which is the sequel to Siren. There's then a bunch of voice lines, which, I respect how in-depth this is, but I don't know how useful this would be to literally anyone. There's then a list of all the heart-to-hearts with all of their outcomes, as well as sort of a guide on how to get the positive or negative paths. Now, this could be genuinely helpful, especially in 2010, when online walkthroughs weren't as in-depth as they are now. There's then a list of all the unique comments you can get during quests in the world's smallest font possible, whatever you can do to fit it on 2 pages, right? We then get into the beta artwork for each character, which feels almost wrong to look at. Now, apologies, some of this is a little graphic. I'm sure it is a normalish thing in the animation world to have characters look like that. We see Fiora's early design though incredibly different looking, giving her Rapunzel-like hair, and Ryan looks like he had greased back hair and would have stolen Shulk's lunch money. Melia though, my goodness, what did they do to you? I mean, she looks fine here, but I'm so happy this did not end up being her final character design. I will say though, all of this concept art is fascinating. I wish more games would release this stuff to the public, and there's seriously a lot of it for all the main characters as well as side characters. We then get an in-depth commentary about how the Mechon work, which when you consider how damn in-depth these suits were, and probably were difficult to render, it's so fascinating to see just how much thought went into it. If you're into robots or machinery, or just character design in general, this has to be a fascinating read. I love seeing these early sketches that look like they were drawn on a napkin or something. Honestly, I don't even know when these scenes are supposed to be in the game at some points, but that makes it all the more charming. Okay, I'm not sure what to make of this next section, called the ranking report. For one, I don't think I could show this first page on YouTube, so I put post-it notes on it. Now, I'm sure you could find this on the internet if you really tried, but I'm just shocked it was put in a book like this. I mean, it's not super graphic, but it's more than you would think for a Nintendo-ish licensed book. But yeah, this seems like it's some sort of poll regarding the game, which, sure, why not? It's no different than me talking about 100 different aspects of this game no one cares about to keep this video rolling well past its natural runtime. Firstly, we have a breakdown on the most popular team combinations. Shulk, Fiora, and Dunban is number 1, which I agree, it's pretty solid, and Shulk, Ryan, and Sharla were one of my go-tos. I will admit, Dunban, Melia, and Ricky caught me a bit by surprise, but that is a good pairing, and 10% isn't that high anyway. Unbelievably, the favorite male character is Dunban at 42%. Excuse me? Did we what? He's cool, but like 22% more than Shulk? And Albus got 8th, which is just insane to me. But look at this. Hell yeah. Melia taking the lead of the female characters by 1%. We take those. I will say the sections for these characters get a bit weird, with the occasional graphic comment, like someone calling Vinaya sexy. Now, it's possible that these are sort of just lost in translation meanings, but man, with that horny on main picture on the last page, I feel like this is definitely the fan service part of the book. This poll just goes into so many aspects of this game. Best cinematics, best monsters. Okay, these have to be the truest of true fans because I don't know the names of any of this crap. There's a poll even for which merch should be made, which to this day, I don't think any of it exists, but you can surely get 30 different Xenoblade keychains. Okay, now I will say, I love this fan art. This seems to be a drawing of Shulk and Fiora getting married. It's very modern and Ryan is drinking wine, grape juice. I just love this. This is so cozy looking. Then there's a story playback, which reminds me how jank this game looked in the Wii version. Sorry to the fans. But then, perhaps most interestingly, we have a writing about a secret episode of Xenoblade, which discusses just how Fiora's body was able to be returned back to normal. I don't know if this is canon. I don't want to get too into it for that reason, but murmurs online say this was a cut side quest at some point.
So was that worth talking about? I think. I mean, I just added another 10-15 minutes to this project, and it's kind of a cool addition. There's a lot of weirdness to it, but if you're a true Xenoblade 1 fan, this is a must-own, or a must-read. But with that, we have finally covered everything about Xenoblade Chronicles 1. Except that's blatantly not true. I'm screwed.
Okay, so this game has hundreds of hours of content if you were to truly 100% it. There are tons of areas, a ton of enriching deep lore. There is stuff I missed for sure. Hell, there are things I probably got outright wrong. Please remember that I am a one-man show who did everything largely by myself for this video, so I do want to ask for grace in the sense that I'm sure this video is not perfect. While I largely tried to cover everything in every aspect of Xenoblade 1, the reality is with a game and world this big, there are certainly things I missed. If I decide to do more episodes in this retrospective, I will have the opportunity to do future sections talking about things I missed or should have talked about, so if there are things you'd like to see, leave them in the good old comments section. But until then, let me go over points that I knowingly did not cover in the story, but couldn't fit them in anywhere else. Guests. So throughout the game, you occasionally have members following you if it's relevant at that point in the story. This only comprises of Alvis, Juju, Dixon, and Mumkar. It serves of zero relevance to the actual game, but it should be noted that there are rare times where a character will actually fight alongside you. The Ether enemies. Throughout the game, you'll encounter random globs of light floating in the air. These usually have extremely high defense, deal back extraordinary amounts of spike damage, and aren't recommended to be fought until you're of a decently high level. There's no lore for these characters, but they do have the potential to give you cool, shiny items. The kanji on Shulk's Monado. This is something a lot of other reviewers have covered more in depth, but this is just not a field I know much about. I don't know, I didn't want to make it a main thing on my video. It just felt like it would make this video feel too similar to other people's, you know? But essentially throughout the game, the Monado will display a certain kanji symbol indicating what the Monado can attack at that point in time, with the secret files book hinting that the symbols can be traced back to in-game researchers who cataloged elements of Asian culture. The different types of Monados. So this is arguably something I should have made a better effort to tie into the story, but basically there's a whole lot of Monados in this game. We have the one Shulk has, we have Mainus Monado, and then the one Shulk forms during the fight against Zanza. But technically Shulk's Monado has a second form, which is the one that had the ability to take down faced Mechon. And finally, there are 6 Monado replicas that can be obtained after losing the second Monado to Zanza, that can be done in Colony 6 quests before going to Prison Island.
Hello, welcome to another unscripted section of the Xenoblade Chronicles video. Now, look, this is a long video. While editing it, there were more things that I realized I didn't talk about that I should have talked about. Here's the thing, right? Like, this list could go on forever. I honestly think this video, if I did an even deeper analysis and talked about every single thing, every quest, every NPC, every hard time, this could be a 12-hour video. You know, I wanted to set out to make this video the longest Xenoblade Chronicles video. And I think that's temporarily going to be true for one, at least. But in the long term, I really think someone could make an 8-hour video, 9-hour video, 10-hour video. So first of all, title screens. So of course, there's the iconic, you know, Monado in the ground title screen that everyone's familiar with. After you beat the game, you get a nice little title screen of everyone sitting on a little perch and overlooking the ocean. Small detail, kind of nice. And then there's the bosses. So I'm just speaking kind of generally here. I didn't really talk about every single boss, and the reason for that is there's not a lot to say about most of them. It's a JRPG. The combat largely stays the same. There was nothing to say about most of them. I tried talking about the ones I thought were most interesting. So this is an interesting one I wrote on my list, the dub. So obviously there's a Japanese voice acting of the game. That's like the more default, kind of like accepted version among hardcore fans. I actually did a video, like the Xenoblade summary. I did that for Sten's project. And I got a comment when I uploaded this section to my second channel, like, you didn't experience the game truly. And I very rarely address comments, but like this is one I'm like, sorry, you know, that might be true to some degree. Honestly, I'm not like huge into dubs or like anime in general, so it's like this, it might be a part of like a culture I'm missing out on. Just for me, because I'm stupid, I like to hear just the voice acting that I can easily understand. But that's also because I'm just like, it's harder for me to like always pay attention. It's a little easier for me to just like hear it. So if you think my opinion's invalid, then whatever. I can't win them all. One thing I didn't talk about on the topic of dubs is the voice acting. I actually did have a scripted section where I did talk about the voice acting, like in depth with every voice actor. It was really boring, and it boiled down to me saying, this voice actor did a good job. This voice actor did a great job. This voice actress did a great... Everyone's fine. Adam Howden obviously is a standout. I mean, he just nails it as Shulk and is one of the most talented like video game voice actors I've ever seen. Karina Reeves is Fiora. Fantastic. She works perfectly for her character. Jenna Coleman, also very, very good. Biased because I like Melia, maybe. But now in general, I think I could have made a scripted section about the cut content from the cutting room floor. I kind of lump it into the why I didn't talk about the heart-to-hearts in depth, why I didn't talk about some of the quests in depth. I think it would get really boring to talk about some of them. I would say scroll through the page. I hate doing the thing as a YouTuber where like, go check this out on your own, but like, I have a few standout things I could talk about, like this really creepy model of NPC. There's a cut NPC dialogue. So actually one thing I didn't talk about is that like if you walk up to an NPC in this game, they'll have like a little "hello, how are you doing?" line. There's like a cut one from the game. I thought that was interesting. One thing I thought was really cool is that Fiora technically has a different character model, like even after she returns to Hom's form. Obviously the most substantial find on the cutting room floor is that there was a whole cut area, the Bionis shoulder. I'll put some gameplay on screen right here. This probably would fit a lot better for the future connected video, because that's what gets repurposed as like the hub of that game and is the main area. So this is just kind of a rapid run of things I missed, but didn't think would make for a conducive like scripted section or video essay. Or I could have, but again, it would have just been really boring. And I think this video has been very, very long enough. I'd say sorry, but I'm not really that sorry. I'm tired, okay?
Look, Xenoblade Chronicles is a masterpiece. I will take the generic YouTuber cop-out and say, though, it's a flawed masterpiece. I struggle to believe this game deserves anything less than a 9 out of 10, but at the same time, there are a lot of issues with Xenoblade Chronicles that I don't feel like are talked about enough. You have a fantastic story, downright brilliant, with phenomenal lore, accompanied by a cast of characters that aren't the world's best. And while this is a Wii game, even the definitive edition release just feels dated. It just feels like a product released in the PS2 era, but at the same time, that's okay. There's nothing wrong with games that are old or retro. And yes, the Wii and PS2 are retro, it sucks, I know. I guess what I'm trying to get at is that if you aren't a pre-established Xenoblade fan, it's not the easiest game just to pick up and play in 2025. When we have games nowadays with vast improvements in presentation and quality of life, there's a part of me that feels like Xenoblade Chronicles is a game that asks a lot of the player, especially on the oldest versions of the game. Now, I've largely avoided this topic, except for a few antidotes throughout the video, but I'd like to talk about my experience with Xenoblade now. I usually do this early on in my videos, but with this game, I felt it was more appropriate to save it towards the end, not only because I think it would have made people mad if I said it early on, but it also just ties into my overarching message. I purchased Xenoblade Chronicles in July 2020, during the pandemic. It's funny, I don't remember how, but I do remember opening my Amazon account one day and seeing a $50 balance there. It was probably just a gift card from Christmas or something, but hey, something just encouraged me to buy and play Xenoblade Chronicles, and I don't know exactly what it was. I had friends at the time who were pretty into it, and I feel like after investing 125 hours on a dying Animal Crossing New Horizons island after being locked up all summer, it was time to take a vacation from my vacation. And what better time to do it, right? Well, while I started my playthrough in August that year, I didn't end up finishing the game for nearly 2 years, concluding my first playthrough in May 2022. The reasoning for this wasn't because I thought it was a bad game, but it was a game that I felt genuinely overwhelmed by. I was streaming it to a side channel at the time and got demotivated constantly constantly. I was continually failing at some of the early bosses, I was doing things wrong, and I needed people to help me through the experience, on and off my stream. There came a point where I started feeling like the game was too complicated for me to play, and I'll admit, I'm not very good at video games sometimes, which I know is really ironic. Because of that, it takes me more time and more practice to get accustomed to games than it does for most people. So just the idea of booting this game up at times became depressing for me, knowing I was playing it wrong or knowing I would constantly get my ass kicked. I only played as Shulk in my first playthrough too. I was too timid to try any other characters outside of Melia for a bit, and I just wasn't having fun. It wasn't an indictment of the game, but I just wondered if Xenoblade Chronicles is truly for me. I'll admit too, the early game story outside of Fiora's death was a significant factor. It felt like nothing was happening for a while, and I always take issues with JRPGs, or really any game that gets good, after a while, because the slog to get to the point where it gets good can feel so awful when you have limited free time already. And I would get confused constantly, not understanding the lore, not knowing the characters, and being lost about what the hell was happening half the time. But there was something about the game that made me want to keep pushing forward with it. It could be because I saw trailers for Xenoblade Chronicles 3 coming out later that year, which looked a lot more vibrant and in-depth to me, and it gave me a motivation to finish the first one beforehand. I don't know. It could just be because my backlog of games is always way too long, and I need to actually beat some of the JRPGs I started and abandoned. I pressed on, beating the game nearly 2 summers after I began, and investing serious hours near the end of it. Ultimately, I was so glad I did, because while I still had frustrations with the game, I considered it a masterpiece, and I understood easily why it was so beloved. Now, for the second playthrough of this game, since I understood everything a lot more, I have to admit, I loved it 10 times more than my first playthrough. My love grew for this game exponentially. I was more confident in trying new character formations. I was honestly loving spending my nights questing in beautiful worlds, and I was getting into the combat system a lot more than I usually had. I loved this game near and dear this time around. I finally got it. That's the thing with Xenoblade. It's a game where if you put the time in, if you try to learn the systems, if you try to look past the outdated mechanics and at times mediocre writing, if you sit down and say, I'm going to get into this game, this is one of the best games of its generation. Now, while it's an easy proposition for JRPG fans, I don't know how much it is for casual players, which is where I sort of struggle with my final conclusion of the game. My final verdict on whether you should buy Xenoblade Chronicles comes down to whether you're willing to put in the work. If you decide you will, there's a masterpiece waiting in the wings for you. If it's overwhelming, well, first maybe just consider casual mode. But if not, just know it's not a game that will hold your hand. Xenoblade Chronicles is an exceptional experience, and one that I feel every gamer needs to have at some point in their lives. And as for why I think this game never became a masterpiece in the eyes of the grandiose public, well, I think for one, it is considered such, at least among the people who play it, but for two, I feel like Xenoblade is the type of game and franchise that may be hard to get into, but over the years and decades ahead, will continue to bring in new fans, and its cult following one day will turn into an actual following. I'm heavily basing that on my own experiences, but I truly believe the life of Xenoblade Chronicles is everlasting, and with that, has only just begun.